Oh dear.
Guerrilla cricket. Whoa. Guerrilla cricket. Whoa. Guerrilla. Take guard, man the barricades, patrol the cover boundary. At last the time is come, this is a cricketing emergency. Hear this call to arms for every cricket revolutionary. Take up your bats and stumps for the test match insurgency. At first they tried to silence us, but we would not be silenced. They threatened us with lies, so we threatened them with violence. Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, guerrilla cricket. It's not about the winning, it's about how many rules you break. Even in cricket commentary, this is the best advice to take. Pick guerrilla cricket, it's the finest choice you'll ever make. There's so much more to cricket than rev counters and a slice of cake. At first they tried to sanitize us and clean up our act, but people like it filthy, and we know that for a fact. Fidel Castro, Lenny Pascoe, Carlos the Jackal, Umar Akmal, Mahatma Gandhi, Grant and Andy, Brendan Behan, Austin Ian, guerrilla cricket. Stick with us, cause you know we're not the kind of thing that you see on the TV and the radio. So vive la revolution. First they tried to buy us, but we would not be bought. Okay, we were, but then we ran away, and we will not be caught. Would not give up the ghost when they left us all for dead. They decapitated us, but we just grew another head. Chairman Mao, Jamie Howe, Ho Chi Minh, Asif Din, Václav Havel, Graham Saville, No Surrender, Percy Fender, Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, guerrilla cricket.
Welcome to Guerrilla Cricket and to Lords. It was 3 years ago today that England won the World Cup here at the home of cricket. From that team, the captain has gone. Most of the attack is either out to grass or in the knackers yard, but most of the top order still survive. But to everyone's surprise, playing Bumrah and Shami in swing-friendly conditions was rather tougher than the sun-baked wickets of the Amsterdam woods. And England didn't just fall over, they face-planted spectacularly. England have generally happy memories of Lords though, and India have gone well here too, with 4 wins and a tie out of 8 here. But today, who knows? Will England rediscover their dominant white ball form, missing to date under Jos Buttler, or will Bumrah and Shami terrify the top order once again? I'm here with a man whose last trip to Lords was to mastermind the ICC's World Cup broadcast. But don't mention it really though, because he doesn't like to talk about it. It's the Bear.
Hello there. I was at that final that's just been
Were you?
Funny that.
If only you'd mentioned it before.
They were just talking to Stokes before we came on air, and I was listening to that, and it just brings a massive smile to the face, you know.
It does.
But that's for today's game.
Well, I'm finished. Hold on, let me finish. And as true as I saw fire, he's here again. It's the magnificent Messi.
Hello, Tony. Welcome. I hope you're not all melting over there.
Oh, I am melting a fair bit here. I've got
a fan on.
Open.
I've got all the windows open and a fan on.
Yeah, I'm basically sitting in the garden. If I got any closer, I'd literally be in one of the trees. Toss and team news. Let's do that very quickly. India have won the toss. Rohit has put England in. Not really a surprise after what happened at the Oval. They're going to line up as Sharma, Shikhar Dhawan, Virat Kohli comes back in. Surakumar Yadav, Rishabh Pant, Hardik Pandya, Ravindra Jadeja, Mohammad Shami, Jasprit Bumrah, Prasidh Krishna and Yuzvendra Chahal. England, Roy, Bairstow, Root, Stokes, Butler, Livingstone, Ali, so as you were, Willey, Overton, Cast, Topley and still very much as you were. They didn't really play much at the Oval, so they've said go out and play a bit today, I suspect. Right, Bear, what was your point?
Well, I don't think it'll swing as much today. It's not as humid as it was on Monday. I think it'll be quite nice batting conditions. I think it'll still be quite tricky. I mean, Bumrah and Shami are a good opening partnership. But I don't think the ball will swing for as long as it did the other day, or as prodigiously. Hopefully Jason Roy will finally get some runs and England won't collapse. I mean, I'm so glad to see Root back in white ball cricket, and then he went and lasted 2 balls, which was a bit upsetting because I love watching him bat in one-day cricket. And we, as I think it was Nasser or Owen pointed out on the TV, this is probably England's strongest ever ODI batting lineup. If you look at the explosivity of it, I mean, there is some, this lot all get going on a day. That 500 is definitely doable. I don't think it'll be today, but anything's got to be better than Monday. Tuesday, hasn't it? I mean, that was a dismal display.
I love the explosivity, that's pretty good. Messers, Bumrah magnificent, undeniably. England caught cold, or was he simply too hot to handle?
Well, I do think that the England white ball team aren't great with the ball that's swinging, and the white ball tends not to swing much after a couple of overs at each end. But Bumrah and Shami managed to swing it a lot at the Oval. It is clear today. I suspect they'll get a little bit of swing, but not for very long. It's a matter of seeing that off rather than trying to go crazy to start with.
Yeah, agreed.
And bringing back Kohli, Bear, inevitable?
Wow, it's inevitable. He's got to do something sooner. You wonder how. I mean, even a great as man as him, I mean, all the pressure on him, you wonder if it's going to start getting in his head, or has it already. It's not him starting. You just don't know.
It'll be Mohammad Shami. So shall we jingle up participants?
Yes, this man's batting.
Duckworth Lewis loves you. The clouds part for you. Nothing stands in your way when you're a Roy.
This man's bowling.
He's coming down fast and moving it too. Tell me the answer. He may be a bowler, but he's often injured. Look out, Mohammad Shami. Mohammad Shami. Mohammad Shami.
Well, he's going to be operating from the nursery end, bowling towards the magnificent pavilion. And first one is down leg, and will probably be a wide. And yes, it is signalled as such.
Well, there you
so
go.
England have a run on the board. There's a start of sorts.
Oh, well, that is a very short wide jingle, Messi.
I couldn't even hear it.
Well, of course
No,
you
I
can't.
couldn't
You're
as
on
well.
Zoom, but our listeners will.
Who are our umpires today? Could somebody let me know the answer to that one? That was not a great start from Shami. Jason Roy had a little fiddle, but couldn't reach.
Somebody and somebody, I'd say.
That's brilliant.
Oh,
Thank you, Bear.
Alex Waugh from Richard Kettleborough.
As this one squarely met by Jason Roy. That was a very shall not pass, full face of the bat defensive shot. No run. 2 slips in for Mohammad Shami. I think that was quite a good guess on my part, because I had a feeling it would be Kettleborough, because he was like the reserve umpire, wasn't he, last time around?
Yeah, TV umpire is Richard Illingworth, reserve umpire is David Milland, and match referee is Chris Paul.
Played here for a season, did Richard Kettleborough, not especially successfully for Middlesex. He got a few 50s, I think.
Is there anybody
Joined
who's
the
ever
Wiltshire.
played for Middlesex you can't remember, Tony?
As this one squares up Jason Roy, but it will also get him wings, get him runs. Get him wings. He's taken off. It will get him runs away to short extra cover, and it will get Jason Roy off and running with a single. And England, courtesy of that additional wide, will move on to 2. Sorry, Messers, what was the question?
I said, has anybody ever played for Middlesex that you aren't aware of?
Many of them. Many of them.
Are you being sponsored by Red Bull today, are you?
Me?
Yeah.
Why?
giving
Why
them
would I be?
wings.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
Good. Yeah.
Well, you're flying off to come dancing.
I. My missus is going to be very strict if I'm lucky. 2 without
Correct.
loss. 2 without loss.
We assume she
Four.
doesn't listen.
Yeah, it's a cold day in hell before that happens, I suspect. As this one is just nudged into the offside by Johnny B. No run. It is
Probably just as
bakingly hot here today. Bakingly hot. One of my foxes, I think, is basically going bald. One of the, or either that, or he's so young he hasn't got proper full coat yet.
I think that could be it. There's a lot of
Yeah,
straggly-looking foxes around my way.
Yeah,
run around.
yeah, but
in
mine
the
don't
night.
forget, basically dine on foie gras and caviar and the finest
They'll become
Beaujolais, but
they'll become your little pack of foxes soon. You'll be able to take them out on a lead.
well, that'd be quite cool. This one in again, and Bairstow just defends into the offside. Once more, no run. Virat Kohli, the camera just loves him. Of course it does. I'm sure Sky has literally someone whose
Kohli
job
cam.
is do nothing but to follow Virat Kohli. All he did was jog across and pick the ball up there,
It is
and
ridiculous.
basically it followed him lovingly and adoringly as he performed the most mundane of fielding tasks. 2 balls left of this chamois over. That big media centre in the new Compton and Everett stands behind him. Swings! That did swing a little bit there. And beat the outside edge of Johnny Bairstow and was through to Rishabh Pant.
Not as prodigious though as the other day. It doesn't need to be, but I mean, I think
We'll
there's
have a look
more
at
off the
replay.
seam actually.
It was. You're absolutely right. And how much did it swing that day and at the final, as you were masterminding and all of that?
It was
Swinging
not
that
some. Yeah, it was swinging a little bit, but it wasn't that. The pitch just seemed really stodgy. It seemed really difficult to time stuff.
Yeah, it was. Chamois, he's barrelling in for what should be the last ball of his over. The 2 slips go down. That swings at, I think, but started wide and went a little bit wider. It didn't stop Bairstow having a bit of a waft at it, but it's through to Pant. There is no run. It's 2 for without loss at the end of the first over. Messers, who is with
I would
us.
point out that new is a relative term, Tony. The new media centre's been there for 23 years now.
Yeah.
Smouty says, looking forward to today's ODI. In other news, has the report of the fake IPL to lure Russian gamblers given you ideas for the GPL and a rip-off 100? Who would be cast as a fake teams? Might need some good ginger wigs.
Yeah.
Mog has been watching more important cricket today. Says, despite the result today, I think Uganda might be the new Namibia, who are the new Scotland, who are the new Ireland. It kind of runs out of steam there. Also, hello.
Hello.
Warren says, morning all. Brian says, afternoon from Northampton, only 23 here with a cool breeze, but 35 forecast next Tuesday. Great to see Team Beard on the commentary. How much will the batsman be second guessing?
Mine had a trim this morning. Well, this won't surprise you who the bowler is. I think we might have to jingle him after the first
No, we
ball
don't
there.
play it.
No, we won't. We're doing it anyway.
Oh, you're bowling again, aren't you?
2 slips for him
Oh, I thought,
into Roy, who plays him nicely on the back foot away towards mid-wicket, and there is no run. 8 times I think India have played here. 1-4 tie. 2011 it was a tie, although it was a Duckworth-Lewis tie. India had made 285. Raina and Dhoni both got 84 and 78, I think. 270 for 8 in 48.5 overs. England 96 for Ravi Bopara.
He was a decent player, Ravi.
Yeah, he was. Bumrah's in, almost an inside edge. That one did Foxroy completely, and through to Pant it goes. And Jason Roy is just not really looking the business at the moment, is he?
that
Ben?
one-
Shocking shot.
That was a shocking shot, but it went quite a way off the seam, I think. Darted back in.
It did dart back in,
And
but
it's hit his
the feet were
elbow.
planted. The bat was reaching, and there was a big old gap.
Yeah, well, I mean, it is one day
Not a
cricket.
big gap, a fucking massive gap.
Yeah,
that was enormous.
He's if he gets in, he'll be
that was
destructive.
In the Messi gapometer, that's probably about as big as it gets, isn't it? As this
Yeah.
one again is wide of the off stump, jags back in a little bit, and Roy raises his bat to let it through to Pant. What other metrics have you got on the Messi gapometer? Small, tiny, small,
No,
average.
There's
big.
only huge and fucking huge. I want to, Indians listening. I want their point of view actually on Kohli. I mean, what is the viewpoint in India? Does he need? Do they think he needs a break, or is he just?
Be careful what you wish for there.
Well, yeah, but I'm interested because I mean, it seems obvious.
In. That's beaten Roy. There's a shout goes up from everybody for an edge.
It wasn't an edge.
I don't think so.
I think it came off his thigh. I think it
Dhawan
beat the inside edge.
Rohit at second, Rishabh Pant obviously behind the stumps. They all shot up like Jack in the boxes.
He was nowhere near
it didn't look like it to me. We'll have another look for you.
I think it came back and hit his thigh. No, it didn't even hit anything.
Well, if anything, then they're peeling for LBW. But he was way outside the line. He stepped outside the line.
No one knows. They're all just appealing.
It was a funny old appeal. It does say what it does say. I'll hold the thought for a second. As the hop, skipping and jumping Bumrah is in. Roy is onto his toes and really plays it down onto his stumps. He really is struggling at the moment with getting going, but he's up against such a class act. What I was going to say, chaps, was it's when slips and wicketkeeper go up like that, it's because they believe their bowler any minute is likely to get a wicket, which I think we all do at the moment with Jason Roy.
See, last time I missed going on the under. I better get it in today, otherwise I'll shoot myself.
It's probably about 7 actually, given Jason
No, it won't be. It'll be reasonably high because it's still Root and Burstow. And they have to do it stats driven, don't they? Really?
Won't surprise you, it's a maiden so far from Bumrah. This one though is turned away through mid wicket by Jason Roy. First time he's really strayed onto leg, and Roy pushes him away. Yuzvendra Chahal goes galloping off after it. They should be able to come back for 3. They will have to hurry, but we all know Johnny Bairstow is like a whippet and makes it well enough. So Roy moves on to 4. It's 5 without loss at the end of the second over, and we will go back to the poet of Perth.
Leah says, afternoon all, the pundits reckon the pitch to be better for batting than the oval. I can't remember Rohit and Shikhar having that many problems batting on that pitch, to be honest. Mog says, how are you poor bastards going to cope with 40 degrees next week?
I know, I don't know. It's the simple answer to that. I think about it.
I'm hoping I'm going to be seeing Anna Forsyth next week. Every time she's been over to the UK, she's somehow managed to avoid me. Well, but I think we're supposed to be going to Middlesex and Sussex on either Tuesday or Wednesday.
Oh, wow.
Very much looking forward to. Hopefully Tuesday, because I'm not sure I can do Wednesday. Shami is going to continue. He's in, and Roy steers to mid-wicket, and there is no run. 88 miles an hour from the 31-year-old Mohammed Shami.
Well, I'll tell you this. My wife, obviously born in Kenya, gets very cold very easily. She is in this heat, still sleeping with a duvet pretty much over her head, wrapped in a duvet with a hot water bottle.
Wow.
Can you believe that? That's just insane.
Oh dear.
I've got to say, I've been duvetless for the last few nights.
Me too.
Shami in, flicked nicely away through mid-wicket by Jason Roy. I don't know if that's going to go all the way. I think it probably is going to be the first boundary of the innings. It is. Lovely shot. Well done, Jason Roy.
There's not one boy for me. I must have 2 or 3. I need 4.
See, I keep forgetting that they don't bring in the boundaries for ODIs. It's only for T20s. I keep thinking, oh, it'll be really short boundaries, and of course it won't. They were all talking about the big outfield, and I was like, what do you mean? They're bringing the boundaries in, but they, of course, in ODI cricket, they found a proper size field.
They should do for T20s as well.
Well, in the IPL this year, did he, Jason Roy?
No,
he does have a 91 not out in it.
Well, he got picked in the auction, didn't he? And it wasn't high enough. So, he pulled out anyway.
Shami has to withdraw from that. Whether that's something going on behind the bowler's arm at that nursery end, I don't know. But Shami was most of the way through his run, and he kind of ground to a halt. Clearly something had distracted Jason Roy. So Shami will have to go through the motion again with that little pocket handkerchief looking thing which he has hanging out the back of his shorts, doesn't he? Of his shorts, what am I talking about? That didn't swing, I reckon, Bear.
No, it's off the pitch.
I'd like to have another look at that. It's wide of the off stump anyway. We'll give Jason Roy the benefit of the doubt and say that he left it. Let's have a look.
It's off the pitch all the time.
And as I said, straight as a die and a little bit of movement off the pitch, no swing at all.
It's true, I have better... Oh, are you watching on the TV? No, I presume you're watching the Zoom feed.
I'm watching it on Bear Cam.
He still missed
What's it like? Is it better than it used to be?
Well, you've got to remember, and you will always tell me this. We'll wait for Shami, who is in and left by Roy through to Pant. I mean, there's two sides to the equation. There's what comes out of Sydenham, and there's what goes into Claygate.
Well, this is true.
And they both have to be working reasonably well. But at the moment, touching wood, it's fine.
Yeah, well, see, this is the thing. I think with the old computer, at the end of the day, that used to get hot like the other computer, and therefore that's why it used to go jaggy. I think.
Yeah.
And so I switched that for the computer that we finally raised money for, which was very nice of people.
Well, it was, and I have to say, even setting up the show on it is so much easier. Now I've realised what the different icons do. That one was a good delivery, and there's plenty of bounce from Shami as well. And Jason Roy pulled the bat inside of that, but it certainly made him hop and think at the same time, which is quite an interesting thought. 9 without loss.
Well,
yeah, my feed's certainly better than it used to be. I mean, I still couldn't commentate from it, but it's a lot better than it used to be.
Yeah, it doesn't get as juddery a lot of the time. Having said that, I'm worried about today because computers don't like
heat. Well, heat, yeah, all technology is not a fan of extreme heat, is it? That's why they put computers in sort of cooled rooms, or servers and stuff. Shami is in, and that one was wide of off stump. And Jason Roy had a little wiggle waggle outside of his off stump, could easily have got an edge, and had he done, he would have been furious because it was either leavable or one to step across and carve. But it was a very kissing your sister indeterminate sort of shot, I'm afraid. It's the end of the over. It's 9 without loss, but it's crucially for England rather better than the over without loss. Messers.
Sorry, I'm still coping with the kissing your sister thing. Jeff Perkins says, is Messages presuming that Tony's missus doesn't listen to guerrilla cricket, or to Tony Bishop in general?
Both.
I think both.
100% both, I think we could safely say.
Which is probably...
Think of what she's missing as well. The pearls of wisdom she misses. It's a tragedy.
And the revelations, which she probably would prefer that weren't...
Well, no, yeah, that is also true. Number 3 for Bumrah so far. He's going to be bowling his second over from the...
You'll be pleased to know I went under 33.5 for the fall of England's first wicket.
Okie doke. Good to know.
33.5 they gave you?
Well, I got it after Jason Roy just hit a 4, so that was fortunate.
Wow, that's a lot.
So that means you, in layman's terms, you're expecting a wicket to fall before England have reached 33, yes?
Yes, 33 or under, and I win. Anything over?
Yeah.
Bummer.
It's good to know you've got such confidence in the boy Roy and Johnny B.
I watch a lot of, when they have to go off hard, or try to, or there's good
in comes
bowling.
Bumrah, 2 slips still for him, carved away past point by Johnny B. I'm not sure it's quite got the legs to make it. It doesn't. Jadeja's pretty swift, and he went hacking across to pull it in, and it means Bairstow should, I would imagine, have taken 2. Yes, he has, and retained the strike. 11 is what England have moved on for without any loss so far. The Bears just told you he's gone for 33 or less for the first wicket.
The GPL is open, of course, and after the epic win made by Messi on the last day of the test. When was it? It was the last T20, wasn't it?
It was last T20. That's right.
In comes Bumrah, cut on the bounce though to backward point, and there is no run. The GPL, I would imagine, is rather like England's lower order at the moment. It has to start rebuilding.
It does. It's on 28 at the moment, but it only rebuilds by people entering.
Well, precisely. How do they enter, Bear?
They have to go to the website. If you're a registered member of the website, you just log in, and then you go to competition and or competitions. Can't remember. There's
competition.
Competition. It's in the the menu bar, and then you enter there.
Skip. Bairstow plays that into the ground, and again he could so easily have played that onto his off stump. Bumrah just has that little bit of extra something, pace, movement. Look, and that ability just to get the ball on a length to spit up a little bit.
We lost about 3 wickets by now the other day. Count yourself lucky.
Well, yeah, we had. Who knows? Maybe they know your bet there, and they're thinking, well,
that's what I'm hoping.
We'll still be on 11.
It's what's
it can't be. It's all about the number. It's not the number of overs, is it?
Yeah.
In comes Bumrah over the wicket, pulled away through mid-wicket. Chahal, was that Chahal who had to dive to his right?
Indeed.
I think he got there. Yes, it was.
He got a little bit on it.
Of off goes Rohit in hot pursuit to finish the job, and that should have got Johnny B a single, although in the heat he got it two. The Sky caption master in the heat has probably just nodded off. It took his time to figure that out, but it wasn't a very. It was hardly a convincing shot to me. Did that look a convincing shot to you?
No, it wasn't
a bit inside edgy to me. Yeah,
it was inside half of the bat, but the ball didn't do as much as it's done in previous 3 overs. To be fair,
here comes Bumrah again. Clipped nicely by Johnny B away through mid wicket. That is going to make it all the way to the mid wicket boundary for one of these.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Move on to 17. Riches, absolute riches compared to where they were at the County Estate end of London Cricket Ground.
We have to stop being so glum. These are the world champions, and actually this is a cracking batting lineup. And whilst Bumrah is good, if England can get through this early phase, I'm pretty sure they'll make them pay. And I want to see a good match today. I'm quite excited. I think today's going to be a better match.
Well, India have dispensed with one slip. And just down to the 1 left now. They've halved the slip quotient from 1 to 2. This is eased towards gully, and again there is no run. Messers.
So Twitter went down for a while, but Anna, being inventive as ever, went over to YouTube to send the message to you. She said, Twitter's down, but to reassure His Holiness the Bishop, it is Tuesday. My brother and his fiancée are coming and are sure to bring an epic picnic. See you there. I think the whole gorilladom is
whilst Anna is listening, then am I suited and booted for pavilioning, or are we Warner standing? Either is fine by me, but let me know.
You're going to watch.
Ravi has identified a whole lot of jingles for people to discuss on YouTube. I won't go through them all.
I think there were some more. Well, I think there were some more jingles, Bear, that we've had recently. I know Mogg sent in a couple. I'm not sure we've loaded them up. Shami in for his 3rd over. It's steered towards mid-wicket by Jason Roy. There's no run. It's still 17 without loss. Roy on 8. Bear still on 8.
Oh yes, the wicket one.
Yeah, there was that, and there was a couple. I know one I thought was rather good. I mean,
I think it was.
If you're listening, Mog, I think they're all really quite good.
This one is genius.
But I listened to this one. I thought, that's cool. I like that. There was something clever or witty or funny or that sort of rather enchanted me when I quickly listened to it. 17 without loss. 3 on the offside in addition to the 2 slips. Squarely met in front of his off stump by Roy. Pushed back to Shami. No run. 82 miles an hour from the man from Amroha to Pradesh. 20 wickets in this year's IPL at 24. 3 for 25 he got versus the Gujarat four Titans against the other new franchise, the Lucknow Super Giants. We were learning last night, the Bear and I, we were trying to get our heads around the South African.
Well, you were. I got it quite quickly, Tony.
Yeah. Inside edge. Oh, how lucky was that? It's going to race away down the hill. It is going to get 4 runs for Jason Roy, but he knew as much about it as clearly I did about South Africa's cricket structure, which was very little.
It's Nissan She. It's Nissan She.
Yeah, you were quite slow on the uptake of what it really actually represented, I have to say.
Well, there was slow in the uptake, and there is asking questions to enable our audience to fully understand what what was being explained to them, and me for being slow.
Cricket South Africa's website has a distinction of being worse than the ICC.
Wow! There's income. Shami, that beats Jason Roy. That spat and lifted, and Roy has a rather suspicious look down at the track, but he was just beaten hook, line and sinker by that one. 21 without loss. What a delivery that was. Funny old shot there.
Well,
funny old shot by Roy. Lack of shot.
You'd think so, but funny things happen in ODIs, don't they? You get lucky for 8, 9, 10 overs, and then suddenly it all swings in your favour.
Well taken by Rishabh Pant too, by the way, on that occasion. 21 still. 12 for Jason Roy. He's rather lucky to be there, though. This one he's lofted high and handsome. way over deep mid-wicket, and I think that is going to be the first maximum. Applause and raised hands all around the ground. Jason Roy has added 6 to his score. England have moved on to 27.
That was a good
Just
shot.
dropped a bit short, didn't he? Dropped it short. First really bad ball, I think, Mohamed Shami's bowled, but Jason Roy didn't need twice asking. And oomph, away it went into the grandstand.
That was a good shot. That'll make him feel good. I quite like to see him, everyone's having a bit of a pop at him. Quite rightly, he's had some pretty good bowling batting when I've watched it recently, but you always know with Jason Roy, it's always going to be like that. But when he gets his eye in, God, he hits a good ball.
Well, no, he absolutely does. I seem to remember he made 81 odd here against Middlesex in the blast. This one's flicked off his toes, way through mid-wicket. That is going to race away as well. This outfield looks
Reasonably
pretty
quick.
swift, glassy and smooth, like the Augusta greens. And away it went.
But of course, it's the Open now.
It did British Open, yeah, not the Masters. But everyone says if you want sort of an analogy for something fast and smooth, the Augusta greens seems to be a pretty good one.
Yeah.
Well, speaking of fast and smooth, Ravi has sent in a series of tweets. First off, Peter Ward correctly says Ravi Bopara, decent player, legendary jingle. And Ravi has said, just for shits and giggles, I put together a Jingles 11 for tests. Perhaps you'd like to better it, improve
Is this based on how much we like listening to their jingles rather than their ability with either bat or ball?
Absolutely.
David Warner and Sharma opening. I won't. He's put which jingles they are, but it'll take too long. Brendan McCallum, Virat Kohli.
Yeah, so we wait for Bumrah just while you do that. Pushed into the onside, no run, Boy Roy. Back to the jingle 11.
Ravi Bopara, Ben Stokes, MS Dhoni, Samit Patel, Stuart Broad, Umesh Yadav, and Trent Boult. Now, they're all fucking brilliant jingles. I've retweeted it from the Guerrilla Cricket account, the first tweet, because it's a thread. And he's put in brackets the details of each.
2 slips go down for Bumrah. Pushed, nudged really away to square leg by Jason Roy. Just a single. 31 the score. We had before the Ashes, didn't we? We had an Ashes jingle show, which was really, really good. I think we should probably perhaps think about repeating that for South Africa. It was rattling good fun.
Oh, Dane Pete. There's going to be there's going to be controversy there.
He's not going to be selected.
Yeah, he's fucking is for me.
No.
Umpire's wild card.
An umpire. Yes. Well, anyway, I think it's a fun way of because I mean the interesting thing is you do find yourself talking about the players around the jingles, don't you?
Yeah.
Bumrah in. This is slapped away, but straight to Virat Kohli. Bizarrely crouches down, picks up the ball, and then bashes the ground with it twice. Maybe I don't know. Maybe he's thinking, well, the camera's not been on me for a while. I need to do something interesting. And he basically looked like a demented person. It was very weird.
So it's the Warner stand for you, Tony, and Anna's going to DM you her phone number.
Oh, fantastic. All right, 31. Pulled away by Bairstow. That's going to go for 4 towards the Tavern stand. A fine shot by Johnny B, slightly short from Bumrah. England move on to 35.
1, 2, 3, 4.
And the Bears bet collapses
Yep.
in a sorry heap.
Well, yeah, that's them's the roles with betting. Isn't it?
They are with your overs and your unders. Again, as soon as they've dropped it short, Shami was the same, Bumrah the same. Anything short, these two are onto like a flash. There probably is a lesson in that. As in comes Bumrah. That's Fuller on a length. Played to tackle point. Rohit Sharma fields. And there's no run. 12 for Johnny B, 22 off 22 for Jason Roy. But Bairstow, I think, has looked somehow the more assured, if rather slower. He's faced a lot less of the strike, of course.
Apparently Twitter's not back in America.
Yeah.
Hello, what's going on?
Elon Musk.
What do we think?
Elon Musk.
Is it Musk related? Could be. Just one ball left of Bumrah's third over. none for 16 for him so far. Could easily have had both these overs with fine deliveries, as could Mohamed Shami, but they have survived. And I think that for England is pretty crucial after the disaster that befell them south of the river. In comes Bumrah over the wicket, full and straight, and dropped bat upon it by Bairstow. End of the over, 35 without loss, 6 completed messes.
Ravi leaps to your defence, Bear, says, I love Bear's Dame Pete jingle and I will never hear a word said against it.
Thank you.
I'll say a word against it, and I hope you're listening, Ravi, so you're hearing it whether you like it or not, because it's shit. And I find it's like fingernails going down a blackboard for me.
Yeah, well, I might have to drag it out then.
No. We lose listeners.
Oh,
we
shut
lost,
up.
Subtle Knife, she refused to come back because of that.
I know. Well, you can't be so thin-skinned.
Well, we lost one listener,
yeah,
is
exactly.
what you're saying.
We'll drive others away if they have.
I think that what you do in situations like this is you hold a Twitter poll and you go, would you want it or do you not want it? You let people vote. The people must speak. It's like a referendum. Do you stay in Europe? Do you leave Europe? Do you want the Dame Pete jingle? Or do you not want the Dame Pete jingle? Should Scotland be part of the UK or shouldn't it? These are simple things to solve.
We voted before to get rid of it.
As this one is nice elbowed defence by Jason Roy, way too extra colour, the bowling of Mohamed Shami.
Or you could have
no run.
Yeah, the highest bid not to play it on a daily basis.
Ooh, that's not a bad show.
Yeah, exactly.
That's equivalent. That's like kidnapping.
Yeah, exactly. We're holding you to ransom.
Yeah, we're going to play it unless it's like sending the odd finger of your kidnap victim.
You have to bid.
Pay us money, or we're going to play the Dame Pete
have to bid
jingle.
against people who don't want it. So the people who want it have to bid against,
Shami is in. Ooh, that one leaps over Jason Roy, who I think started off possibly contemplating a hook and then thought, I better stay underneath that, because it really did climb on him, taken well above his head by Rishabh Pant. And there's no run. 35, and we're 2 balls into the 7th over, which is being bowled by Mohamed Shami.
Thankfully, no wickets yet today.
No.
If they get to 10 overs, I'm going to go over for the fall of the next wicket.
England, of course, have won their last 2 matches at Lord's. I'll come on to that in a minute, as this one is worked off his hip by Jason Roy down to the man on the 45. We'll get a single.
Yeah, see, Leah says the Dame Pete auto-tune atrocity, which I like that use of the words, is one of the finest moments in Gorilla history. See?
And Diana Patterson in capital letters just says no Dame Pete, followed by 5 exclamation marks.
It's amazing how
it clearly polarises opinion.
It really does. Yeah. It's incredible.
Which is good. If it Sachin Tendulkar is here. His son, of course, is playing a bit for Middlesex Twos at the moment.
Yeah, he's got a flat just up the road, hasn't he?
Yeah, he
does.
Sourav Ganguly is sat to his left. He's rocking a quite a cool look there. Is Sachin got his shades on, his pocket square and his jacket pocket edged wide. Slip down the hill. It goes 4 runs, but Johnny Bairstow chanced his arm. Shikhar Dhawan flung himself to his right, couldn't quite get a paw on it, and England have got a slightly streaky one of these.
And if you kids can't listen, then you bound to see the way you get shot for crossing a boundary,
It was just a bit
How close was Shikhar Dhawan to that?
He was not close enough, is the answer. It was quite a long way from him. He had a long way to go.
Yeah.
I don't think he even got a touch on it.
That is very true.
And it went pretty quick.
It was about 6 inches off, wasn't it?
I see horses are bolting, Tony.
A pun?
Well, Rohit, one gets hit through second slip, and Rohit.
They have a little bit of fielding now. Has Rohit bought himself into second slip? Yes, he has.
Oh,
Shami in, and that one cuts back at Bairstow and nearly beats him on his past his inside edge. The Bairstow gate was just ajar, and that could so easily have pinned back his off stump. How much did that miss by? We'll have a look and let you know, but I would venture not much. No, it was over.
It was over.
Over off and middle. Taken.
Yeah.
to his left.
What was your underbet there?
Super Bowl.
Oh, I've lost that in a while ago.
33. That's
33
gone,
and a
gone.
half. I went a long time ago. I'm going to go over if they get to 10 overs without losing a wicket. I mean, this is the difference, isn't it? I mean, England's bowling attack doesn't look anything like this in its current format with bowlers out left, right and centre.
Shami's in, that squares up Bairstow. It's away to backward point. And he caught that on the top of the thigh, which he is rubbing quite judiciously. It's the end of the over. And we will go to Messers 40 without loss for England.
Well, Ravinair has put up a poll for the Dame Pete Jingle, but on TweetDeck it's not coming up for me, so I'm going to have to go over to Twitter to open it and vote no as often as I possibly can.
You can only vote once, mate. Take your IP address. You can't do that.
I've
You might be able to
got
use
4
different
accounts.
devices.
I'm
There you
gonna
are, that's
have
4
to-
votes.
I can't even open the bloody thing. Twitter's in a mess at the moment, to be honest. It really is.
I'd
So
like
that's all
to,
there
what
is
I'd
on
like to
Twitter.
study then is if we did it as a poll, which I think would be fascinating. I'd like to study the defining factors of those for and those against. Is it age? Is it politics? Is it geography? Is it just downright good taste or lack of it?
Ooh.
Well,
Well,
the
this one is
questions-
Bumrah again down leg side. That's going to be. I think that's a wide, but
No,
not signal.
he's not
Why
giving
wasn't that
us a
signal on
wide.
wide there?
Maybe it clipped the outside of the pad. In which case it would have been a good shout for LBW.
Well,
He's gone a long
have
way
a look.
across as well.
It-
No. Well, no.
No,
mate.
he had gone quite long, but it was still down leg. He had gone across, but it was down leg.
Yeah, but if it had been standing, it would have hit his pad, wouldn't it? I mean, he's gone so far across that I think that's difficult to call that as a wide.
That's what they said. 23 of 26 Jason Roy is on. 2 slips for Bumrah. Met with the face of the bat and steered away towards mid-off. Once again, there's no run. So it's not been expressed by any manner of means by England in this first power play. But
I think that's
equally,
sensible.
they haven't lost a wicket.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I think it's sensible.
I think it's fair to say that Ravi's poll, whatever the result, is not actually going to give us the definitive answer, because basically the questions are Dame Pete Jingle, better than Marmite, or nah, not as polarised.
What? I think you've got to make the questions a bit simpler to get people to vote. Shit or not shit? Slapped back towards Bumrah by Jason Roy. Was that
It was a catch.
technically a chance?
It was technically a chance.
Yeah, I mean, it would have been a heck of a catch.
it
And
would have
Bumrah
been.
seeing the funny side of it, because if he'd have somehow grabbed that, it would have been. Well, he wouldn't have known anything about it, I don't
No,
think.
he wouldn't have done.
Roy came down the trick, he smacked it past Bumrah, he threw out a hand, and it could have stuck,
It could have stuck. It was close.
but it didn't.
It was close.
It didn't, and Roy survives. 23 for him, 40 without loss for England. Bumrah halfway through his 4th over. In he hops. This one's pulled high. Pant dives to his left, and I think
I think that
manages
that might
to
have
save
been a
it. Did he
drop.
actually get anything on that?
Yeah, he did. I think that might have been
Had
a
another drop?
Well,
We're gonna have to
there might have
another
been a
look
bit
at
of
that.
glove on that, or it might have been just way
I
too
thought
high.
he got something on that. I thought he got something on that. We're not seeing any replays, courtesy of our friends in the TV coverage. I thought that bounced and just caught a bit of glove, but perhaps it just kind of
Oh, yeah.
looped over Jason Roy.
Twitter really has gone down, hasn't it? It's fucked.
Oh yeah.
Well,
That's
you
we'll have
know-
to read everything off YouTube and Hotmic.
Yeah,
maybe.
I'll take some stuff off YouTube at the end of the hour.
As this is tidily met by Roy. Bumrah goes to field off his own bowling and hands it to Virat, probably saying, Virat, can you just put a bit of sweat on this and look magnificent while you're doing it, so the camera can make love to you for a while?
oh, we have some.
Julie does.
Funny enough, we do have some messages on the hot mic. We don't normally get a lot.
Well,
Brian
that's because there you go.
says afternoon. Kez says morning all. Let's hope for this game. For a game this time. Yeah, let's hope so. 8 wicket win for Hampshire, top of the county championship for a few hours.
Yeah.
Says Kez.
Bumrah in, full, driven, one hand off the bat, away to wideish mid-off. No run for Johnny B. 16 from 17 for him, 23 off 31 for Jason Roy. 8 overs have been completed, and England are still on 40, so that was a maiden over from Jasprit Bumrah. We think there should have been a wide, but there wasn't. Messers.
So Mog says that jingle is up there with Norcross and his finest accents. It's fucking awful. Brian says and this is going to worry you, Bear, because you're going to have to do it right. He says, you'll have to remind me of the jingle in question, just a snippet, so I can see if it's worthy of further alcohol deliveries.
Oh.
Wow.
What are you on about? It has to be played.
I think we've got to be careful what you do there. Because
I want.
if Brian hates it.
I want.
Brian cuts it off your supply.
I want alcohol deliveries.
Changing the bowling to distract us from issues around arguably the worst jingle ever in the history of jingles. But don't let me colour your judgment if there is ever to be a vote on it. Hardik Pandya is going to be into the attack, so let's jingle him up.
Sorry.
That wasn't Hardik Pandya, was it?
No.
It was a 4 jingle. I thought it was something a bit weird.
Yeah, no. But I've got it lined up.
Well, it is going to be Hardik Pandya. He's going to be bowling to Johnny Bairstow. There's 2 overs left of the power play. 40 off 8. That'll be 5 and over. Then that one beats Bairstow's outside edge. And Bairstow, I think, to be fair, drew the bat inside of it. Decent start from Hardik. Number 33 on his bat.
Right. Just a snippet.
Oh, no.
Genius.
Yeah. 40 without loss still. Hardik running in hard as if trying to get away from that jingle. Hurries up, Johnny Bairstow, who looks to pull away to mid-wicket. And Johnny Bairstow's worn that, I'm afraid, and is down on his haunches. Where did he catch that? Did he catch that?
I think he caught it on the elbow or the arm, yeah.
Definitely, he's in a lot of discomfort here. That would suggest the way he's clearly feeling rather discomforted.
I think he got him in the ribs.
It was either the ribs or the elbow, but he's some pain. Jadeja has and Rishabh Pant are both there, showing suitable sportsmanlike concern.
Oh yeah, he got an outside edge.
An edge onto his rib cage, and it did slap into that under his right shoulder, right armpit rather, and that will really have hurted.
Really, isn't it?
Well, it is, but he's clearly in an awful lot of discomfort here. Is Johnny Bairstow? He's taking his time, and that's exactly the right thing to do. For some reason, we're seeing. Is that Owen Morgan?
Yeah.
Rocking a short, sharp, spiky haircut. He's clearly gone to wish the team well for today.
Yeah. He's there.
Perko says Twitter cuts off access to humanity at the mere mention of the Dame Pete jingle.
Oh, I think that could be it, couldn't it? That could be the reason. That could be the reason. Maybe that's Elon Musk's final throw of the dice. He said, "Jesus, if they're gonna unleash the Pete jingle, I'm gonna have to shut the whole thing down. That's the only thing I can do to stop it." Didn't Monty Python have a sketch once called the funniest joke ever told?
Yes, that's right. Yeah.
And eventually, the army of the Germans, I suspect, had to surrender. Maybe we should consider that. Maybe we could just send a whole lorry load of Dame Pete jingles to Ukraine. That would sort things out.
Played them out of loudspeakers at the Russian front lines.
Yeah.
Well, that was the point of the funniest joke ever told. That's what it did. Basically, that's what they did. 40 without loss. Johnny Bairstow, we hope, is okay to continue. He will certainly have been winded and bruised by that, so no one wants to hurry him up. Messers, who else have you got with us while we wait?
Leah says, if India win another nail-biter here, Ganguly is at the ready to swing his shirt and jacket around again. Excellent. Mog says, to be fair, the concept for the jingle is better than anything I've come up with.
This was steered down towards long leg by Johnny Bairstow.
I think
Hardik Pandya rather sportingly puts his arm around Johnny B's shoulder.
I think you actually have to
blame. Well done, mate. I think that was very nice.
You have to blame Dave Franklin for that one. He put the lyrics up on Twitter, I think, and I thought, oh, that's quite a good idea. So I thought I'd give it a go myself.
Well, David Franklin. 41 England have moved on to Jason Roy back on strike. There is still the slip for Hardik Pandya, and Roy plays that with the type of defence he rarely showed as a test opener. And there's no run. 2 balls left of Hardick's first over, which has taken a while to complete, but that is because he got one to really jag back to Bairstow, who got an inside edge, and it thumped into his chest just underneath the armpit, and he did collapse down. We were all rather concerned for a while, but he seems to have weathered that. Bairstow's moved on to 17 from the 20 he's faced, 23 for Jason Roy, and England are 41 runs better off than they were before losing a wicket at the Oval.
That's true.
This one is lofted high by Roy. He's going to go this time, though. He is. He's caught at deep backward square. Hardik Pandya has done the trick. Roy, who's had I've got to say, a rather skittish and not convincing innings, has holed out, and the first wicket has fallen on 41. Hardik Pandya has done the trick. Roy has to go for 23.
Top edge, for fuck's sake. Oh no, he's out. Excellent. Top edge, for fuck's sake. Oh no, he's out. Excellent. Top edge, for fuck's sake. Oh no, he's out. Excellent.
That's
Genius,
that
Bog. That
Have
is
you not heard that
genius.
before? That's brilliant.
No, we only got it sent the other day. That was the jingle you were talking about. It's just brilliant, Mog.
that's
That's just
great.
Sir
fantastic.
Kumar Yadav, who had the safest of hands and just had to wait for that to drop into them. Plenty of height, but definitely not the distance that Roy was looking for. England have lost their first wicket. We'll get back to you, Masters.
So, Big Brain 61, I take it is Brian Barish, says, wait, the Dane Pete, the one who plays for the Morrisville Raptors in the North Carolina. Cricket writer, I don't know if it's an Indo or somebody taking off an Indo, it says, Roy and Bairstow haven't a clue, surviving on a wing and a prayer. Well, not any longer. And Leah says, in 2025, peace broke out and use of the Dane Pete jingle in warfare was banned.
Yes, there you are. Does the fact you're reading these mean that Twitter has rediscovered itself?
No, that's all on YouTube.
Oh, it's all on YouTube. Oh, lordy.
We got one on Twitter from Spangly Sai who says, for fuck's sake, guys, I just tuned into you and you play that. Audio herpes.
Audio herpes. Oh my
I
Lord.
tried to stop it, Sai. I really did.
It was only a snippet. It was only 6 seconds.
Well, the
is
new
out
man
of
to the
fucking
crease.
control.
The new man to the crease is the former England Test captain, star of this summer, along with Johnny Bairstow, but equally did fail at the Oval. But then they all did. It's Joe Root.
He's Joe Root, and his home is ever on the ground. Joe Root, wherever there are runs, he will be found. It's Joe Root.
3-3 field, 2 slips.
It's Joe Root.
This is left outside of the off stump, and there is no run. Did they cross though? Or did they not bother running because it was so obviously going to be a wicket when Roy clipped that up?
They
into
can't.
the hands
No,
of
they
Tiraku
didn't cross
Mayadav.
because Roy virtually started walking off as soon as he saw where
Yeah,
it was
he
going.
turned around and basically
Disgusted with
honestly,
himself.
that does suggest. I mean, I hate to say this because he's made so many runs for England, but classically, you need to be aware of where your field is. And you
Yeah.
couldn't have picked out a fielder more precisely than he did there.
Well, he was hoping he was going to hit it for 6, I imagine. You got to back yourself as well, haven't you?
41 for 1 then, England. 9 overs are complete. We're going to see another change of bowling.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
It's I got him out the other day, didn't I? Where did I put him?
I'm glad you have trouble working out your filing system as much as I do.
No,
When it
it's
comes
just
to
there
jingle.
he is. There he is.
Do you want to play dirty with him? Do you think you can handle him?
This one is
Prassi Krishna.
a little outside edgy, but guided down to third man. Chahar does the fielding. And then we'll move on by 1, and Joe Root will come on to strike to face his very first.
No, he's already
ball.
faced one. He faced that last ball at the last over.
Oh, did he?
Yes,
He has. You're absolutely right. Well
because
done.
Jason Roy just walked off. We discussed that, Tony.
We It's age. I've honestly, I've forgotten what I had for breakfast by now. It was 3 hours ago. It was a lifetime of a small insect. 42 for 1. None for Root, who apparently has faced 1 ball. Which I seem to recall he did when the ball was in the air and Jason Roy knew he was going to be caught, so he didn't bother to run. Which was sloppy.
Bear, do you want to check if Forthy and Andy are waiting to get in?
Oh, they are.
As this is nudged towards mid-on, there is no run. Serious question there regarding Jason Roy. If he'd been switched on in the way one would have wanted him to be switched on, he would have run anyway, wouldn't he? On the off chance that it's dropped and England could have had an extra run to the score. Again, there's just certain things in Jason Roy that just seem to be not
I don't know if
right at the moment, and that was one of them.
Well, they're going to change the law anyway, aren't they?
Well, that's not an excuse now, as this is guided towards cover. No run by Joe Root, who's now faced 3 balls, including the one we thought he didn't face, or at least I thought he didn't face.
Honestly,
all along.
I don't think it really makes that much difference. They didn't.
One run might make a difference.
Yeah, but they wouldn't have got a run, would they? Because they don't complete the run.
That's a. Your duty is to run. You're in until you're out, and his duty was to run. Honestly, that would be my point of view.
Well, yeah, possibly.
This one is driven sweetly away through cover by Joe Root. That's going to get him off and rolling. I think. Is it going to? No, it's going to be. Well, it is going to get him runs, but it's going to be pulled up just short of the rope, and he'll get himself off with a 3.
I'm not sure. I thought that Hardick's boot kicked the sponge as he was sliding to get the ball, but maybe they're not even going to look at it.
The bowler, that's the first runs he's conceded. I don't think they are. No, he's not because it didn't go for 4, did it? I'm having a mare. Just as well I wanted to go. What was it? Burn the floor. Which, like I said, is not an arsonist convention. It's a strictly come dancing event. This has hoisted beautifully off Prasid Krishna back over his head.
No, it's
by
not.
Johnny Bairstow.
He missed it.
And he missed it completely.
And it went through the keeper.
And through to the keeper it went. You know, you were saying about the quality of the feed there.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure in Claygate he slammed that back over the bowler's head.
Well, yeah.
But you're absolutely right. He nearly swung himself off his feet, missed it completely. Joe Root saw the funny side of that from the other end. Prasid Krishna and Root have a little laugh. But there were no runs. In my fantasy world, it was 6 to the score, but unfortunately that's not where it's being played. Bat dropped on it by Bairstow. That is a run. It's just pushed away towards mid-wicket. They take a single, and at the end of that Krishna over, he's gone for 5. England have moved on to 46 with the loss of 1 wicket. And who's taking over from me?
Me.
It's the Bear.
I'll just read the last tweet, which is from Josie 8. Says, afternoon, no wicket in the first over. Is this a moral victory? Absolutely. And hand over to Forthy so he can bring the YouTube messages to us while Twitter's in hiatus.
Oh, but it seems that Twitter seems to be working in Australia, funnily enough, but not here. Weird.
Just bits of it, yeah.
Yeah, just bits of it. Probably just people in Australia. Hello, Andy. Hello, Forthy.
Hello.
How are you, mate?
Am I sounding okay?
You are sounding okay.
Okay, good. Sorry I can't be with you today. I just deemed it too hot to be hour and a half on a train and a bus.
That is fair enough. It is extraordinarily hot, and there's nothing in here. And this country has air conditioning, of course, because we're not used to it. Unlike Australia. All right, Forthy, how are you, mate?
Hello there. Hello. What temperature is it?
It's 32. Probably chilly by Melbourne standards. That's blocked by Bairstow quite uglily. He was trying to turn it to the leg side, and maybe it went away from him a little bit. He kept it down off the splice, though, out to cover. He ran through for a single.
Can I just say, in Tony's defence, that ball 2 balls ago looked exactly to me as though he did it over the bowler's head. It was just the way the frames jumped.
Yeah. It was also the way he held the pose, like he smashed it out of the park.
Like a spot ball. Yeah.
Hardick is going to come in second ball to Joe Root, who got off the mark today. He's on 3, squared up a little bit again. There seems to be something in it for the bowlers. There's a lot of being squared up, and one's jagging past the outside edge. Presumably that will go sooner or later because it's a white ball. There is no one out to point.
Well, not as much as last time anyway. What were England at this stage last time? 4 down, 5 down?
Probably at least 4, maybe 5. It was a horror show. But we all know that's capable with England. It's just depressing when you watch it. They looked like they came in cold, to be honest. They looked like they were on holiday. It was quite mad. That's probably stung him in the arse a little bit. Root, who's going to face up. Hardick is in again. Pulls that one. Wide enough a mid-wicket. Not much on it. Gets it out to the edge of the circle, but I'll get a single. And the wife has now decided to call me just as I've come on air. Can you talk whilst I send her a message?
Sure. I was just saying we have had 47-degree days in Melbourne in the past. Which sound great. Of course they're not. You can't go outside.
No. Well, that's the thing, isn't it? My brother's like that. He lives in Brisbane. It's like he just spends his time indoors in air conditioning.
Great that our next prime ministers are tripping over each other to align themselves with climate deniers.
Oh no.
Good timing.
Yeah, fucking great. Hardick is in to Bairstow. He just plays it up to mid-on and they'll get themselves a single. Well, of course we've started the boring middle overs now. We're out of power play 1. A few more people in the outfield.
Are there 30 boring middle overs in an ODI?
I reckon there's 20 boring middle overs. Basically, the way it's played now is you go keep the wickets and go T20 in the last 20, right? So you've got 20 overs of basically trying to go along at about 6 and over and then explode and try and get 200 plus off the last 20.
That's how the game has changed.
Well, it is.
6 and over being called boring 20 years ago, but people can do it with so little risk now.
Exactly.
Once they're in on these flat pitches as well.
Exactly. It's played up to mid-on by Root and there's no run. I mean, there's so many gaps and someone like... Root is quality ODI player.
Root is the absolute master of this, just scoring.
Precisely.
60 off 60 in these overs.
Yeah. And then he will expand his game. He doesn't hit a lot of sixes, but he hits a lot of fours. Side bottom, he seems to be getting around this summer. I've seen him at a few of these matches so far. Looking snazzy in his shirt. Is he working for somebody or something? Mind you, he's got a glass of champagne in his hand, so I doubt it. Hardick is in. And Root just does what Root does and guides it down a third man. He'll get himself a single. Bairstow will come back on strike.
This game is not of the sort of ODI league. Some are, and some aren't.
I know.
Let's go across to some tweets. Josie Oak, the pan shot of the Lords members, seemed to show a whole spectrum of Johnson supporters. Perhaps no great surprise. Brian001, a test tweet. It's come through, Brian001. You'll have to remind me of the jingling question, just a snippet so I can see if it is worthy of further alcohol deliveries. I'm sure Bear will take whatever you've got.
Oh, we've had that. And look, Twitter does seem to be working again. So
well, it's working well. I mean, Australia, it's in a socialist utopia. It's fine. Of course.
Yeah, well, well, it's working in London again now. It wasn't. I was getting an error
code
before.
Right.
Yeah. Krishna is in. Prati Krishna and Bairstow drives him up to. Oh no, sorry, it's Root drives up to mid off and there's no run. Elon Musk trying to pull out that one, isn't he? He's a cheeky
Anyone
boy.
mentioned England's tops there? They look like when you tried to plug in your modem and it went all wrong.
Well, exactly. I mean, it's just horrible.
The T20 tops look like a child's been scrawling on them.
Well, we were having a moan about this in the last game. It's a pretty ugly kit, it has to be said.
I've lost my feed, by the way.
Root goes across his stumps, tries to work that down to fine leg. Gloves it out to... Oh, look, there's my car mate. There's a man I drove around.
Clive.
It's Clive.
Is he with Jeffrey Archer? Is that Jeffrey Archer?
Yeah, it is Jeffrey Archer.
Yeah. Jeffrey Archer, he didn't go to my college, but he always claimed he brought the Beatles to Oxford, which was a blatant lie. He didn't, but he peddled this myth for years and years and years.
Shocked, I tell you. My feed is just frozen. I'm just looking at Joe Root. Is this something that's been happening?
No, it's not at all.
I think Clive is trying to ignore Jeffrey Archer, but he continues to talk to him.
Wouldn't be an unwise thing to do. Driven out hard by Root, but can't beat Jadeja, backward point. I'm not sure if it carried. It nearly went all the way. Maybe it bounced just before it got to him. And there's a no run. Are you
How you going, Andy? In a free zone?
No, I might have to shut it off and start again. Okay, I'll try that since I'm not on ball by ball anyway.
Okie dokie. Fine. Christian's bowled all right to start with. He's into his second over. Knocked into the leg side by Root and fielded by Kohli. He puts his hand up for an appeal, but Root was clearly back, I think. If he goes upstairs, he's going to go upstairs. Fuck it now. There's only a half-hearted appeal by Kohli. You could clearly see he was back.
Yeah, you just never. I mean, there were one or two instances where, in the early days of DRS, where umpires neglected to consider that the bat had bounced up. And I think ever since, and the guy who actually was out and they didn't go upstairs, and ever since then, they just, they don't want to look like an idiot.
Root had gone a long way down, but he's back now. And the ball hits the stumps now. He's about a foot in. And he did jab his bat into the ground and it stuck a little bit.
He's clearly in.
He's 5 off 11. Bairstow's 21 off 25. And he's back in the waiting room. I shall let him in. And that's cut by Root. Gets him right on top of that. Square of the man. He's quite fine, Chahal, down at third man. He'll get round to it, but he'll come back for two. His glasses fall off every time he throws. It's quite funny. And England move on to 52 for 1. Are you back? You got a picture?
Yep, for now. It might be my end. My internet's been a bit in and out lately.
Has it? Where are you? You're an internet black spot. Where are you?
Palms green. You'd think it'd be okay.
You'd think so, wouldn't you?
Yeah, I know we've had a few dropouts today. Every time I checked my email, I was doing more and more shifts today.
Oh, Christ. Yes, well...
I've just been speaking to James, who's got COVID for a second time, and he's got it worse the second time.
Oh, God. Cut hard by Root. This time can't beat Jadeja. Good bit of fielding at back of point. And that's the end of the 12th over, 52 for 1. What's going on Twitter?
Well, GC Radio Naked Funbot. Can Forty give us a tour of my spare room at the innings break? Don't see why not. Josie Oak, Twitter is now working in the UK for me. That's great. Mog, did someone say Twitter was dead? Twitter seems to be back from Leah. And James Worsted. Get well soon. Best wishes from France to Annie. That's nice. And Ravi Nair proposes there's a picture of a cat. I think it's a cat. Saying, distrust the pressure cooker because it hisses like a snake. Cat spent all cooking under the bed, cooking over. I've persuaded her to relax on the duvet. So that's feline news from Ravi. And Rajesh Mohan asks, next PM will be a male or female? I think definitely is the answer to that question, Rajesh.
Who's it gonna be? They're all fucking useless.
All fucking useless, but would it be out of order? I think it would. Oh, no, I'm not going to say it now because I get accused of being a terrible old boomer if I say that, so I won't say it.
Go on, I want to hear it.
Would it? Well, Penny Mordaunt is clearly, how can I put it, the least unattractive of the candidates. Would it be incredibly superficial to say, if we're going to have to look at some Tory idiot over the next few years, we might as well look at one that doesn't look like something.
The reason we don't know anything.
That's a terrible thing to say. I must apologise.
Well, it is, but in terms of
ladies, what about Dishy Rishi?
Well, as Dishy Rishi, that is true.
Or anyone who likes a man can be a lady.
Yeah. That was cut by Root out to point.
Oh, this is bad. It's gone frozen again here. I don't know if this is going to work. Or at least not for ball by ball. I can maybe do Twitter or something.
Do you want to shift, Andy? I don't mind doing some summarising.
Perhaps we could do that for now till I can maybe figure this out. Yeah,
last tweet was Rajesh with his male or female question.
Oh, you can listen to the commentary and you'll know what's happening, Andy. It's the beauty of being on radio. Chahal is in. And it's cut by Root. Just in front of square enough. Point that they'll get through for a quick single.
Do you rate Chahal as a spinner?
Definitely in T20. I think he's a decent leg spinner actually. He's got quite a decent cricketing mind. He looks like a child and he's skinny as hell, but he's quite artistic with the ball.
Adil Prasanna was very, very skinny, wasn't he?
That's cut. Back to point again. No run.
one of the good things about cricket, though, is that you can be more or less any shape or size.
Well, exactly. Was it Devon Cornwall? Look at the size of him, man.
Yeah.
Playing international cricket.
Devon Cornwall,
Rakeem Cornwall, yes.
Devon Somerset Cornwall, to give him his full name.
Yeah. I knew that coming out wrong, but I couldn't quite get his name, but I knew who I was thinking of. That was an attempted cut by Bairstow. I'm not sure if he pulled out of it, but it went over the top edge of his bat, through to the keeper, and there's no run. I know Penny Mordaunt was she was a goddamn magician's sidekick.
The magician's sidekick, she was in that Splash programme.
Oh, now that's a good shot by Johnny B. He's lifted that up over cover. Inside out, over cover, out to the cover boundary. There's no one out there, and it's 4 runs. But the thing is, no one knows anything about her, so if she does get it, we'll find something out about her, and it could be horrible.
Well, that's why she's the best one at the moment.
Well, exactly.
I
mean, she's an arch Brexiteer, so she can't be that.
She's an arch Brexiteer. She took money from the UK's leading climate change denial group.
Oh, well, there you go.
Yeah,
play behind square.
I mean, obviously that's not a good start. Anyway, sorry, Andy, is anything happening on socials?
Yes. A ninja says, Bear, call your wife, she's mad at you. But she's always mad at you, isn't she?
Who? Oh, yeah, well, my wife, I presume. Yes. No, she's not always mad at me.
Warren says, has the internet got COVID? Up to date with Twitter. He did mention Elon Musk and Twitter. What he's trying to do is just completely illegal. He's signed a contract and it's just changed his mind.
I know, exactly. And they should take him to court and they should get their fucking $1 billion or force him to do the sale.
One of these guys, he's one of these guys who just does whatever he likes. Yes. And if it turns out to be illegal, throws lawyers the money at it. But he may not, this is such a big deal, it may not. Oh, I got my pictures back out of nowhere. Okay.
It's your internet, you're in there.
That will last.
That's into the pitch, and a pretty poor ball by Prassi Krishnan, slammed out to deep mid wicket for 4 runs. That's exactly how I feel about Elon Musk. He's just, he's just taking a piss, isn't he? I want to buy Twitter. I'm such a fucking big man. I can afford it. 44 billion. I'll buy it in cash type thing. And then shits his pants and go, oh shit, I actually didn't want to do that. It was just a lot of big talk. Well, they should fucking pay the price, man.
These people can do whatever they like. They'll never see the inside of the jail.
Disgraceful.
One thing Trump said was right. What he said was right. He said he could shoot somebody and he wouldn't be arrested. He wouldn't have stopped him from being president.
Probably not. That one's cut out to Surya Kumar Yadav, who's at point by Bairstow.
I'm a bit nonplussed about how much more evidence they need to draw a line between what Trump said and the Capitol riot. I mean, how much more evidence do you need? Come on.
Incredible if you're following it. Yeah, the testimony is really amazing.
And exactly that, and they still might not prosecute him. It's like, man,
no, he won't. You'll never see the inside of a jail cell, even though he should have 20 times over before he was ever president.
Yeah. There's a logic behind it.
Here, you can throw enough money at it, and you won't go to jail.
There's a logic behind it when someone's president, because the president can step in it.
Come on, stop talking over each other. That's driven out to the covered boundary, and it's going to be a single. I feel like a TV host now. You're talking over each other.
With one exception that is actually cricket related. Who was the guy who did that 10 million match and came to the money lords with all the money and he was a fraud?
Stanford
yes.
Cup.
He went to jail because he stole from rich people. Him and Bertie Madoff. They go to jail.
Yeah, because they screwed over their own kind.
Yes, exactly.
The world's sick, man. It's sick.
Sick.
Cut by Root hard into the ground, but it's fielded by Surikuma, who must have luzzed it at the stumps. He hit the stumps at the bowler's end. Clearly Bairstow was back, and it bounced off them and they got an overthrow. And Bairstow's back on strike. 65 for 1.
How well did he? Sorry, Bear. How well did he bat in that last T20 Surikuma?
I didn't see all of it. I had to turn it off because I was cooking, but I watched the start of it and I thought, this is looking bad. Seen him do this in the IPL and thought, and it was pretty close at the end. That's pulled again. It's that ball into the pitch, and Bairstow's set up for it. He's in now, and could be fireworks day. It's 4 more.
There's not one ball for me, I must have 2 or 3, I need 4.
In fact, one of the few times I'm going to go over for the fall of the next wicket. With these two at the crease, and now we're in the 15th over. I can see these two cruising for 15 overs. 103 and a half. What's the score? 68, 69. Yeah, that will do.
Yeah, I'd be tempted by the over.
Are you doing spread bets, or are you just?
No, it's just over and under at the bookies. Right. Got that in. Cut by Bairstow, hard behind square. There is a man there. It's Jadeja again, and it'll just be 1 more run. Boring middle overs. We got a jingle for that. It's already started in 14th.
Just smashed a couple of 4s. What do you want?
Yeah, well, yeah, I know, but it's kind of like set up for the last 20, isn't it? That's the problem with this part of the game. It's almost
I'll do a few tweets. A ninja Dutta. A ninja. Benny M has Johnny B on her campaign video. What else do you want before you sign for a bear? Leah, one of the candidates wants to leave the ECHR. We should invade, make the UK EU protectorate, and make Dutch the only official language, just to annoy the Brits and ruin their larynges. Warren, why not just make Kyrgyzstan next PM? Well, that opportunity might be coming around.
Well, there is a massive argument. There is a massive argument for the fact that the next PM gets picked by 200 old fuddy-duddy white people, man. And that's cut by Bairstow out to point again. And there is no run. And we have a population of 65 million. I'm not sure that's quite right, you know.
It's also worth pointing out that STV is fine for them to announce their leader, but not for anyone else, because they'd get fucking destroyed if it was STV in an election.
That's played down the ground.
Yes, very good point.
For a single. What do you mean, STV? What do you want about?
Single transferable vote. Effectively, because they do it in
first past the post.
They do it in stage, but it's still. No, that's right. Whenever it comes up, it's you got to be first past the post. What's wrong with you? First past the post is so obvious. They don't do it themselves.
Yeah, we don't do first past the post in Australia, and we're a socialist utopia, of course.
That's right.
That's flicked to the leg side by Root. Behind square, they're going to not come back for 2. They thought about it, but and the throw being so bad, they would have made it. But probably wise not to decide to at a point of interception of the ball.
Fair to say that America seems to be under the thumb of 6 Supreme Court judges right now.
Yes,
that's right.
Well,
and it will be for a long time unless they impeach.
And they don't. Oh, he's been bowled. Shit.
He's bowled him. Yep.
That's my bet down a pan.
Yep.
Fucking idiot, Johnny. He's gone for the big heave-ho over the leg stump, and actually it's quite intelligent bowling by Chahal. I think he's given that a little bit more air, a bit time in the air, and Johnny's played the shot too quickly, and he's missed it, and it's taken his middle stump, and England lose another wicket.
Not quite sure what to make of that one. It was maybe just a little bit casual in the execution there, I think.
I think that was clever bowling.
He just took his eye off the ball a little bit.
I think it was quite clever
I'm
bowling.
not saying it wasn't. It wasn't, but it wasn't like an unplayable wicket ball or anything.
No, but I mean that's how you bowl as a spinner. You give it a little bit more air. You're hoping maybe they get a top edge or something because they played a shot a little bit too early. But I mean that's the idea. Is you're trying to get them to miss time or miss their shot. And that's one of the dark arts of spin bowling, Andy. You see?
Dark arts indeed. Who's next then? Stokes?
Yeah, presume so. I got the long jingle for him because I had to bag him out somewhere, didn't I? Here we go. Goes on for a while.
I got out Ben Stokes, and he called me a if I'd only seen that Ben Stokes was so mean. And he called me up, said he'd punch my said I made him of the arm and looked up and said, "You angry redhead, you'll get fined again."
Oh, we did have time to play it because
Must be on a drinks break.
Yep, exactly.
Well, there's quite a lot happening on YouTube on Dane Pete. That's, Big Brain says that we've had that one. Leah. In 2025, peace broke out and use of the Dane Pete jingle in warfare was banned. Jeff Perkins, yes, that Dane Pete, former South African player, moved to the US out of jingle embarrassment. Ravinea, the US consulate in Cuba, complained of sonic warfare and headaches and memory loss. It was the Dane Pete jingle being used. Jeff Perkins, biggest Danish atrocity since the Vikings. Revisionists now suggest they weren't so bad and the comparison is unfair. And Big Brain, oh hey, it's that Joe Root jingle that I really like, but it isn't in the jingle archive that I'm paying $5 a month for.
Okay. Not all the jingles are in there because we've got billions of them now and it got all too much. There's about 1,300 of them. I am going to change the system when I get over to it. What I'm actually going to do is it's going to be a lot easier to share basically a Dropbox file. Dropbox folder that has all the archive and all the jingles in, and I'm thinking at some point when we get a little bit of time I'm going to actually just take out the Myriad archive. It's not going to be as easy to access because you'll have to go into a little sheet because they're all just numbered, but it should pick up the names and you'll be able to get that'll be every jingle up to date when I get around to doing it.
Oh, that would be good. And just one last quick one from Ravi Nair on Dane Pete. Shield have prepared a special facility 10 kilometres below the Antarctic ice cap in which to sequester the Dane Pete jingle. So that's really kicked off on Dane Pete this morning.
Yes, it always brings out the worst and best and worst.
His fault.
Exactly. It's my fault actually, but you know. Oh yes, me. First ball, Stokes placed a mid wicket, and he won't get off the mark. But he's not out for a golden duck today, which is something.
Progress.
72 for 2. It's not a bad start, not a great start. We all know the England team are capable of accelerating. It's played up to mid-off and there's no run.
Certainly are. Well, they've got Butler, Livingston and Moeen and Willey in the next 3 slots.
Precisely. And they'd ideally not want to be coming out until after the 20th over, I'd have thought. 30th over, sorry.
End of the over. Leah, Elon is a really smart dude, as imagined by a really stupid 12-year-old that read too much fortune.
He is, yes. If I can just say, it's a bit like people said about Trump. He's a stupid person's idea of a smart person.
Yeah, exactly.
Have a lot of money.
Well, that's
Warren,
it. Well, they equate that, don't they?
Yes, Warren, Musk, etc. uses social media to cause huge market fluctuations by moving shares around to benefit from rises and falls in share prices and making billions insider trading for the 21st century.
Yep.
I will say quickly, allegedly.
He's definitely doing that with Bitcoin. And there may be nothing illegal about that, but he was doing it.
Root, guys, that one, very fine. Bound through the slips. There are no slips. Chahal's back there. Third man, and he'll get a single. Yeah, very much so. Didn't he get fined by the SEC as well, though, didn't he? On one of them. Had to pay a big fat fine for sort of
he was
moving the market.
Price, absolutely.
Yes, that was right, because he said he was going to make it private, didn't he? And then the shares all did something.
What's a big fat fine to a man like him?
Yeah, well, it was about 120 million precisely, but it's a drop in the ocean.
Irrelevant.
Fine, just to always remember that fine means legal for rich people.
Yeah, true. It's the cost I'm prepared to pay.
Some rich people deserve to be rich.
Yes, I don't have a
there's
problem
rich
with
and then there's rich.
Yeah,
I don't have
that's
any
true.
problem with anyone who has 10 million, but if you have a billion, you're just a...
Yeah, just too much. That's played up to mid-on, there's no run. Yeah, I was watching TV this morning and they had the guy from the Train Workers Union on. Not the one who was on for the previous one, but the one. And everyone's having a pop at him, and I'm just like, he's just arguing sense here, you know. Everyone's getting battered, they haven't had pay rises forever. And all they want is a fair pay rise. Down the track comes Root, lasers it through the offside. Out to extra cover, that's a lovely shot, that's what we want Root for. Stokesy for. And it'll be 4 runs.
Super shatter, super shatter, super shatter, super shatter, super shatter, rocka, super shatter.
I don't want to see Stokes get in and get big innings. He had a couple of blazes away during those test matches and seemed to throw it away a bit. I wanted to stick around for a bit longer and
I'm sure he'll settle down in Test cricket.
Yeah,
he
I think
wanted
so.
to make a bit of a statement of how they wanted to play. The way this England team is, got the two dashes at the top, the two Root and Stokes, and how you describe them.
Yeah, driven about to cover, and there's no run. No, I think you're right.
They're not slow, but they're more of accumulators, and I'm not going to use the word anchor, but well, they're not Butler and Livingston and Moeen and Willey anyway.
Yes. Oh, no, Stokes has it in him. Root does.
Oh, he absolutely does. But they're more 80 off 80 guys than 80 off 50 sometimes.
Yeah. I mean, Stokes won us the World Cup, didn't he, with that 84 or whatever it was. That is defended by Stokes, square on the offside. There's no run. He's playing more defensive in ODI cricket than he ever played in the Test matches.
Which I don't know if you covered it, but of course the World Cup final was 3 years ago today.
Yeah, it was.
I listened to it in a Norwegian hotel room.
On your own?
I think I do.
Bad timing. My wife left me to it, so yes, on my own.
I was wondering where that was going after you said your wife left you.
Yeah. Francis Krishna's in, pulled by Stokes, but controlled pull down to Chahal. Again, he's getting a lot of work down there. Just be a single.
That's right. I think I was ball by ball the last 10 overs of the England innings. Didn't do the super over, but I was very fortunate that summer. I did the last 10 overs of that one, and I did the end of the Stokes Test match.
Wow.
Oh wow, that was good, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Well, yeah. Who were you on with for that, Andy?
Jason. Definitely Jason. I apologise to whoever else it was because I can't quite remember. Might have been Tony, I think.
Yeah, I just remember walking around in blue.
I think it was Tony. I think it was Tony. I remember his celebrations at the end.
Spangly side doomed, although I'm reasonably certain we'll get at least 111. Leah, the only two reasons I don't call the UK a banana republic are that it's not a republic and growing bananas there is economically not viable. Mark Zip, no, you're all wrong. Dane Beat Jingle is awesome. Inspired work from the Hofbear. Outsider at its best. And armchair cricket. Surely Ben Stokes is 1 to 2 positions too high at 4. Is this due to his prowess of combating spin? Why not let Liam Livingstone and Joss Butler bat ahead of him?
Well, no point playing Stokes if you're going to bat him 6.
Yeah, exactly that. And not only that, this is 50 over cricket, and you want Livingston and Butler are your finishers, and you get a longer time to finish in an ODI. You only need 20 overs. That's defended out to the offside. There's no run. And the important thing is to give them the freedom to have that 20 overs.
I mean, I totally agree with what you were saying before. In this 10 to 30 over period, you want people who average a lot at a strike rate of 100.
Yes.
Rather than trying to go at 150.
Yeah, because you can do that at the end. You just need to set it. You need to set the game up. Really, that's how it is these days, unfortunately. Bairstow again, just defends out to mid-off, and there's no run. I mean, the white ball's knackered by the time you get to 30 overs. It's it's the time to make hay. So you want all your big hitters available to you at that point, and then these guys will be in, and they can have a go. And when they get out, you've got guys who can start off straight away and knock it out of the park.
Well, I think the perfect template that they'd be looking for is one of these guys batting with Roy or Bairstow for the first 30 overs,
yes.
And one of those openers going.
Precisely.
But it's still absolutely fine to have Root and Stokes going together. Neither of them are slow.
Yeah.
It's not days of trot and so on.
Root's strike rate 86, Stokes strike rate 95.
There you go.
Absolutely.
Defender back to the bowler, and there's no run.
And Root's that strike rate would cover some of the games from the old Stone Age of England ODIs as well. I'm sure it's been more than that in the last 4 years.
Yeah, more than likely.
Funnily enough, Bairstow's strike rate is 105 and Roy's 107, but of course they do open.
Yeah, well, I mean, they're there to capitalise on the first 10 overs, aren't they? Stokes has smashed that. Has he smashed that long? The cameraman's lost it, or has he? Well, there's no one out there. It's plugged inside the boundary down at Cow. Chahal once again is in the field out there, and they'll get back for 2. Clearly knew no one was out there. I was a bit worried, but no one's back there, so he would have known that when he hit it. known it would have been safe as soon as he toe-ended it, which he did. Outside toe as well. It went a long way up and not very far.
Just a cypher. Get hold of the next one.
Well, yes. Again, you know, if he gets in, you can see fireworks. Although, to be fair, Shammy around the wicket, down the track comes. That got fielded, didn't it? Yeah, they're chasing it. The cameraman's chasing it, but it was fielded by Hardik Pandya. I thought so. It was driven hard, and it was a good stop by Hardik. Cover. No, I didn't see it go past him.
That would have thrown Tony earlier.
Yeah, of course. Well, he got a palm on it, and it went down towards mid-on, and they did get a single. Yep. Sorry. He had to chase it down after he palmed it off.
It was
Kohli. It was Kohli. Yes. I thought it was Hardik. Hardik fielded it. Fenced that by Root outside his off stump. Good ball by Shammy. He's not had a lot of luck today. They had it all the other day. That beats the outside edge. They go through the keeper and there's no run. A little shake of the head by Root. A little swear in the helmet. And that ends the 17th over. Over to you, Fulfie.
Yes, well, not a great deal happening on Twitter, but Twitter. But there's a little bit happening over on YouTube. Is it any of it? It's quite hard to follow on YouTube sometimes. I'll just say who's commenting. Pokebomb Finger, Suraj Kumar Modi, Chad Wright, Easy Ollie, and there's a nice bit of exchange going on. If you want to join in, please feel free. But I don't know whether Twitter's dried up again, whether we just haven't any comments recently. Oh no, we've got something from Farong. Greetings from Mirpur. 10-month doping ban as Shoaib Islam tests positive for clomiphene, which is classified as a specified substance under WADA's prohibited list. It's prohibited both in competition as well as after competition. Test was out of competition. So thanks for the update from Mirpur Farong. Nice to hear from you.
Manoeuvred by Stokes, but straight to mid-wicket, where Kohli is fielding. And there is no run. Chahal into his third over. He's only gone for 9. He's got the wicket of Johnny Bairstow. Bowled. Down the track comes Stokes. Waits for it. Realised he'd gone a bit fast and then just clips it up to long on. It'll be a 6 ball. And Stokes may well try and take Chahal over the leg side. If he gets himself in and gets confident.
Yeah, I don't think he's as known for a googly as some of leg spinners.
No.
I'm sure he's got it.
Yes. But
does have it. I've seen him bowling in the last test for them. In the last innings. ODI.
Get to the pitch, it shouldn't matter, Andy.
Tell me about it. Every time I go down the pitch.
Chahal throws that one up, and I think that might well have been a googly. It went straight on. Maybe came back a fraction, but Root just covered up, played it out to mid-wicket, and there's no run.
I made a huge mistake on Sunday of saying I'm fine down the order, and of course I only get to back 2 overs left.
Now there's a pill for everybody. That's quite close. In fact, it's been given.
I think that is out, actually.
But it's one of those. It's hit him on the full, though.
I don't think it has hit him on the full, but I think that's pretty close in line. I think that's probably hit him in line with leg stump. We're going to have a look.
I think it's a big. If it has, it's a big difference because you're not supposed to take account for any turn if it hits him on the full, and then in that case it might be going down leg.
Well, yes, that's
true.
They
haven't reviewed it.
England have reviewed it, and he reviewed it straight away. I think it was quite close. Let's have a look. Is it? It's well.
Oh no, it's.
It's
didn't
going
turn
on.
That much.
It didn't turn that much.
I think that's out.
I think that could
well be.
It's
probably clipping leg stump. It's probably clipping leg stump, but you never know. It might have missed. I think it's a decent review.
It is.
You've got 2.
Well,
Root's gone for the sweep. It's gone under his bat.
It's not come up and it's not hit the glove. I think that could be out. I think you're right.
He's got a chance of getting away with this.
Well, it's been given out on the field though.
That's the problem. Yeah.
Well, it's floated up. It's pitched. Yeah, it's out, man.
It's going to be out.
It's hitting middle. England's
it
review
looked out to the naked eye, didn't it?
And
DRS had that straightening. It didn't look like it did to the eye, but DRS is probably better than the eye, certainly with the feed I have.
Yeah, and not only that, the cameras are slightly off. They're not dead behind the bowler's arm, are they? So sometimes it can change it a bit. Anyway, Christ, another wicket falls. England.
The crowd says, you're out.
This wicket doesn't look as easy. Well, having said that, the last wicket England scored very freely.
Both Bairstow and Root are out sweeping, slog sweeping.
Yeah.
I don't think either of them wicket particularly. And even Roy was just caught long leg.
Yeah. Well, that's ODI cricket, isn't it?
Not like we've been rolled like 2 days ago.
No.
Butler going to come out, and if so, what's he going to do?
I presume he will come out and back himself.
Moeen,
just have a longer
maybe?
time to get more runs, maybe.
Butler and Livingston back.
He did come out the other day. Well, I mean, he didn't have much choice, did he? I mean, the wickets keep falling.
Well, the other day you might have been what difference. Well,
I mean, we're nearly at what? We're at 18 overs. You get an extra 10 overs, yeah. And out comes the skipper. And here's a jingle that goes like this.
Pryor ain't no loss, 'cause we've found someone subtler. Okay, he can't spell Joss, but he also can't spell Butler. Joss Butler. Just because he is Joss Butler. 1 S and 2 T's, Joss Butler.
And he's not done anything spectacular either, really. Since coming back from the IPL for England. Oh, apart from actually that's a lie. Well, Netherlands. He went Burko in the Netherlands.
Yeah,
but everyone went
bonkers.
Burko in the Netherlands. And
yes,
Charles happy with his day's work so far.
He's a good bowler, Charles. He's got an economy of 5.1 and an average of 27.4. Best of 6 for 42. He's a good bowler in ODIs.
Well, he had a pretty good IPL, if I remember rightly. It's clipped into the leg side by Butler, out to mid wicket. There's no run.
I think he might have taken the most wickets.
I think he was up there, wasn't he? Because last year Chahar was the on-form leggy, wasn't it? And this year it was Chahar. That's nicely driven out towards extra cover by Butler. Just plays it inside out to the cover region. And he'll get himself a single one. Smashed a lot of these bowlers around the park during that IPL. Will adjust Butler on his way to wicket.
Brian 001. Speaking of 5 scores in county cricket, did you see the latest Sussex versus Leicestershire score? Sussex must have fancied their chances after scoring 588, only to watch Leicestershire score 756 in reply, and Big Brain picks up the story on YouTube. Leicester just declared on 756 for 4, with Ackerman on 277 not out, Mulder on 235 not out on a 477 run partnership.
Wow. That's a pretty flat deck, one would have to say.
It's not a minefield, we can guarantee that.
Yeah. Well, Stokes is going to continue around the wicket. It's coming Shammy into the pads of Stokes, clips that sweetly out deep square leg, and there's no run. And listening to that little chat before this game started with Stokes, apparently he really likes batting with Joss Butler. They bat well together and they enjoy it.
Always good to bat with someone who smashes it everywhere.
Well, of course.
Yeah, takes the pressure off you, doesn't it? It was noticeable that Crawley was looking a lot more relaxed in the Test series with someone hitting around up the other end.
Yeah, gave him time to get himself in, didn't it? If he didn't, feel confident enough to actually play the shots.
And he did what? Scored 40 once? Well done him.
Well,
he looked.
Played
by
Butler.
Relaxed, I wouldn't go any further than that.
Yeah, forced by Butler behind square, beats the point fielder in between the two fielding at cover and third man. I'll get back for 2 runs. And Shammy yet to get a wicket, 30 runs, just under 6 and over he's going at. England will be reasonably happy. They'd wanted 1 less wicket by now, probably would have accepted 2.
No, I think they'll be a bit concerned at this point, actually. They've got Butler in earlier than they would want, and they're not. It's 5 run rate's less than 5.
Yeah,
they're not
driven up to mid off
of the game in terms of runs.
No, but I think this team think they can pull it back. I mean, the problem England have got really is that their bowling attack isn't. It's going to struggle to probably keep this India side under 350. So
you have to bear that in mind when you're batting. I mean, this is something that's been dogging the games I've been playing. Batsmen have sort of been doing their normal thing, and then going, we didn't bowl well enough. We're going into the game with the full knowledge that our bowling isn't very good. So batsmen have to
pick up the slack.
Do a bit more. Yeah, exactly.
This England attack doesn't look fantastic. That has to be said. Shami's in. Oh, and he's bowled. Butler has been bowled. It's all going Pete Tong as England. It's the first one of these for the day.
Fuck off! Just fuck off!
Well, that's the answer. We don't want Joss Butler in the 18.4 overs. England have lost 2 quick wickets.
Yes, just still a little bit of movement there. I have to have a look at that one again, but that seemed to at least hold its line.
No, it came into his pads.
No, it just came straight and bounced off his pad.
Exactly. He's trying to whip it into the leg side.
Probably LBW if it hadn't hit the stump.
Might well have been. It would have been a big shout. Certainly would have been.
Yeah.
Oh dear.
At what point do we think that the captaincy is beginning to affect Jos Butler, or too early for that? I assume.
Depends on what medium you're broadcasting on. And I'm more excited than 3 games ago on TalkSport. I'm sure they're saying that already, if they're bothered with cricket.
On the judicious measured guerrilla cricket, we wouldn't go anywhere near such a comment.
Next game, yeah.
Listen, if England lose this series, it doesn't matter. If we win the World Cup in October or regain the World Cup in March, we won't remember this game against India, and we won't care, will we?
No, I mean this does seem to be just a game, a series to get some people through the gate and make some money while India are here. Yes, the series.
I think that's kind of why it was tagged on, wasn't it?
It'd be nice to be playing a test match in early July, but you can't have everything in life.
Well, yeah. We did finish the last test match was the last test match against New Zealand was at the beginning of July.
Not complaining, we've had 4 test matches so far. It just feels a bit odd in the middle of July not to be playing a test match.
Yeah.
Well, we've got 3 against South Africa, yes?
We have, yeah. No, I'm not complaining about the number of them.
We did a podcast with Empo yesterday.
Scheduling is a whole other thing, yeah. But I guess they figured this was the time to fit that test against India in, and as you say, while you're here, let's make some cash with some white ball stuff.
I think Shami's just pinged Livingston on the helmet. Maybe
shoulder at least.
Seemed to get big on him quite quick. And Livingston seems okay. Well, not much vaunted middle order has failed today. It looks like, it did get pinged on the helmet, and therefore it's got to be bloody concussion. Man, come
bloody
out.
Stupid health and safety. Are you sure you're not a Tory voter?
Bloody country going to the dogs, health and safety. Warren says, what does Fuzzy cook under the bed? Palfreyman, Brian 001. In those Sussex and Leicestershire scores, there were 144 fours and 14 sixes. That is a lot of boundaries, man. Spangly site, I would like to retract and at least we'll get more than we did the other day tweet. Duly retracted Spangly site. Ferron collapses on. Ludo is interrupted by the fat off jingle. Get more strange looks than I normally get. And Warren, England's short form Imodium is wearing off.
Yeah.
Lasted for a while though, didn't it?
We won a World Cup. At least we're happy about that. We got the bogey off our chest. Now we won the World T20 and we've won finally won the ODI World Cup. And that was was that a fourth attempt in a final to win the World Cup? So it was a bit of a
75, 79, not 93.
If you call Brearley and Boycott opening the same game, yes.
Well, yeah. I mean, theoretically, it's the same competition. I mean, you could say the same about football, I suppose.
Indian boycott. And in fact, the fifth bowler was a combination of Gooch and boycott in that 79
right.
final.
Yeah.
I think boycott bowled with his cap back to front.
Shammy in, and Livingston comes down the track and he bowls short at him again and goes through to punt, and there ain't no run. Of course, it does only take 2 people to get runs in an ODI.
Yes, it does, yes.
Got a lot to get, though.
Yeah, they've got a lot to get.
Livingston's got a strike rate of 154. Let's have a quick look here. Anything happening? No, I don't think there is. All quiet on the social front.
Are we still in the 18th over? No, that was it.
It's the end of the 19th.
That was a long over. Jahal's going to come in again. He's going to bowl to Stokes. And England are going to have to... I think they're going to have to pull their head in a little bit. You've got time to recover in an ODI. Knock it about.
Probably, yeah. Yeah. But then
Jahal,
you end up with...
and then you have Stokes. That's a reverse sweep from outside his leg stump. It's fucking hard. And it goes out to the point boundary for 4 runs. He's not... Well, maybe that's the England way. 2 + 2 is the man. 2 + 2 is the man. I guess if you feel you can play the shot, this England side play them, don't they? I mean, he hit that hard. It was aerial for a while, but there's no one there. And he's trying it again. This time, a little bit of air given by Chahal, which means Stokes doesn't get it as cleanly. He beats the fielder that would have been at cover for him, and he batted normally with an under edge. Bobbles out towards what bit of extra cover. It's fielded by Long off, and they'll get back for 2. Stokes moves on to 16 off 17. We're going to have a switcheroo at the end of this over. It's supposed to be Forthy, Messers and Michael, but Michael is not yet in the waiting room. That's a full toss. And he reverse sweeps that again. This time he beats the man at backward point, and it makes its way down to boundary for 4 more.
That went like a tracer bullet.
This is maybe a bit of brinkmanship. Rowett's, assuming Rowett is captain, is standing fast and not changing the field, and Stokes is saying, "Okay, I'm going to do it again." Now.
Yeah, possibly. And that was a poor ball, really. First one that, he's taken it back to the bowler, hasn't he? He's gone for 10 off 3 balls.
Exactly.
And suddenly they're having a little chat, Rohit and Chahal. I think he'd only gone for 9 in 3 overs. This is his 4th over, and it's gone for, more than he's gone for 3 already.
Well, it would be a bold move just to leave the field as it is and say, "Can you keep doing it? Do you want to risk another wicket?"
Yeah. Well, I think England probably will.
Oh, England will.
That's the way, isn't it?
Whether that's a good idea for India, yeah. I think they've kept it the same. Sort of 4 in the ring on the offside.
Jahal, is it again? He does try it again. This time he gets an under edge, which is kicked by Pant.
Certainly committing to the bit.
Yep. And there is no run that time.
It will actually be funny if he gets out reverse sweeping the next ball.
Bowl round his legs.
Yeah.
Chahal tosses that one up, and this time Stokes steps outside his leg stump, clips it nicely, but up to long on where Kohli is fielding, and will be a single. 1 more ball left in the over, then we will have a change. Michael hasn't turned up again. I really need to get off though, and it's supposed to be Forthy and Messers. 1 more ball, Messers.
Can we just stay until Michael shows up?
I'm not sure he will. He hasn't showed up the last 3 times. He's been on the. I'm not sure he checks his emails. Maybe I'm wrong.
Surely Tony wouldn't put him on the schedule without him confirming.
I'd hope so. That's driven up to mid-off where Virat is fielding. And it'll be a single in the end of the 20th over. Change. Fordy's going to take over. Messi's going to come back on. I'll stay here, but I've got to go off and phone the wife, so my chair's going to be empty while I go and do that.
Okay, we'll hold the fort, don't worry. We'll find something to talk about, won't we, Messi? Thanks,
I'm sure we will, mate. There's a certain sense of deja vu about where we're at the moment.
I'd say that it's not been a great ODI summer so far for England. They
did all right in Holland.
Yeah, did against the Netherlands. Yes, Netherlands, as I suppose we must call them. So just to recap,
they were playing the Netherlands in Holland.
think Holland, as we finally agree, was a subset of the Netherlands. First ball from Shami's over, and that actually got up. And Livingston sort of whipped his one hand off the bat handle as if he'd been stung by a cobra, but plays it down effectively enough. No run. I think we're still.
Warren's got you pinned. He says, "Is Forthy from Coventry? He sounds very London today."
I'm not London. What? From Coventry? Who's that? Who did you say that was?
Warren.
Warren, I'm from Coventry, Warren. I must admit, when I was a teenager, I did do a little bit to distance myself from a deep Coventry accent. Shami in again. Similar ball, this time Livingston is well in behind it, backward defensive, which I do regard as one of the uglier accents, I must admit, on the UK mainland. I mean, Birmingham's worse. No one likes a Birmingham accent.
That's Coventry's main claim to fame, isn't it? Birmingham's worse.
Oh, do you want me to list our achievements, Messi? Since we've got a bit of time on our hands, I'd be quite happy to do
we've done this before, I think. Coventry's always struggling to try and prove it. It's a bit like Perth in that respect. It's got a fucking huge, great chip on its shoulder and has to keep listing what little it has done. Yeah.
Well, okay. So Shami in third ball of the over. That was well pitched up, and Livingston might be regressing, not doing more with that. But he just plays it down to mid-on, and there's no run. I would point you towards Philip Larkin, George Elliott, a little bit outside Coventry, admittedly. The Specials, Professor Colin Blakemore, David Duckham, the rugby player. I mean, need I go on? Lady Godiva?
Absolutely not. I know this game. It's one of finding everything you can get hold of just to prove that you're not totally irrelevant. You know.
Larkin, poet laureate. Probably England's finest poet since the Second World War. That one is pitched short again. Livingston is trying everything he can. Went for a big wahoo in technical terms, completely missed it, and it sailed through to Hunt's no run.
Perth does it all the time, Borthy, because we haven't done much, so what little we have done has to be cited. John Curtin was from Perth. Bob Hawke was
from Perth. Well, look, I managed to put together, and I might get it up for you, a Perth episode for my podcast with about 30 to 40 excellent Perth bands.
With the Triffids there?
Yes, the Triffids are there, of course, the Triffids are there.
Well, there's a new wide jingle today, which... sorry.
Yep, no problem.
Says it's wide.
Shami, dot ball, defended, back down the pitch by Livingston. I'll get Perth up, and I'll run you quickly through the set list just while we've got a little bit of time on our hands. I'll start it. Wags It by Dennis Cometti. Perth Traumatic Stress Disorder by Alex Lahi. Things Change by Carla Genève. The Seabirds by the Triffids. We break off for some cricket as Mohammed Shami comes in. Ooh, that was a really good Yorker. And Livingston actually does really well to smash down on it. Plays it down to the man at a deep 45. And he moves on to 2 off 8. Mechanical Ball by Stella Donnelly. Perth Girls by Abby May. Toast by Pond. Vegemite Sandwich by Jack Davis and the Bushchucks. Then They Came For Me by the Drones. Our Place by Verge Collection. Is It True by Tame Impala. Frantic Romantic by Kim Salmon and the Surrealists. Tripping Up to Fall in Love by the Bank Holidays. Graceless by Tanea Harper. And Perth Is a Culture Shock by the Victims. So there we are. That's Perth.
Wow. I've got to confess, I've heard about 2 of those bands.
It's going to be a good episode. Shami, hands on hips. Well, I don't know why he's puffing a bit. It's a hot day out there, 32 degrees, and he's beginning to feel it. And comes round the wicket this time to Stokes, who's now on strike for the last ball of the over. Stokes, huge hit, but straight to the man, half volley on off stump. Straight to the man at mid-off. No run. He remains on 21. Livingston on 2. England 101 for 4 at the end of the 21st. Any socials?
Well, I got to correct you first. Bear said it was 32. It's actually only 24, 25.
What? It's only 4:25. That's nothing to us, is it, Bessie?
Isn't it? Absolutely bugger all. So, Spanglish Eyes says, yes, all these people from Coventry. Point is, they left. As all right thinking people would do, like you, Ian.
Yes, that is a fair point, actually.
And Leah says, yes, Coventry. They don't really like Germans there for some reason.
Can you blame us?
Well, I mean, you've got a whole new city as a result of that.
it knocked up with shonky building materials. That's all we could afford after the war. Not that we're bitter about it or anything. But I mean, I actually feel quite okay about the Germans these days. I don't know why, but I've come to terms with it. Growing up in Coventry, actually, my parents are somewhat anti-German, it's fair to say, but you can't blame them. Now then, Chahal into Livingston, and that's his conventional leg break, which is played stroke nicely to the man, the sweeper, out on the boundary. Livingston comes through for 1, he moves on to 3. So this is, as Bear was describing them earlier, the rather ticky over, middle overs, but England will have to do a lot of ticking over because they're not in a great spot at 102 for 4.
It might be good for Livingston because Livingston has had a very ordinary ODI career for England. I know he's done some terrific things in D20s in the past, but he needs a decent innings, and this is the ideal place to do it, really.
Well, Stokes charges down the wicket and then pulls out of the big shot and just taps it down back to Chahal. Yes, you're right, although I'm looking at Livingston's figures, he does have an average of 47 after 6 ODIs and a strike rate of 154, but you're right, he hasn't really gone, there's a huge reverse sweep, big appeal for LBW given by the umpire. It looks like Root all over again, although that was a conventional sweep from Root. Stokes is deciding whether to review.
That was Plum, mate.
It does look like it was Plum. I think he's having a bit of a chat, but the DRS timer's down to 3. He's going to review it because there's not much to come now.
How does Moeen?
It did look Plum, didn't it?
Yeah, it did.
I'm not saying there's nothing to come, but there's not much to come.
England
it wasn't
fucked
a really
it up
smart
again.
thing to keep doing that, was it?
Well, you got to back yourself. England back themselves, as I said.
Yeah, but they've got another fucking 28 overs to go.
Oh, actually,
well,
no, that's
rule number 1 in limited overs cricket is you bet your full allotment.
Am I seeing things, or is there a little nick off the bat that went through there? I'm probably seeing things. I think if there's not, that looks very, very plump.
Yeah, if there's not, no, he's missed it completely.
No, I don't think so.
I suppose that's the off stump. Yeah, no, it's
been given. It's been given on the field. I mean, it could be height, I suppose, but I think it's the top of middle, to be honest.
Yep.
Let's have a look. Replay now.
That's
pitched it's pitched outside off.
Yeah,
The impact is in line, and it is indeed hitting the top of middle, as we predicted.
Fuck off! Just fuck off! The crowd says you.
England have been poor, man.
Oh dear. Is that the jingle that Knackle tried to hide by renaming it?
Yes.
Can't fool there.
Stokes goes off for 21 off 23. Not his finest day, not England's finest day once again. They're not really giving much value for money for these crowds who keep turning up in the middle of the English summer.
Nope.
Yeah, I bet they're paying 80 quid each too.
Exactly.
Lords, they'll be paying top dollar, won't they?
Has anyone heard from Knackle, ex of this parish, by the way?
No one's heard a thing. His wife turned up on a Zoom call once.
Really?
No, not his wife, his prospective wife. Yeah, she accidentally logged into Guerrilla Cricket whilst we were doing something and appeared and disappeared.
Disappeared again. Well, if you're out there, Knackle, it'd be nice to hear from you. Just let us know how you're getting on. I think he went to Sky, did he?
He went to Sky, yeah.
Yeah. Approaching the wicket is Ron M. Ali, and I dare say we do have a jingle for him.
We do indeed. It goes like this.
Our bed shouldn't touch. Move over, AMLO. I like it too much. Move over, AMLO. You're one hairy dish I love unconditionally. It's Moeen Ali.
Tends to be more missed than hit these days, if we're absolutely honest with the bat. But
not
now
in
would be a really
not in T20s. Maybe when we haven't played many ODIs. Let's be honest.
No, we haven't. I mean, after 115 matches, his average is 25, which he's coming in at 7. It's not a ball. He has got 3 ODI centuries. let's see what happens next. I think at 21 overs and 5 wickets down, surely a little bit of what's the word?
Well,
retrenchment, is that the word?
Well,
just a bit
the
of
problem
sensible
is,
batting for 10 overs.
if England's bowling is poor, they've still got to get runs on the board. You might as well die trying then. You know.
Once again, yes, it's shit or bust. Moeen said there was dot ball. First ball, that's clipped off his legs down to the man at deep square. It's off the mark.
I mean, England have got to be looking at minimum. You got to try and think you might be able to defend 270, but that seems a bit light.
It's a real, yeah. It's a real old-fashioned score, isn't it? 270, and hope for the best. 103 for 5, 1 over 1 ball of Chahal's. However, Chahal's been bowling really well today. He's 3 for 26 off 4.5. This is superb from him.
Yeah.
And that's just nudged out to point. No run. That's the end of the over. Livingston remains on 3. Ali on 1. England 103 for 5 at the end of the 27.
So Warren says he'll be listing excellent late 70s bands from Coventry next, or maybe not.
Happy to do so.
Brian says Perth people are trying to talk up their existence. In Australia, we all know there are only two sorts of people: Queenslanders and those who wish they were. The only people who actually believe that are Queenslanders.
Of course.
No, none of us wants to be a Queenslander, Brian. I'm sorry. Get over it. O'Neill Harris, quote, "It's a hot day in England, lol." Neymar Button says, just getting up here in LA, stayed up late dancing with wifey at an Afro-Cuban music gig. That sounds fun.
Yeah, it does.
It does sound a lot of fun.
Well, India.
Bumrah is this. Sorry,
well,
there.
I was going to say they're going in for the kill, aren't they?
I was going to say, yeah, back comes Bumrah. So.
Oh, you're bowling again, aren't you? Oh, I thought as much.
So this looks like, it's not much of a gamble, 103 for 5, but 2 or 3 overs from Bumrah to see whether it can crack open the 2 last recognised batsmen. That's played off Ali's, Moeen's legs. That's at square leg. That's just a single. He moves on to 2. What do you reckon? 2 or 3 overs?
At least 2, I'd have thought. Maybe not 3. I might just try 2, see if they can crack it open early, as you say. I think they'll want to hold.
Worth a gamble. At 104 for 5, it's hardly registers as a
he would have
gamble.
bowled a couple of overs in the middle anyhow. They may have just brought them forward a little bit.
Yeah, I think that's right. And that again, finding that spot on the pitch that
there's trouble in Livingston.
That Shami was finding earlier, just leapt up at Livingston, who does pretty well to play it down. I think he made a little bit more of that than it was. Hardly got up to chest height, but it did get up a bit. Recoiling like being bitten from a cobra. Bumrah in again. This time Livingston gets more on top of it. He's probably got a bit of a license to play himself in for a change, which he may actually welcome to a degree. Could do with a big innings to establish himself in the side, as Messi was referring to.
There's an interesting tweet from John Bathan, which I'm going to just jump in on. He says, this isn't rocket science, nor should it be a shock. We haven't played 50 over cricket to any level domestically since the World Cup, and we have a result of rubbish at it. Also 2 bad reviews, 2 on the reviews. I happen to agree with John on that.
Yeah, can't argue with it. Bumrah in again, and this one's really dug in. Sails over Livingston's back. Is it all right? No. Is it one for the over? No. It's just a really good bouncer. Keeps Livingston.
We haven't played much ODI cricket either, to be fair, really, in all this period of time.
No, well, I mean, the last game was the first game for a year in England. First ODI game for a year in England.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you have a domestic? Do you have a domestic 50 over competition over there?
Yeah, we did.
In comes Bumrah for the 5th ball of the over. Pitch well up, dug out by Livingston. This is unusual territory for him. 3 off 14 balls.
It's often played in conjunction with the Sheffield Shield, so they'll play the Shield for 4 days, and then 2 days later they'll play the 1 day.
Oh, okay. Well, at least they're playing 50. I mean, this is it. You kind of forget what the tactics are. Well, maybe you don't, but you forget how to play them, possibly.
You do get out the groove. That's a pretty standard, slightly slower ball from Jasper. They rushed through for a single, they're shy at the stumps, but Moeen was comfortably in, so Livingston will keep the strike. He moves on to 4, Ali on 2, England 105-5 at the end of the 23rd.
Farong says, well, the ignoramus of the innings award goes to guess who? Seriously, what the fuck was he thinking? Obviously not much. Not even halfway through the innings. Sally out, I imagine, says, come on, Forthy, we may have a bit of a complex in WA, and more specifically Perth, but didn't we deliver the socialist utopia to Australia?
You absolutely did, and for that, we are forever grateful. I was talking to my...
Hashtag credit where it's due.
Yeah, totally. I was talking to my son, I don't know if you probably fancied Lord of the Rings, but things were getting a little gloomy on election night. We weren't quite sure which way they were going. Then the WA results came in. It was like the elves at Helm's Deep in Lord of the Rings. They're charging with their eyes and absolutely smashed. Oh, we couldn't believe what was happening. We absolutely loved it. Talking of not believing what's happening, Livingston's taken 2 steps down the wicket and smashed it for 6.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
That was a nice shot.
That was a very nice shot. Absolutely got to the pitch of it. Absolutely nailed it over long gone.
Yeah, banged it. That's what we want to see. The thing is, you can't go like that for 30 overs. Really, you are going to get out. No. That's what I mean. You got to pull your neck in a little bit in an ODI.
Yeah, but they also can't let the bowlers get on top of you as well. It's a fine line in it. That's cricket. That one's a little wider and a little slower. Interesting ball from Chahal. Livingston, no weight. He's not to be duped. Plays it out to the sweeper, and it just comes through for 1. He moves to 11.
Yeah, gave it a lot more air and chucked it wide. And obviously gave Livingston time to adjust and just go back, rock back and cut it.
Good ball. He's got a little box of tricks here, Chahal. He's running through them at the moment. Good, a good match-up here. Moeen rocks onto the front foot and plays it just wide of the man at point. So they're able to come through for a single. Just good over so far for England. Best for a while.
I mean, these two really, actually, I mean, you're looking at this now, they've got to go through to what? Before they really start the fireworks, they've probably got to get through to about 42, 43 overs.
Yeah, I've got to do basically about another 20 overs. That's right, yeah, with the occasional boundary. So even if they stay, it'll be quite dull in some ways. Although it is Livingston. He plays that one wide of the man at, I guess, sort of wide mid-on. They come through for a single. Ali back on strike. Livingston on 12, Ali on 3.
That's Rayner and Harbison Singh, isn't it?
Is it Harbison? Yes, it is. Yeah, good spot.
Will that be a wide? It will be a wide down the leg side.
That's a wide down the leg side, indeed it is. That's haven't been many wides so far today. They've been pretty disciplined in their performance. That's 1 to the total. Harbison, the Turbinator of yore. That one's played off his back foot down to deep 45, as it were, by Ali. A nice looking shot. And he ticks over to 4. This is what's needed for the next 20 overs with the occasional boundary. If they can go along, get it up to 6 or 7 and over for 20 overs, then happy days. But it's a tall order.
Yeah. Well, they should be able to tick over for 20 overs.
You would hope. In comes Chahal. It's not like there are demons in the pitch, really, are there? It's just a good ODI wicket. Played out to the man at point. No run. England 116 for 5 at the end of the 24th.
Gary Naylor just couldn't resist. This is, if only England had a wrist spinner who could toss a few up and beat batsmen in flight.
Give it up, Gary. Give it up.
Gary, come on.
Hasn't he gone on the Hajj? Jamaica?
Yes.
Warren says, should have a little red triangle symbol flash up on the screen before the fuck off jingle. Neymar Butland says, is there a conspiracy here? It's always set up for only Moeen can save us tactics.
Well, recently, yes. I can't remember too many times when he's actually pulled it off. I regret to say, but one of these days he will. We see Stokes and Butler discussing life on the boundary. It's always a rather funny position to be in as a cricketer when you're out early, isn't it? What do you actually do?
Well, you just sit there.
Someone's had plenty of experience of that.
That's very true. Bumrah in again. That's played off the back foot by Moeen quite successfully. No run.
Well, it was always better if you were batting second, because then you could hit the bar, obviously, which these boys can't do.
Well, if you were batting first, you could sneak in and get some of the afternoon tea before anybody else.
Bumrah in again, round the wickets to Moeen. Oh, Moeen's seen something he doesn't like behind Bumrah's arm, pulls out right at the last minute. What could it be? There was a lady fanning herself in the last match. I wonder if it's that. Which did seem a bit extreme. I do think you should be able to fan yourself when you're behind the umpire's arm. They don't like it. They don't like it. There's a lot of hand gestures, a lot of semaphore. It's like the cover of the Beatles' Help out there at the moment. We don't know what it is. Surely it's not that little loose bit of plastic which
I think it is.
I think
it's right behind his arm, isn't it?
I suppose it is. Yes.
Very
Bumrah in again. Bumrah in again. Oof. That didn't look very secure from Moeen. It popped in the air, but there was no one in short at mid-wicket, so he gets away with it and scampers through for a single. They're still unhappy about the bit of plastic. A lot of gesturing.
I wonder if it's the white top of that lawnmower or something that's come out from underneath the plastic.
Must admit, and the days when I did used to bat, which there weren't very many of them, I had no idea what was behind the umpire's arm. I mean, it could have been absolutely anything.
Well, yeah, exactly. I mean, I've played in parks when it's been getting dark and there's no sights.
Exactly, yes.
But I guess they didn't bowl at 90 miles an hour.
Yeah, it's a very good point as well. Bumrah in again, arrowed in at the stumps. It turns into a half volley, in fact. It's very nicely played by Livingston, almost completely straight through the mid-on region for 4 of these.
It's Nissan She. It's Nissan She.
I can tell you that it's almost 5 years since Moeen made a 50 in an ODI.
God, really?
He actually made 100 then. Yeah, but he's made a few 40s. That's it.
He's actually got 3 centuries and 5 half centuries for England, but not for a very long time.
Well, it depends when he has to come in, really, doesn't it? I mean, maybe.
It does indeed. In comes Jasprit Bumrah again, arrowed in at Moeen. No, not Moeen. At Livingston, who plays it quite successfully.
I mean, ideally, in a modern game, batting at 7, you maybe get 10 overs if you're lucky, you know. Probably less a lot of those times. And I guarantee you the hundreds he made were in situations like this.
Yep.
Where he's had a lot of time to bat.
He opened. There was a. Am I imagining this? There was a spell when he opened for a bit. Bumrah in again. That balloons rather over Livingston's head, but because he ducked so far underneath it, probably even that won't be a wide. This is just very good short pitch bowling.
I think didn't he open in the test team for a couple of tests as well?
Yeah, I've got a dim memory of that happening. Yeah, everyone's opened in the test team at some point.
That experiment didn't last very long. Yeah, I mean, we even went to Jason Roy for crying out loud.
Oh yeah, Jason Roy. Oh my god. Eaton Jennings, Carberry, Adam Lith, Sam Robson, Burns, Sibley, Crawley, Compton. There we go. That one is not given as a wide, even though it went whiz past leg stump. There's a new way of thinking about this.
No, when they went up for a catch, I think it actually just grazed the trousers on the way through. Well,
okay, no run results. That is therefore the end of the over, the end of the 25th, England 121 for 5.
Steve Kellett says, "Oh dearie me, this is all rather reminiscent of the previous procession by England. Although they may have upgraded their performance from pathetic to woeful, with aspirations to mediocrity." Don't aim too high. You won't be too disappointed. Ravi Nair says, "So India and England are level pegging in this multi-format series, 6-all. This match will probably put it in India's favour. Even if England win the last match to draw it, it will feel like a victory for England." And Leah says the England captaincy is ruining our squall. Yet somehow Tinkish boil. Wow, sorry. That makes absolutely
no
sense.
sense.
To me. Yeah.
There are words coming out of your mouth, Hendo. I don't know what they are.
Yes. You mistyped. Your fat fingers have been going wrong on a keyboard. Right. Change of bowling. This man. You can talk over top of this.
It's Jadeja time. And in he comes, round the wicket to Moeen. That's played quite nicely to short mid-wicket, no run. And then comes for his second ball of the over. In fact, he's over the wicket, isn't he? That's played very nicely by Moeen. Almost makes it all the way to the fence, and Dewan hauls it back just in time. They come back for 2. So things are moving on fast. It's nice to see Dewan back in the side. Distinctive character.
Yep.
Always got a smile on his face. Jadeja to Moeen once more. That's played on leg stump, more or less a half volley. Flicked to one of the 2 sweepers out there on the boundary. And that's Surya. And they come through for a single. Livingston back on strike.
He gets through his over so quickly as well.
He does.
Now he's having a little chat with Rohit about where they want the field placing.
Yep. As we have a look at the
egg and bacon.
The MCC egg and bacon members in all their finery, deciding on who they're going to appoint as Prime Minister over the summer. Round the wicket comes Jadeja to Livingston. That's played very nicely. To the sweeper coming in. They come through for a single. This is steady as she goes, milking Jadeja for a runner ball.
Yeah, they do look. They are almost all old and white, aren't they?
Yes, I mean, I don't like the phrase pale, male and stale, but it does kind of apply. Over the wicket comes Jadeja to Moeen, and there's a bit of a misfield. They think about the run, they think quite correctly better of it, remembering the old schoolboy dictum. Oh, Jadeja's sporting rather a fancy headband.
Yeah, he wears his Alice band.
An Alice band, yes. Joe Root, Thays are wearing the Alice band, thankfully, behind him. That's flicked off his legs by Moeen. That's the end of the over. England 126 for 5 at the end of the 26th.
Steve Kellett says, t'other night while I was talking to my dad, he complained about the heat, and according to my weather app, it was 31 in Pontefract, 28 in Petaling Jaya, 27 in South Jakarta, and 27 in Manila. It's the first time for everything. I can't see Pontefract without immediately thinking of Tim Bresnan. I'm sorry. It's just that jingle is stuck. The Paulbot says, cocked up reviews. Click here. Andy Ward says, in response to John Bathen's comment, he says, yeah, to a degree, but most of these batsmen wouldn't be playing the domestic competition anyway, for better or worse. And John says, not even England have prioritised it, Andy, so even established internationals aren't playing it. The effect is obvious.
Well, there does seem to be a effect.
Garong's tweeted flip-flops with ice blocks, ice trays for the soul, heatwave flip-flops for the Jesus.
Well, the experiment, the attempt with Jasprit Bumrah didn't quite pay off, but it was definitely worth it. So he's had his 2 overs. Back comes Hardik Pandya into the attack, who's 1 for 5 off 2.
Got a wicket in his first over.
He did, yes. That was
Jason Roy.
You got Jason Roy, didn't you? Yeah. So that first ball is played defensively out into the offside by Moeen. No run. He remains on 9 off 13.
Leah says, these pros are whiny babies. I once got out when a fire truck turned around the corner and ran full tilt behind the bowler. And did I complain? You bet I did, but that's not my point.
Very good. Hardik in again, and again played and stroked nicely out into the offside by Moeen. He practices that shot again. I think it would have had the same result. No run into the offside. Got a run rate of 4.78. Now I suppose England will just have to settle for that for the next 10 or 15 overs. Try and get it up to 5 and then launch an assault in the last 7 or 8.
Yeah, people want it exciting like Test cricket. That's the thing.
that's the humorous thing, isn't it? Oh, and Hardik may have brought that one back a touch because Moeen mistimes his off drive and it just drops at his feet off the top half inner section of the bat.
Here's a jingle idea that's been sent in by Warren on YouTube. That's how I come on Moeen. So I presume to Dexy's Midnight Runners. Come on IND. That'd be quite amusing.
That is amusing. That seems such a go-to. I'm surprised we haven't had it.
It does.
I remember Come on Arlene when she was head of the it the DUP.
Oh God.
She was another politician, though, wasn't she? She was the one behind the burning peat and heating barns scandal.
I don't remember that. Hardik in again. That's just played down by Moeen. No run.
No, I think they subsidised if you burnt some sort of biofuel. And basically the farmers twigged that if they basically just burnt all this shit in barns,
oh really?
They get paid a subsidy by the government. So there was just loads of farmers heating barns. And she was the one who set it all up and didn't realise the pitfall of it all.
Pitfall, indeed. In comes Hardik again. And this is knocked off his legs to deep square leg by Moeen. He'll come through for the single. This is quite sedentary cricket. It's certainly not making the heart race, but England will take it at the moment.
But they need to get into the last 10 overs without losing another wicket.
They do.
If they got any, if they want any hope of making a score.
Had a lovely holiday in Donegal once, and I was very struck by the amount of peat cutting.
There's an awful lot of it out there.
It's like going back in time. It was absolutely beautiful. There's no tourists around either. They're so pleased to see you in the pubs.
Always pleased to see you in a pub.
Yeah, in Ireland, it's a wonderful country. Actually, I love Ireland. In comes Hardik again. Tries a bouncer. These bouncers are absolutely spot on because none of them are going for wides. That's one for the over.
I think that one did go for a wide. You know, I'm going to give it a wide jingle anyway.
Well, yes, you're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. That one was called a wide. I didn't see anyone spreading their arms, but it's come up on the scorecard as a wide. There haven't been many so far. Hardik Pandya, last ball of the over. He's sitting on 1 for 7 off 2.5, so he's done very well for his side. Kept it very tight, and Livingston comes dancing down the wicket and smears it for a mere single to the man at deep square. He keeps the strike. He moves on to 18, and the score to 129 for 5 at the end of the 27th.
Fourthie, looking for a bowler to participate in reverse cowboy cowgirl action. Yes, that's the one point. Ombre Nuevo says, do we have to have a captain? O'Neill Harris says, what was the Alice band called before Alice wore it? Yes.
Well, I don't know.
Josie Oakes sharpening his knife. He says, male, pale and stale. I'm looking at the bear, Fourthie and Messi.
Yeah, totally, 100%. 100%, which is you know.
Male and pale, yeah. I'm not
stale. No, exactly.
And he also says, well, at least that incompetent nutcase Attorney General has gone from the leadership race.
Well, yes.
Oh, is she backed out? The first ball of the over is smashed to the boundary, except it is cut off on the boundary by Moeen. They come back by Livingston, come back for 2. He moves on to 20. That's
O'Neill Harris. Bouncers are spot on because none of them are going for a wide. All immediately goes for a wide.
Yes, comes through a wide. Yep. Great bit of commentary there. That's played very, very firmly by Livingston. You wouldn't want to get in the way of that. And Rohit Sharma has got in the way of that. And he's trying to put his elbow back where it used to be at the moment. But no real
like he clicked it into place, didn't he?
It did, didn't it? Yeah.
What the fuck happened there? He hit it hard into the ground. It bounced up, and he just seemed to do something to his arm, and then he just he just kind of clicked it. It's like it went back in. It's weird.
It's extraordinary.
Oh, God.
That was on. He had a smile on his face as he did it. It's like Mel Gibson in Lethal Weapon 2.
That's how he gets out of it at the end when he's drowning, isn't it? As well.
Yes,
the setup.
Right. That's when we all still like Mel Gibson. That's the last two balls. First ball was a dot ball, and that one is played down to long on by Moeen. Comes through for a single. He moves on to 11.
It's always so depressing when you hear some big superstar and you think, oh, they're quite cool, and then you think, oh god, that's like Tom Cruise being a Scientologist. It's like, what the fuck?
How does that work? Tom Cruise has gone through some pivots in his career. People used to regard him as small and somewhat risible. Now he's the biggest worldwide star in many ways. That's played out to point. There's no run, and that last ball of the over is played out again to point. There's no run. The end of the over, England 133 for 5. Ali on 11, Moeen on 11, and Livingston on 21.
Now Button says, wait a minute, aren't we the world champions playing at the home of cricket? Next you'll be saying we started tennis, football, rugby. Oh, never fucking right.
Hey, it's not over till it's over. We've got 22 overs left. We've got a couple of bangers in there, but England have got to reset their sights. I think I don't think 270 will be competitive, but they've got to get somewhere like that. At least they're in a game then.
Hardik Pandya is gesturing furiously at a man on the boundary. I'm not entirely sure why. I assume that he turned his back on the action and wasn't responding to being moved along 5 or 10 metres or something. He's absolutely apoplectic with rage. Seems to be overdoing it a bit. Anyway, he comes in again for the first ball of his 4th over. Another whippy man. Rather like Yuvendra Chahal. That's played out to point, no run.
I mean, if England really go in the last 20 and these two click, I suppose they could still get to 300, but you wouldn't put your money on that.
Lords looking an absolute picture from the drone as it circles above home of cricket. You see the nursery ground, you see the crowds milling outside. All is well with the world. All's not quite well with the English score at the moment at 133 for 5.
Pokey Bumfinger says, don't live anywhere where they burn dirt to survive. I'd argue coal is the same.
Yes. Peat's a hell of a lot less efficient than coal though. I mean, it's basically just about burnable. I mean, I went over to Ireland and had some friends who were Belfast bound, and we ended up going out to Galway, staying in some holiday cottage for a weekend and getting absolutely battered. But we had a peat fire there. This is incredibly smoky.
Very smoky.
Produces hardly any heat, and hardly any light.
Although if you get a distillery on a peaty river, you get Lafroig, some beautiful malt whiskies. So that we missed one ball, which was played out for a single by Moeen, and that one sails over Livingston's head. I'm reluctant to say it wasn't a wide after my performance last time.
Don't think that was. Right, I'm going over. I think this could be a bit mad. 259. Going over now.
That is mad.
Well,
you never know, don't you, Livingston?
Oh, shit! I suppose the GPL's closed.
Oh, it is. It closed an hour ago.
I completely forgot about it today.
Let's see. Who do we have? Anyone remember it?
I'm just looking.
Hardik Pandya down the leg side. I can confidently call that a wide, and it's been confirmed by the umpire.
Wide.
Just one person, Alan Reynolds, 398.
398. That could be. Yeah.
Have you ever considered like whoever's closest, or did you decide in the early days of GPL it has
no, it has to be on the button. We did for the World T20. We did if you got within 10 runs or something, wasn't it? Either side. Oh no.
That's very, very uppish from Livingston. He gets away with it, just wide of the man at wide, mid on, and they scamper back. Do they come back for 2? Yes, they do.
Yeah, for the
World with that one.
For the World T20, we got a package of merch together. I think it was about 8 items, and everyone who entered during the World Cup, if they got within a certain amount of runs of the final score, went in a pot at the end, and we picked out someone from that and sent them the merch. I think it was Dee Wells got it. She was very happy with it.
Yeah, well, she only just missed out the other day, didn't she? Too?
And instead, you whipped in at the end of the next day and pocketed it yourself, Messi.
You gazumped her like a property developer.
I got back almost exactly what I'd put in.
Livingston launches himself almost off his own feet. There's a magnificent flail over the deep square boundary for 6 of these.
No. That's a mad shot. He's well too close to the ball. Come too far down. He just leans back and swishes his bat around. He must have incredible wrists to get that over there. It's got quite a way back as well.
There's lots of blue in the crowd. That was Kim Deal's peeing to her first husband, John Murphy, there with Gigantic from the Pixies. As that fades away, Hardik Pandya comes in again, and that's smashed by Liam Livingston very hard, only 10 yards away from the sweeper on the leg side boundary there, but it goes for 4 of these.
So he's just heard the bear's gone over, so he's trying to please him, and he's going to get out of doing it.
Well, let's enjoy it while it's happening. It's good fun for now. A big score from Livingston would make the whole day worthwhile for English supporters. I think he's magnificent when he's in full flow. Comes down the wicket again, absolutely smashes it, and he is, of course, caught on the deep square leg boundary. Big innings from Livingston.
I didn't call it.
Oh, fucking hell.
From Livingston does not materialise. Thank you very much for that,
Top
Messi.
edge, for fuck's sake. Oh, no, he's out. Excellent. Top edge, for fuck's sake. Oh, no, he's out. Excellent. Top edge, for fuck's sake. Oh, no, he's out. Excellent. Yeah.
That's a fucking brilliant jingle.
It is. It's good.
Same thing happened again there, didn't it? Got big on him. He came down the wicket too far and tried to repeat the dose. Very nearly did, but didn't quite get enough.
It was actually really well bowled to do that again to him.
But it wasn't needed to do that again. I mean, you've just scored 10 off the first 2 balls. It's an ODI. You've still got 21 overs to go, mate. You know, that's just absolutely crazy. Ah, well.
Oh, well. Leah says, Tom Cruise is so small he had to stand on a case of beer opposite noted giant Kurt Russell to even be in the frame with him. Andy Stratos says, how many Scientologists did it take to change the light bulb? 2. One to change the light bulb and the other to tell Tom it cost $50,000. Brian says, it looked like Hardik was arguing with Ali. I didn't see that. David says, is there any famous peat you would like to burn? Neymar Button says, no, we need more peat. Kevin Peterson.
No.
And Armchair to be burned, presumably. Armchair Cricket Podcast says the really spotted Jadeja with the ball this ODI series. He will be tough to get away with these lines and bounce. Could be a middle scoring thriller with the spinners' performance the deciding factor. Yeah, I'm not sure that England have got the spinners to decide as well.
I mean, this is England's bowling attack, isn't it? It's premier bowling attack by any stretch in this ODI series. And you've got to put, I mean, they're not bad, but they're not your top performers. Maybe that affects the batting. Maybe they think they just got to get bigger runs.
Yeah, I think that's a good point, actually. It's one of the thinner attacks I've seen quite a long time from England in ODI.
Exactly. You know, Adil Rashid's on Hajj, and then the fast bowlers are all knackered.
And Anindo just says, that was inevitable.
It was inevitable, Anindo. And the other thing is, funny enough, we really miss someone like Liam Plunkett as well. Liam Plunkett was a bit of an unsung hero.
Who thought you'd ever say that?
Yeah, well, but he was a bit of an unsung hero in that ODI side.
He was value of a good number 8.
He was great in the middle overs. He'd always get wickets in the middle overs, and that's the key to this game.
And Neil says, brilliant jingle. The Bear's voice features in some of my favourite jingles.
That's nice.
It's I suppose a testament to the amount of time I'm on here.
I don't know if having a drink's very feels like it. I assume Willie's come out to bat, but the camera is not revealing whether he has or not. I assume he has.
No, he can bat. He batted away the other day, actually.
Yes, he can bat.
Who's
in
that?
Fact, he's opened in. He's opened in
T20s, isn't he?
T20s, yeah.
Andy, not yet. Another over to go. Turn your camera off.
There we go.
It's got. It's Chahal time. No, it's not. It's Jadeja time. So we won't be on there. At the end of this over, there will be a change up. Jadeja over the wickets. She's already got through 2 balls, and they've been both played out as dot balls. It's a legitimate tactic. Works very well for him. Before you know where you are, that's 3 balls. An over's gone by, and you've got 3 runs off it. That's played down to long on by Moeen. Comes through for a single.
I just got to fix some tech. The screen's gone off.
Has it? Right. Okay. We've only got 3 balls to go before the change up.
Who we got? Andy, Bear, and Bennett.
David Willey, first ball to Jadeja, off the back foot. He's got all the time in the world almost to play himself in. He's certainly got 10 overs to play himself in. Huge, muscular bear of a man, if I can put it that way. Plays it off his hips, gets a single wide of the man at mid wicket, who I think is Dewan.
I think you'll find that name is already taken.
So Willie's off the mark. Yes, indeed. Last ball of our stint together. Moeen knocks it through the vacant square leg area. Takes a little divot as it goes through. He's fielded. He keeps the strike. He's on 13. Willey is on 1. England 151 for 6 at the end of the 30th over, and we will now have a change of commentary.
Bear, you're on tweets, and Leah is the next tweet.
Oh yeah, I am on tweets. Bloody hell, who put me on tweets? That's a bit.
Yeah. What's up, Bennett?
Hello there,
Hi,
Andy. Hello there. Good afternoon, everyone. How's everyone doing?
Very well, thanks. Apart from England, really. Is your feed good enough to commentate, Andy?
Yes, I think so. I think so at the moment.
Coolio.
But yeah, England have painted themselves into a corner, and there's a lot of debate about how they should approach this from here, but I can't see how any option will really work. It's going to be Hardik again to Moeen Ali.
Well, I need
punched into the side, but straight to the man at short cover for no run.
Well, I need another 108 runs.
That was one of your ill-timed bets.
Yeah, it was perfectly ill-timed. The last 4 I've done have come out like that. It's funny how gambling goes, isn't it? I got a blind bet the other day. I got one of those free bets off Bet365. Just said free £5 bet horse at Newmarket, and I put it on it, and I won 30 quid. I didn't
You won. Well done, you there.
Just a random pick. It's great. It's lovely when it happens.
Hardik is in, punched again by Moeen. It's beaten the field at point. This time gone to backward point. They should pick up 1. Do you need any affordability checks to be done? This is all coming in now.
What do you mean? Huh?
Oh, betting. If you lose more than X a month, then it's really not very much, like 125 quid or something. They have to do affordability checks on you.
Oh, right. Okay.
Because you can't let people bet their own than any state.
Yes. Fucking hell. I know.
So you've got bigger things to worry about, but anyway. England certainly have plenty to worry about. 152 for 6. David Willey is back on strike, and he takes one hand off the bat, plays it into the leg side. Hardik skips across to pick it up, and there's no run.
Andy, what do you think is going on with the England white ball side? They've had such a lovely start to the season under Bassball and like under the new leadership Test arena. What do you think is going wrong in the white ball?
Do we have enough games to make a judgment is the first question. I mean, I think you can fairly well discard the Netherlands game, so that was really men against boys. Hardik's in again, and when he punches that back down the ground somewhere, he's hit the stumps via someone. No one was run out, so no damage. So they've had 3 T20s against India. They lost that 2-1. They've obviously struggled with the bat in both of these games. It's starting to become a bit of a concern.
And it certainly is a pattern, isn't it? It's not like it's just sort of one game's a bit different to the other. It's a bit of a pattern that's building up there. What do you think?
Well, yeah, exactly. It's such a small sample size. I mean, they did seem to come into the ODIs, the T20s flat, and they seem to have started the ODI series similar as well.
Willie has pulled, it's gone up. Instead of a top edge, has he got enough on that? He dropped it, I think. Certainly, all I saw was a fielder and the ball on the ground. Prasid Krishna, I think.
That's
judging
right.
by how tall a fielder is. We'd have to have a look at it again, but maybe it wasn't quite there for him to catch, or maybe
he actually got his hands underneath it and he just dropped it. He had plenty of time to sort of. It was quite a regulation catch there. Yes,
let's have another look. I think he is pretty well underneath that one. Oh, my feet. But he seemed to be right underneath it, and then the ball was on the ground.
Yeah, it just went straight through.
Moeen plays down to point. For no run, it's the end of the over. 153 for 6.
Right, Leah says the light bulb joke doesn't work because Kurt Fuhrer's slappy miscarriage supplies Tom with dozens of basically slaves to polish his light bulbs for free. That's about Scientology. Yeah, I don't like Scientology, I have to say. For wrong. Wankers come in all shapes and sizes. He would be in top 3, not a person I would share a cup of tea with. I don't know who that's about. As a reply to someone, I presume that's Tom Cruise. O'Neill Harris says when T20 batters aren't really used to ODI cricket, they tend to go too big too often, especially on a tricky wicket. They're simply not used to accumulating in innings. I think that's the point about not playing any. Well, as you said, though, no one actually plays domestic 50 over cricket anymore.
My point on that is these Indian players don't play domestic cricket at all.
Yeah, true. That is very true.
Hardick's wandered off up the steps. I don't know what's wrong with him exactly.
Yeah, what an important clock in this Indian team is Hardik Pandya, isn't it, in the ODI sides?
Great to have an all-rounder, always great to have a good all-rounder. Speaking of, Jadeja is in. That one is punched past him by David Willey for a single.
Jadeja's not bad all-rounder either, is he?
Not at all, no. Here he comes, left arm over again to Moeen and Willey, all left-handers, and that one is defended back up the track for no run.
It's amazing how the balance of the team sort of changes when you have two such good all-rounders in the team.
Oh, it's a tremendous help, definitely. That one's more to the pads, and a little bit of leading edge from Moeen goes down to backward points. Again, there's going to be no run.
Yeah, I think that's definitely two. I mean, that was Livingston all over, wasn't it?
That one's punched down to Chahal. A point, good bit of fielding. They get through for a single. Good running.
I mean, there was no need in an ODI when you're in the 20 whatever it's over with 5 wickets down. You've hit the first 2 balls for 10. You don't need to charge down a wicket and try and hit a third ball in a row for 10. It's not a T20. There's still 20 odd overs left.
Exactly.
I actually, just for once, have some sympathy with that argument. I mean, it's a bit the same with Stokes. All very well playing a couple of reverse sweeps. What did he try to do? 5 in 2 overs, and eventually, soon enough, he missed one. That was played down the wicket for no run. Willey opens his stance a little bit and plays it into the leg side. He's going to roll past the umpire down to deep backward square. Probably just one.
But in fairness to that conversation on Livingston, he has been a little bit almost like as if he's got his dancing shoes on every time he bats, isn't it? Even the T20s, he's just been trying to sort of get himself in awkward situations. And when the situation of the game doesn't really warrant that kind of batting. So, I mean, he's established himself, and it's up to him now to sort of take that on to the next level. And I think he's not able to capitalize on the opportunities given to him.
Well, if Livingston at 6 has to rebuild an innings, then something's already gone wrong. You can certainly make that argument.
Especially
Krishna
in T20.
is going to return. Yeah. Krishna is going to return. Tall bowler. He's had he was rather outshone by Bumrah and Shami in the previous game. He still did quite well to caught and bowled.
But it's certainly a different kind of bowler, Andy, isn't he? I mean, he just complements.
Replaced, yes.
Yeah, he just complements the other two because he's got height, he's got bounce, and he bowls the sort of hard ball. So I think it just complements it beautifully, the three of them.
Yes, it's good to have a bit of variety. That one, when it's got underneath that one, it's gone nowhere really. Down to regulation square legs, nobody there. Keepers off.
And it's lucky, Andy, that there was no scrawl leg. That would have just gone under the scrawl leg's throat if there was one.
Yeah, well, you know.
Well, it's a bit like mid-wicket to the spinner. You just don't often have a regulation. That's one position where the field usually is back once we get into the later overs.
It's a terrible shot
really
there
a bit
from
cramped
David
up
Willey.
there. Very, very cramped up actually. But like you say, there's that height, that extra bounce. Then again to Moeen, drops it into the offside. No run. Moeen 16 off 32.
See, I mean, it's a bit like Andy how he's playing a different sort of different pace in his inning. That's not a Moeen Ali kind of innings, isn't it? But he reads the situation and he's like, yeah, you know what? I've got to drop anchor a bit, and that's what I would like to see in a Liam Livingstone. A 6 and a 4 and an out. It's not on.
I'm not sure. Look, they're kind of screwed. Whatever they did, that was a problem. That one is pushed past backward point for a single. You know, unless they managed to put on 150 off 25, England were pretty screwed anyway. Whatever they did, so don't have a problem with people playing the natural game.
No, I mean,
158 for 6.
Both formats are kind of geared that way, aren't they? And England are high intensity from the off, and it goes wrong. It's just gone wrong 2 games in a row, which isn't often.
Nice punch from Willey, but it goes straight to short cover, and there'll be no run.
I mean, we certainly imploded before. It's just we don't often do it a few times in a row.
No, well, I'm sure the England team isn't going to overreact. They're going to stick to what they do.
Yeah.
But again, the early dismissals were, well, I think the 3 batsmen out LBW sweeping. You maybe point the finger at that. Krishna comes in. That's a flashing drive from Willey, but I'm sure the sweeper is going to be there. He is a deep point.
And that's exactly the point, Andy, what I was trying to make earlier. I mean, in terms of, it's true, if it comes out well, like the baseball in the Test cricket, they have a certain way they play their brand of cricket. It's worked for them. It's come out well. But on an ugly day,
it looks ugly.
It looks ugly.
It does.
But in hindsight, if 3 batsmen are getting out sweeping and batsman dancing down the wicket or whatever, I guess then that's a conversation to have. But anyway, for another day.
Cover. Well, it's a conversation that will never end. Certainly.
Yeah, exactly.
And look, England are of course England have a problem or two in Test cricket. Is that's not going to work every time, and then we'll see. I'm sure they'll get pelters for it, and then we'll see what happens.
Then we get some tweets in. Brian says Northamptonshire is quite excited with Willey's signing. Not so Yorkshire. Willey scored a few cheers when he played against Northampton in the Blast. I presume he meant Yorkshire there. Neymar Button says, I just went to a party the other night where we were served the Tom Cruise cake. Google it, kids. Google it, kids. Can't be asked to explain this story. Well, you're going to have to now. I want to know what a Tom Cruise cake is. In fact, I'm going to Google it. I am going to Google it.
Bennett, you're on mute, I think.
Yes,
that one is fired into the pads from Jadeja, and Willey tucks it round the corner. An easy single. So just me, short of Gary Glittle levels, I don't really care what celebrities do in their spare time. If sportsmen are playing good sport, if actors are making good movies.
Generally, I don't know.
But I mean, I'm coming back to the cricket in terms of. Sorry, go on.
Play down the wicket for no run. Go on.
Yeah. I think this is a great opportunity for David Willey to sort of show, to sort of stamp his credentials. He's been around for a while. And
he's down the track and just lobs it up, and it was a rather indeterminate shot. It bounced short of mid-wicket. It wasn't far away, but not close enough. Yeah, I see what you're saying. I mean, but again, short. He scores 30 or 40. Does anyone really care? Is it really going to... I will say, as that one's played back into the offside, for what they do, I much prefer Willey over Sam Curran, and they're doing basically the same job. That one is punched up by Moeen. It's going to go up too long off for a single.
Yeah, I mean, at the moment Sam Curran's coming off an injury, isn't he? But the good old Sam Curran that won many matches for England in whichever
never fancied him.
You didn't?
No.
And where was that, Andy?
I don't know, just a feeling really. He always just looked like a boy in a man's world. He had half a season in the IPL, and he had a few good test matches when he started. That one's played up to short cover for no run. Jadeja's finished the over.
But when he started, it was like almost everything he sort of touched was like turning to gold, isn't he? Whether it be with the bat or with the ball.
He had a particularly good series. I think it was against South Africa and England, didn't he? It was that series where the middle order from sort of 5, 6, 7 and 8 scored on all of England's runs, and he came out and scored some important ones.
He was like, along with Moeen and Willey, and the time when the top order failed, these guys were always bailing them out, always, one or the other. So yeah, from that sense, I guess at the moment he's struggling because I have enough match practice, injury, etc. Krishna.
Over the wicket, and it's pulled away. It's a good shot. It's gone one bounce wide of square leg, and that's going to be 4. I think that. No, it's Moeen. I think
2 + 2 is Moeen. That's a good shot. Got up on his toes, didn't he?
Good. Yep, he had to get up there. A bit of bounce from Prasid, but he controlled it well. Put it in the gap. And he's got to do something though, and he's got to take some risk and play some shots.
Yeah, but that's the kind of regulation shot for him, isn't he? The bread and butter for him. He would normally play it in whatever situation of the game.
That one's dropped down to gully, and there'll be no run.
Yeah, I think Moeen will figure he can go ballistic at the end if he stays there. He's one person who's decided that he's going to stay there and see what happens at the end.
Yes, I'm always a bit sceptical because A, you might run out of partners, B, you might bat 10 overs, then the first time you play a big shot you get out, C, you might get out while you're playing those 10 overs.
Exactly.
Yeah, well, there is always that, but you've got to back yourself, haven't you?
Well, I'd say back yourself to score runs rather than just hanging around. Moeen plays that one down to third man. He might get 2 here. It looks like they will. No, just the 1.
So Cast can bat a bit. And Greg Overton can sort of wheel the below a bit. He's quite decent bat. So I think
but you don't want to give those guys more than 6 overs between them, really.
No.
They can come out and play freely.
But you can't just hold yourself back because you're scared of getting out because there's nothing left.
Yeah, I think just rotate the strike and sort of make sure you do nothing silly.
It's all, you can overthink these things. That's one's played back down and there's no run. You can overthink these things. It's really just about how much risk you want to take this over off this ball,
Yeah, pretty much.
Guys, do you think
down to Nick.
Do you think we should have made any changes for this ODI? Having lost the earlier one, we went unchanged.
No, I think this is probably the best batting lineup we got, even though it's failed twice.
Harry Brooks, another chance, you reckon?
Well, I might want to give him a go.
Like they may do in the last one. That was clipped out to deep square, just be a single.
I mean, that's the thing. He may be the one person to give a shot, but in terms of bowling, I don't know what else there is. There's not a lot out there, really.
I think Butler doesn't trust Parkinson as well, isn't it? I mean, Parkinson played just the 1 ODI, and then they're missing Adil Rashid. They're playing the extra seamer there.
Yeah, that one's pushed back towards the bowlers. I think he's onto the stumps again. There's no run. Yeah, Parkinson, they gave him 4 overs in the first T20, 2 in the second, and dropped him for the third. I know Gary likes to be a bit. Probably better not say. Couldn't work out whether he was talking about Rashid or Parkinson in his tweet about if only England had a leg spinner who could throw the ball up.
I think he meant
be more
Parkinson.
Specific, Gary.
I think he means Parkinson.
Which one do you think he was talking?
He's a massive Parkinson fan.
I thought he meant Parkinson, but then,
yeah. I mean, the more I watch Parkinson, the more sort of agonizingly painful it becomes. Sort of to say that he doesn't really kind of come up to that level of confidence that sort of one would have. But having said that, I don't know what else he can do. This is opportunity without Adil Rashid being there. You would have expected him to be given a run to build up his confidence. But then anyway, he didn't really get that.
Again, don't agree that you should be giving people games at international level to build their confidence. That way, it's not club side. That one's played up to long on for a single.
Let me get some tweets in between balls.
Sorry,
O'Neill Harris says England appear to be coming up short against a better bowling team. That's true. These bowlers are the absolute best of the IPL. That's a high quality domestic league. They are also playing white ball cricket for the rest of the year.
Moeen pulls that one. He can't beat short fine leg. Not get a single there. Seems a bit careless.
They didn't. I mean, just coming back to what we were discussing, Andy, about Parkinson. I mean, the opposition in the sorry, go on, yes.
Clipped into the leg side by Moeen and get a single this time, I'm sure.
Yeah. See, when the opposition doesn't warrant you to change the way you play, sometimes you got to learn by playing stiff opposition, like the Indian team, for example. I mean, when they play in the county cricket, you may be the best bowler around, but you come to the international scene and see that it doesn't work. It's happened to Parkinson again. Yeah.
Kicked out the square leg by David Willey, and I don't think they got one there either.
No.
They do now have a regulation square leg. Seems to be cutting off a run.
Yep.
Maybe just toying with him a little bit. So going ahead, hit it over him, which they couldn't do. Down to square leg again for no run.
Farong says very sporting of Indians to drop the odd catch to keep the game interesting. Think there's a fair play award, he says.
I think Rowett's been pretty good from what I've seen with his field placing. He held his ground with Stokes, said go on, keep reverse sweeping, and that paid off. Willey backs the bowler, there's no run, and that's the end of the over.
Leah says Sky just posted the video of Rohit popping his shoulder. They just made the common mistake of mistaking shoulder for elbow. Yeah, I wasn't sure which it was. I mean, I thought.
Radio Cricket said it was his shoulder. Nishant knows a lot about the ins and outs of the Indian team. He said shoulder. Yeah.
It certainly looked like his shoulder, but you know, people have time off for dislocated shoulders. He just popped it back in. Neymar Butland says I'm annoyed that Chelsea have taken over my city. The same money people for my Dodgers have bought the West London wankers. CFC are currently training at UCLA, and they had Joe Cole throw out the first pitch at a Dodgers game last night. Nice. Tie up that cash. Jonathan replying to a test.
I think that's still live ball. Yeah. Prestige is in, and that was played down to backward point for no run. I think. The highlights as well. Highlights of the England batting.
Ravi says if you ignore the wickets, England are on course to 300. And he wants me to ask Bennett to not to interrupt the Tom Cruise chat with cricket.
Swung away by Moeen. It's up in the sky. Is it far enough over deep square leg? I think it is. I think it's 6.
It's going to be 6.
It is indeed.
If you're watching me on video on YouTube, you can see me moving closer to the screen, just if that makes a difference. It totally doesn't.
That's a beautiful shot by Moeen Ali, isn't it? He just picked it up on the length and swung it. I mean, this is what we know Moeen Ali can do. More of them would do England no harm at this stage, Andy.
Indeed. Is it just me, or they've not been putting the score up lately very much?
175 to 6.
175, yeah.
15 overs left.
270 gives him something to bowl at, I suppose.
Where did the ball go? Oh, bloody hell, it went out of the ground. Between the stands. Went over the score box and out of the stands. So I presume someone's had to go and collect it, or they've just brought out another ball.
Yeah, down the road outside of Lords. Moeen faces up again. Round the wicket. Punched into the offside, out to the sweeper. That'll be a single. You're on mute again. Yeah, keep muting on and off, Bennett.
Yes.
You're muted again.
I was trying to cough. Sorry, I don't want to get into the listeners' ears with my dodgy cough.
Fair enough.
Don't worry, it's not transmissible over the air. I think.
No, the sound at least.
Yes. Christian's in again. Willey has again opened himself up and just drops it into the leg side and pick up a single.
I think that's the role that he should play, gents. Willey, just take the singles, try and give Moeen Ali the strike as much as you can. The next 5 overs is critical that England don't lose a wicket if they come up with a plan. Yes.
If they want to get anything up towards the high 200s, these two have to. Well, I mean, this is it. These two have got to go through
My
virtually.
question is,
all the way.
should they change the way they bat because of that? Krishna comes in, full, and Moeen gets a thick edge, and it's down to third man, but third man picks it up just a single. I mean, I know that they want to lose the wicket, but I know you're not saying this, but I don't want to bat 5 maidens either.
No, I don't think they would though. But I mean, it's risk and reward, isn't it, on a shot?
But you wouldn't want them to bat 5 overs out for 15.
No, not at all. But I think they can knock it around and get 6 and over anyway.
Well, I think that's what we've been trying to do the whole innings, and how's that worked out? Well, he's lifted that one down towards long leg. Has he got enough?
It's
yes,
6.
he has.
It's a 6. Willey is well renowned for his big shots.
The man in sunglasses didn't catch it very well.
He didn't. A bit like Kevin Costner, he did.
Yeah.
I mean, David Willey, he certainly can hit the long ball, and I think a loose ball like that, if he gets a hold of it, he can muscle it. So I think it's critical for these guys to just understand the situation of the game. I'm going back to what Andy said. True, do they change the tempo of the game because of the situation? And my answer to that is probably yes. Given today's context, given what's happened in the last few games, it'll be an important stage where they look to rebuild and then leave maybe the last 5, 6, 7 overs sort of do the acceleration.
It's a dangerous game, but what if by that time you've only got tail enders left in?
Yeah, true, but I mean, if you get a bad ball, you put it away. But I mean, that's what I mean. It's risk and reward, isn't it? I mean, if you get a good ball, you try and work it for a single. You get a bad ball, you try and leather it to the boundary.
You can sometimes put the cart before the horse. I know this is totally different, but it was a game of club cricket. I'm captain. As Chahal came in, played into the leg side by Moeen, there's no run, and we were 7 down with 15 overs left or something, and we literally played out 5 maidens in a row. And I asked the guy who mainly did it, why do you do that? He said, I wanted to bat out the overs. Well, there's no point doing that if you're not scoring any runs.
Yeah, true.
I know it's not quite the same here. Moeen sweeps that one. He's going to get 4 for that. Yep.
Yep. He's picking it up now.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Leah says she's sceptical about the cruise cake. She says she's had American cake, it's just not proper cake.
And I think a great hallmark of a great batsman is how they can change the momentum. I mean, Ben Stokes is like an example for me, how he can play into different modes, but that's unique.
Chahal tosses that one up, and it's played up to long on for a single. I get the they're trying to target Prasid a little bit. Maybe they said if he goes short, we are going to go after him.
Yeah. And if you look at the 5,
the other problem with leaving its last 5 overs is who's going to bowl them. Bumrah and Shami.
Yeah, true.
That was a nice googly there. He bowled it quicker and bowled it. It was a googly, wasn't it? The last one, quick one, came through with the arm.
GC Radio Fun Bournebot says another Willey in Northamptonshire. I'll leave you to make your own DP jokes.
It's too easy for the porn bot.
Yes, exactly.
Sitting ducks. Moving the sight screen a bit. Probably because Chahal is going to come around the wicket. Yes, he is. Moeen tossed up Willey, and he drops that one into the leg side. Square legs up again. There's no run.
I always find that weird behind the bowler's arm. I mean, they always complain that, but there's a bit of black, and then there's a whole load of members sitting between another bit of black.
That one turns in, and it's played to mid wicket, and again there's no run.
A lot of turn there, Andy, for Chahal.
Coming in with the angle, really. Once he's bowling round the wicket, I think that's the end of the over.
Yeah, and there'll probably be some footmarks of some description, even this short time into the game.
I think they don't seem to be putting the score up at all.
It's 189 for 6.
No, they got about 6-7 runs in the last over, which is reasonable given the context of the game.
It's good. It's good job from these two.
I think if you're going at the current rate, we'll be end up at 250. If you go at 6 and over from here, it'll go up to 261. I would say between 6 and 8. If you get about 270, will be a reasonable score. Do you think, gents?
Well, I mean, I don't think it'll be enough, but I mean, at least there'll be a game there if England can get some wickets. I mean, I worry that our attack can't really get wickets there.
Yeah. India rather going for the kill. They're not saving Bumrah for the last 5. He's coming on now.
Well, he's got 6. He's got 4 left, so they can give him a couple now and have him still in the last 5, can't they?
Bumrah has just been amazing, hasn't he? That spell he bowled in last ODI was absolutely breathtaking to watch.
I think according to the stats, one of them was the most he's ever swung the ball. That one is punched out towards deep point. It'll be a single.
Indeed. He seems almost like the complete bowler for you, isn't he? I mean, he's got an orchid action, he can swing the ball both ways, he can bowl the Yorkers, he's quick, he can bowl with the new ball and the old. What more can you ask from a fast bowler?
Well, he's number 1 in ODI cricket, number 3 in Test cricket, so yeah. I mean, he's there. He's an all-format bowler, definitely.
Indeed. And the way he adjusts himself is just a great to watch it and great sort of watching.
Once played back to Bumrah for no run, India are going to rest him for the West Indies T20s, which I think is a good idea. As you say, he's playing every format, and surely needs a bit of a break at some point.
And I think the awkwardness of his action, when he came into the scene, I really didn't expect him to be sort of playing even after so many years. Because I really thought he's going to get his shoulders come off at some stage.
He did have a long layoff with one injury, didn't he? A couple of years ago.
He did. Really facing up again. Still got that slightly jerky action. Dropped into the offside with no run. I saw his debut in the IPL and thought, who the flip is this?
And the thing is, he doesn't. His speed comes all from the shoulder, isn't it? I mean, the action is all shoulder based. So if his shoulder's not come off yet, it's just a mystery in the way he's bowling. It's all on his shoulders.
Nah, there have been a few through time now. I mean, what's his name? I want to say Jeff Thomas, but I'm not thinking Jeff Thomas. Or am I thinking Jeff Thomas? Australian bowler.
Willey's pulled that one again. He's got a bit of a top edge, but that's helped him out because it's gone very fine. And over the boundary for 4.
Willey's doing a great job here for England.
3, 4.
Doing very well. He's doing very well. It is useful to have someone at 8 who can bat and has opened the innings in domestic white ball cricket.
Yeah. And that's a very healthy 46-run partnership or 58 balls, Andy. That's very, very decent given the context of this game.
It's good. It's very good. I think it's about what they should be doing. Chuck in a few extras, and you're almost at the run and ball. And it's been very good. Might dig England up to something and give half a chance. I lost my feed. Sorry.
You lost your feed.
Moeen Ali is still there. He's looking for the long haul, it seems. Playing a very, very responsible innings here, gents. Moeen Ali. He's part of the leadership team, isn't he? I mean, he's perhaps the vice captain, unofficially.
Officially he is, isn't he?
Was he named?
I think so.
It has been coming back, but at the moment I'm off. I don't have pictures.
Okay, that was cut down to backward point for a single. You've only got 1 over to go, and then Bennett's going to take over anyway. So I'll do this last over, unless you get your picture back.
Okie doke.
England 194 for 6. 11 overs left. When they get 6 and over, they get what, 260. And they hope to go at more than run a ball. I guess with 5 overs to go, they might try and blitz it a little bit. Maybe get it up to 270. 280 would be gold dust from here.
280 will be gold dust. I agree with you, Bear. 270 will be reasonable. I'm hoping more between 260 and 275. I'll take that.
Yeah, I would take that. I still don't think it'll be enough. But as I said, there'll be a game. But I would think that India will be able to knock that off in the low 40s.
This will be a testing time for them there with Shami and Bumrah. Shami, these two are very well on top of their game. They with the swing and the bounce, and they've really caused a lot of headaches with the top order. What can they do here?
Well, the ball will be older and softer. Shami's around the wicket to Moeen, who has a big heave at that one, tries to drive it through the offside, misses it, and it goes through the keeper, and there's no run.
That's his favourite shot, isn't it, Bear? He missed that
one.
Oh,
he loves that. He did miss that one. As long as he doesn't get anything on it. I think it bounced before it got to pant anyway.
Yeah, he did. Kept low.
I don't think this wicket is a big scorer, to be fair. It doesn't look the easiest to, it's not coming onto the bat really nicely.
It may be in favour of the Indian batsmen because that's what they're used to in the subcontinent.
Well, yeah, but it's still always harder to time it, isn't it? Tries to turn that very fine, does Moeen. Instead, I think it comes off his hip and goes out towards backward square leg. They'll get through for a leg by, I think. Bringing Willey on strike, and Moeen's giving him the universal signal for let's churn the strike.
Yes.
Butler and Stokes are still yapping on the balcony.
Okay, I'm going to try to start again if you can let me back in.
All right, we'll do. It's just me and you, Bennett.
Oh, right, no problem.
For just until he gets back. Willey facing up. Oh, full toss.
Ooh.
And
boundary.
Yes, very well. It's an outside edge from Willey, but it goes down. It goes fast because it's a full toss down towards the third man boundary for 4 runs.
It's still 4 runs on the score, isn't it, Bear? It doesn't matter how it comes.
It certainly is. It looked like he did something to his shoulder, though. That's trying to heave it so hard. Little niggle.
I think you'll be pleased with the end result, nevertheless.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a handy 24 off 30, isn't it? Short, pulled, mistimed, but just out of reach of a diving. Who's that? Kohli or Pandya? No, it's not Sharma.
Sharma's not that agile.
He's not exactly. He's not that fleet of foot. Hardik
Pandya.
Pandya. Yeah, I thought it was either him or Virat.
Wow, this guy's like wiry, isn't he?
Yeah.
How did he get his hand on that?
He is very athletic. I remember seeing him when he broke down with that original back injury. He just kind of keeled over and went down.
Yeah.
It looked really bad.
Yeah, that's the danger as well for someone of that sort. You don't want to be throwing yourself about because just saving a run or two, a catch or two, probably can put you back 3 or 4 months.
Yeah, true.
Into the list.
Well, he didn't bowl for what, 18 months, as that's
he didn't.
Guided by Moeen square on the offside. There's no run.
And I noticed that when he, when he was chasing a couple of times, he didn't really do the dive. Very wise for him not to do that a few times, although it may have sounded like he was just chasing the ball right to the boundary. He didn't. I mean, the normal Hardik Pandya, you would have seen him diving around to save that. But I think the little voice inside his head,
calm down.
Really. Yes.
Last ball of this is full toss by Shami on top of off stump, driven square by Moeen. Didn't really time it to get one, and that'll be it. And that'll be the end of the over. We're going to have a switcheroo. I'm finally going to get some time off. Bennett's going to come in. Messers is going to. Bennett's going to take over from me. Messers is going to take, and Andy's going to take over from where Bennett was. It's all switcheroo.
Thank you very much, Bear. Welcome and greetings to all of you from across the world. If you're in the UK, a very good evening, and across the world, greetings. It's me, Bennett. All of a second, I've got Andy with me on summary, and Messers doing the social. So India winning the toss and inviting England into bat in the second ODI here. England struggling for survival, putting up a good fight. They've scored 201 for the loss of 6 wickets. David Willey and Moeen and Willey certainly putting up a good resistance here. They've lost 6 of the frontline batsmen: Jason Roy for 23, Johnny Bassett for 38, Joe Root for 11, Ben Stokes for 21. As Bumrah comes in, right arm over, that's on a shorter length, and Moeen and Willey on the back foot launches on that and hits it well over the mid-wicket area, so it sails through for another 6. Ali moves up to 45. A beautiful shot there, Andy.
Yes, lovely shot. Wasn't even that short. He just picked it up off back of a length and it just kept going. And as cricket, Bumrah on 9 for 34 after his 6 for 19 in the last game.
And I think that's a good sign that Moeen and Willey is seeing the ball like a football. Here he is, Bumrah, over. And this one, so what a delivery that was! It just bounced in, kicked, and changed direction. And certainly we're not seeing the pitch perhaps behaving rather sort of oddly on that occasion. Moeen and Willey watches watchfully and lets the ball go through to the wicketkeeper. No run there. Moeen and Willey on 45. David Willey, a very useful contribution of 25 off 31 balls as Bumrah right arm over the wicket. Here he is bowling the 41st over of this innings, and this quicker delivery on middle off. Moeen and Willey trying to smother the ball towards the cover area and goes straight to the field. There no chance of a run. So it was Joe Root 11, Ben Stokes 21, unfortunately out in a very unseemly fashion, trying to reverse sweep for 21. The skipper Josh Butler out for 4. He's really dipping in form compared to the rich harvest he had the last few games. Liam Livingston out for 33, very well compiled 33, and Moeen and Willey is on 45 along with David Willey. Bumrah comes in, over pitch, driven handsomely, but unfortunately straight to the fielder there. It went with such vigor and power that there was hardly any chance of even crossing through for a single. Willey looking very confident, and Bumrah on this occasion not getting his length and his pace the way he did in the last game. Bumrah looking not for 34 in his 8th over. Andy, certainly not the kind of figures you would expect from him. Bumrah comes in. This one's the shortest delivery. It stood up on him outside the off stump. Moeen and Willey on the back foot and plays the tennis-like shot towards the deep cover area, and the batsman go through for 146 to Moeen and Willey. What do you think has gone wrong with Bumrah in this game?
It's just the variance of cricket. It's just that you can't take 6 for 19 every week, or you there'd never be a game. He's obviously, the conditions are not quite as suitable for him as they were last week, and it just so happens that he hasn't found the edge.
Agreed. Bumrah
he's got a wicket there. I think he's out.
No, you see? Shortish delivery, and Willey trying to go on the back foot and place it towards the square leg area. No chance to run. And that's okay, and that's the end of over number 41. And again, England 208 for 6. Willey on 46 and David Willey on 25. Messes.
Hello.
Hello there.
I'm sorry, folks. I'm not entirely sure where we're up to on tweets. So I'll start with one from Leah saying, I'm pretty sure having a reasonable, reality-based and well-argued opinion about anything cricket-related is against the spirit of the game. Yeah, I think that's probably true. Brian says both Willey at 20 runs off 27 and Willey with 38 off 52 are surely coasting rather than taking the game to India. Seems England is happy with coasting. Well, they're scoring runs, so they're staying there, and they're giving them a chance to hit out. And I'd point out that England... sorry...
Surendra Chahal, this one's tossed up in the air, and Willey plays it straight to the mid-wicket area. No chance of a run. Chahal has been the tormentor for England. 3 for 44, bowling his 9th over. This one's tossed again, beautifully bowled on the leg stump, and Willey nicely nudges it towards the square leg area. There's no fielder there. As the fielders converge, the batsmen go through for a single. Again, Chahal, as you can watch, gentlemen, how he's following the batsman. As Moeen is looking to give himself room, Chahal follows him, varies the pace, and cramps in for that room. He knows Moeen and Willey can take him on. So clever bowling by Chahal. Certainly come a long way, hasn't he, Andy?
He certainly has. He's back into the
The next delivery is a googly, beautifully bowled, tossed up, same line, same direction. However, the ball was turning in towards the left-hander. David Willey, totally unaware, caught by surprise. He's lucky to be there.
Well,
kick outside edge.
When you're one of the main bowlers in the IPL,
go on.
Plays that one up for no run. You're bowling at the best batsman in the world who are trying to hit you out of the ground. So you've got to learn some tricks about how to react to what they're doing.
That goes back to conversation on
change your flight.
Exactly, on the leg stump, quicker delivery, and this one's played towards the fine leg area, and the batsmen go through for single. 210 for 6. The end of the 42nd over. Willey 47, Willey 25. England slowly but surely cruising along at this stage as Chahal comes in. Right, flighted. This one's beautifully hit there by Moeen Ali. Unfortunately, it's gone straight into the hands, the bucket hands of Ajay Jadeja. I thought he cleared the ropes for a moment, but that was the longest part of the boundary. Very well bowled, very well tossed up there. Moeen Ali looking to slog him over the deep mid-wicket area and resulting into hitting it right into the bucket hands with the world's best fielder, Ravindra Jadeja, and that's the end of Moeen Ali's 7th wicket for England. England in a rather perilous situation. And
they are, but they were when Moeen came in, and I think he's done pretty well. 47 off 64. I don't mind him trying the odd big shot. He just didn't quite get hold of that one. Jadeja had to make some ground, but it was still a fairly comfortable catch. And unfortunately, we're seeing in this innings 20s, 30s, even 40s, but no one's got on and made the big score. They
haven't. Yeah.
I would point out that they're actually 33 runs ahead of where they were after 42 overs 3 years ago in the World Cup finals, so that might be some encouragement.
Well said. Yeah, I mean, Moeen Ali had no choice, isn't it? I mean, he had to play those shots as well, given the situation. But clever bowling by Shah. For a moment, I thought it cleared the boundary. But again, going back to our conversation, Andy, about how Chahal learns his trade in the IPL and bowling to the best batsman in the world. This is what I was sort of saying about Parkinson. He never gets to do that. And the moment he gets to do that, in a game or two, he gets sort of called out again, like in the Test match. He came in for Jack Leach, bowled reasonably well, didn't get the chance to sort of capitalize on that. He had a great opportunity when Adil Rashid sort of was not available for this, but then had a bad game. He didn't have a particularly bad game, but it didn't seem like he was ready for this challenge.
Well, here's the thing. The blast is just not very good. You're playing 18 counties, there's only 2 overseas players per team, and he's just not playing against that consistent level of batsman. Competition that dare not speak his name is better in that regard, because you have fewer teams and more overseas players. But the Blast is just nowhere near the IPL in quality, and people have to first of all accept that whenever they're talking about these competitions.
Yeah. As a new over begins, Shami will come back to the second, Andy. Shami bowling his 9th over, 43rd of the innings, and this one's on the Midland leg and play towards the mid-on area. The batsmen go through for a quick single. David Willey now will have the onus of taking the responsibility to take this innings through, as Moeen Ali did his part. He was just trying to build up the momentum and put his accelerate his innings. He was just below a runner ball, and it's Greg Overton. He's been given plenty of opportunities, has he? They must be seeing something in him, Andy. Greg Overton comes up all the time.
Well, yes, just to finish my point about Parkinson now after this ball.
Oh, that's the shortest delivery. Snots comes up right up, an orchid bounce, and certainly the umpire calling it a wide and signalling that's the first ball of the over gone above, and a warning there for Shami. Sorry.
The simple economics of the IPL mean is that there is really no point playing an overseas spinner who can't bat. No point at all unless he's absolutely world class, because you can find an Indian spinner much cheaper without taking one of your overseas slots.
Exactly, and that is the whole point why this IPL was actually formed in the first instance. They wanted to develop the Indian players to get out there, and if you look at Ravindra Jadeja, Ashwin or Pandey, all these guys came through the ranks in the IPL. Bumrah, no one knew who these people were. They were given the opportunity, given the dynamics of how the IPL structure was formed. And Shami bowling his 9th over, we'll come back in a second, Andy. Greg Overton, having played the ball safely in his first delivery, this one's a better delivery on the midland of Greg Overton, playing a copybook textbook sort of test match forward defense, right back to the bowler. No chance of a run. Yes, Andy, so I was saying about how that's what's developed these players to who they are. This is just my humble opinion. It may be wrong, but
no, that's fine. And this is why I'm saying Blast just doesn't compare.
Yes, and I think the authorities or the strategists who are actually formulating those should consider that. And Shami, this one's overpitched, nicely played towards the deep mid-wicket area, and Overton's off the mark. He's on his third delivery. It's a very difficult position to come in and face sort of these kind of world-class bowlers who are bowling all kinds of different deliveries in the 43rd over, isn't it? And you're secretly hoping.
It's not easy, but you set your expectations. Your expectation for Overton is probably to bat as long as he can at a strike rate of around 70.
Indeed.
And hope that Willey can push something a bit more at the other end.
Indeed. Shami comes in, right arm round the wicket. This one's played uppishly, but again on the bounce to the bowler himself. Shami picks up and threatens to throw the stump down, throws it back, but no chance of a damage or anything done, as Willey is well and truly inside its crease. And I think Greg Overton gets pipped most of the time into the team because of this added skill level in the batting area. He's shown in a fair little glimpses here and there, but I haven't seen a true substantial innings from him. Look at his brother Jamie, who was better known for his bowling. He came in on his debut and made 97. Good chance for Overton to prove his worth here. Willey taking strike. Over pitch delivery. Yorker length. Beautifully bowled. Shami got it on the block hole there. And Willey very lucky to be there as he dug it off from his stumps. 213 for 7 at the end of over number 43. Willey and Overton at the wicket. Messes.
Leah says, Jahar makes the unfortunate kids in UNICEF ads look buff. How is an elite sports person? I'll never understand. Excuse me. Roger Melly says, hello, good evening, and bollocks, I didn't even know this bloody game was on. Brian says, okay, now Ali is out trying to get an instant score rather than build up earlier. Why didn't he try to gradually increase the score rather than coast?
What he was doing,
more pressure on the lower order bats.
Well, he got out on purpose, did he?
So we're moving on to the next stage of the game here. Greetings.
You can't score runs. You can't score runs without taking some risk, and risk means you're going to be out sometimes.
Yes, indeed, Andy. You're right. Absolutely.
Go ahead.
Andy, I think you're a little bit kind of muffly on your feed. I'm not sure.
Well, we've got enough problems.
Yeah, sorry. But anyway, Chahal comes in. This one's good delivery on a good length, and Overton watchful, plays it defensively. The beauty of Chahal's bowling is he can turn the ball both ways. He's a wily spinner. He's got loop and flight, and he can deceive the batsman in the air. It's a clever delivery again outside the off stump and cleverly bowled. Overton faced 5 balls now for the single. Watchfully played, run rates dropping. Chahal doing his job very well. This is what he's renowned for. Chahal again. This one's over pitched outside the off stump and driven. I pulled away, pulled from the outside the off stump towards the mid wicket area. Rather unconventional shot there by Greg Overton, and the batsman just take the single. Willey on strike. What will he do now? Will he just rotate the strike, or will he go for the big one? Let's find out. And Chahal adjusting his field. Willey looks around. He's ready. Over number 44. And India winning the toss, putting England to bat. Done really well. This one's on the midland off and nicely played towards the square leg area. The batsman go through for a single. Willey's looking good there, isn't he? He's making some good calls, good judgment. And he's the senior partner now in this partnership. A lot of responsibilities on his shoulder. What will he do? Chahal comes in. Right arm over. This one's outside the off, somewhat a shorter length, and played towards Prasidh Krishna in the covers. And the batsmen are not able to rotate the strike. It's Craig Overton on strike, and he's facing Chahal, who's bowling the last ball of his spell. 4 for 47 thus far on the midland leg, and placed the mid-wicket area. No chance of a run. End of a magic spell from him. 4 for 47. England 215 for 7. Once again, Chahal doing his bits for India, and that's the end of that over. Messes, I'll leave it to you for your tweets.
Thank you. Warren says the IPL now occupies 13 months out of the year. It sometimes seems like that. Brian's not happy. It's just 5 runs and over. He says it's poor thinking by England. Don't they want to win? They're doing what they can.
Sorry,
would you mind plugging this?
Is that the same tweet who was just criticising Moeen and Willey for getting out for a different?
Yep.
Serious.
He can say what he he'd like as long as he keeps sending the beer. I don't mind. Leah says, "Would you mind plugging the second women's ODI tomorrow on Gorilla South Africa? I'll make my debut on that." Good luck with that, Leah. And yes, we'd encourage everybody to listen in.
New over commences. This one, Shami, and very unconvincingly played their over pitch delivery, and really looking to hoink it and gets a sort of an outside edge there. The ball goes towards the finder gear, and the Willey comes back for 2. Doesn't matter how they come. What matters is runs on the board. Andy, isn't that what the game is about?
For sure. England just have to do what they can here. I think they quite sensibly played Chahal out in that last over because it was his final over. And they've got 3 wickets in hand to make the most of these 6 overs. Maybe they'll get 260.
Indeed. And Shami comes in, does the beautiful delivery. Beautifully bowled. And the Yorker, he got it spot on. Willey getting 2 Yorkers in the last 3 or 4 balls. It must be quite difficult to face these quick seamers bowling those thunderbolts. And Willey's looking to accelerate, but certainly looking good out there. Willey on 29 or 41 deliveries. Overton 2 of 8. England put into bat in a rather awkward situation. 217 for 7. Run rate of 4.89. Shami steams in, and this one's overpitched and tries to play it on the leg side, and he again gets a little thick sort of inside edge, and the batsmen go through for 1 as the ball goes to the long leg area. Andy, what should be the way these batsmen will be thinking now in order for us to get to a good state?
Well, Overton just gets the bat on ball and tries to pick up a single. Willey again looks to score, has got to be looking for a ball he can hit for 4 without going nuts. But they've got to, I think they've got to kind of target a run of ball from here, which is 33 more, gets them to 250.
That's very reasonable, Andy. I think it's a good target to sort of have, very realistic target. Overpitched, nice looking shot by Overton, not convincing though, didn't time it well enough. It was a full delivery, he should have done better. However, it's just the 1, and England get 220 for the loss of 7, 220. And Shami's bowled off his 10th over now, and he's bowling his 10th over at least. Bumrah has got, I believe, 1 or 2 left. Chahal is bowled out, so I think the last 5 overs we're going to see a bit more of Prasidh Krishna and perhaps Hardik Pandya. So it'll be good for Willey if he can hang on there for a bit to try and get those overs. The main bowlers now in operation. Chahal's just finished.
Yeah, I think India were looking to actually take a couple more wickets, and they gambled on putting their better bowlers in earlier.
Agreed. Overpitch delivery, looking for the Yorker. Overton watchful. He was also anticipating the Yorker, and in the process placed this ball back to the ball. A clever bowling, change of pace, 76 miles per hour on that occasion. Shami, very experienced campaigner, has an extremely good season so far, especially in the T20s. He really bowled very well without much reward. Shami comes in and using the crease very nicely, moving away from the crease, and this one's overpitched, played towards the square leg area. The batsmen get 1 and they come back for 2, and that marks the end of over number 45. Willey on 30, Overton on 6, and we got the last 5 overs left. Messi.
I don't think the Bear will be happy with Andy talking about 250. I think he went on over 259, didn't you, Bear? Which means that he won another 40 from here, not another. Another 30 from here, not another. No, yeah, another 35 or so from here. Gary has been botted. Click here, says Boombop. Brian says, yes, I can say 5 runs and over isn't enough at this stage of the game. Ali hit out because he must have realised less than 5 and over is nowhere near enough. Now both Andy and Bennett are saying England need to get a move on. Why not move on earlier?
No, I do actually agree with that. I'm sorry, Brian, we got our wires crossed a little bit there. I do agree with what you're saying there.
Yeah, Andy's got a lot of support now with our viewers. Good one. This is interesting. This is why we have different opinions. It's all very respectful, but however, different ways of thinking. As I mentioned before, it's Hardik Pandya who's gotten out to complete a few overs as he coming in. This one's the shortest delivery. Willey pulls and pulls well towards the deep squaring region, and the batsman Willey gets a single. So 5 overs left. England would have wanted to sort of have a few more runs on the board, having been put to bat, losing very good wickets, quick wickets over a period of time. Jason Roy 23, Bairstow 38, Joe Root 11, Ben Stokes 21, Josh Butler 4, Liam Livingston 33, Moeen Ali 47. Moeen Ali dropped previously by Prasid Krishna. Hardik Pandya, the unlucky bowler, he's taken 2 wickets for 26 or 5 overs. Certainly one of the pick of the bowlers next to Yuvendra Chahal, who got 4 for 47 off his spell of 10 overs. Hardik Pandya could have ended up with 3. However, here he is, steams in over pitch, sorry, it's outside the off stump, and Overton looking for the wild swing. A very ugly looking shot there, bat nowhere near the line of the ball, and the ball goes to the wicketkeeper. Oh, easy. Yeah, no chance for that. Andy, Overton's very...
Sorry, just to cut through you. There's a message on YouTube to say Tunin has died. Did you see that, Bear? Oh, he's not listening.
Tunin probably hasn't died. It's probably for them. It's still going here.
Okay. And we've also got $10 from Warren Davies on YouTube. Thank you very much, Warren.
Thank you, Warren Davies. And Pandya bowls. Overton looking very unconvincing at this stage. He's not able to rotate the strike. 6 off 13. Very, very important balls that are being wasted. Willey could have, had the strike there. Overton unsure of his game at this stage. Pandya 2 for 26 with his tail up, bowling at good pace, good control, and looking quite threatening here as he comes in, the 46th of the over, 40th of the innings. England batting first, looking to have a good score, about 260, 270, looking unlikely at this stage. Pandya comes in, right arm over the wicket, and this one's again over pitched, and Overton this time gets bat on ball, placed towards the deep mid-wicket area. The batsman crossed through for 1. Andy, are we losing the plot here? A little bit?
Us or England?
No. Bring to England, sorry.
No, look, Overton's doing the best he can. It's not ideal. Maybe he could actually, with 3 wickets left and there's only 4 overs after this one, maybe Overton could actually just pull out the long handle here.
These cars can
look, if I get out, at least Cars and who's the other?
Topley.
Cars can hold a bat and support the other end. So Topley's probably not renowned as a batsman, but yeah, I think Overton might actually look more to swing for the ropes here. He's not really. I know I said something different about 10 ago, but now there's only 4 overs left.
Comes in, and Pandya comes. This one's nicely played towards the wicket area. I mean, it seems that Willey is actually trying to rotate the strike, and Overton's trying to go for the big shot. So I think, as you said, perhaps a little bit of a chat there to identify what else is needed, because Topley, I saw him hitting a huge 6 the other day too, so he can come in and give a sort of a good blow or 2 at the end. England struggling now to accelerate. Overton 7 off 14. What can he do here? Hardik Pandya 2 for 28 on last ball of the 6th over, 225 for 7. England put into bat, and Pandya comes in, right arm over. That's the over pitch delivery, swinging through, and Overton, not sure whether he got a bat on ball there. Nevertheless, going towards the long leg area, and yes, it was pads first, says the umpire, and the batsman get 2 for that. Nevertheless, 227 for 7. Over to you, Messi.
Brian says, bugger, my switch off Twitter before my 4th pint filter has failed. I'm out of here. Enjoy the rest of the game. Warren, when he sent the $10, says this message is having 11. Says, I was just having my dinner, which I didn't get through in the break between stints. I was just finishing it off. Some nice fish cakes from Aldi. Thank you, Warren. And Joe Solanke was asking why Bhuvi Kumar isn't playing. He's not part of the squad, Joe. He hasn't been part of the Indian ODI squad since last year, in fact. His T20 seems to be his forte at the moment.
They may feel he's not certain to get through 10 overs.
Yeah, that's a good point, Andy. He's got injury prone, hasn't he? And he's done a remarkable job for the T20 side with his sort
Very
of
good.
balls that his swing bowling is just absolutely phenomenal, isn't it? It's Bumrah now. Here he is. Shortish delivery. Willey on the back foot. Hoiks this one towards the deep square leg region. That's a mighty 6, a majestic 6. Welcome shot there for England as Willey moves to 30th. Beautiful shot there, Andy.
Yes, lovely pick up. And not the first time we've seen that. Moeen did that as well. Bumrah's banging it in short of a length, and it's really just going straight into the batsman's hitting zone.
Yes, a beautiful shot there, and certainly English fans will be very exhilarated with that shot. However, Bumrah, I think, is waning up down a little bit. Perhaps time for a rest, and that's why the Indian selectors have rested him for the rest of the series. He's human after all. He cannot play test matches, captain them, ODI magic deliveries, a series, and then continue on. This is very important, and especially being a fast bowler, to manage their workload. Bumrah certainly feeling the heat. Perhaps the heat in these English conditions has also got into him. Not looking far from his best. Here he comes in this one. So nicely played. Over pitched. Picks the ball from outside the off stump and hits it towards the towards the long on area. Shreya Iyer, the substitute fielder, picks up, throws it back, and the batsman take 2. Really keeping the strike sensibly so. And Shreya Iyer was quick there at sort of long on. However, Overton, a direct hit there might have got Overton off there. However, he's lucky to be there.
It's good running. Overton taking the view that he's going to the danger end and doesn't really matter so much if he gets out. So good running there.
Yes, indeed. Bumrah bowls over pitch. Sorry, it's a good length delivery, and Willey on the front foot looking to open the face of the back at bat, and unfortunately guides it straight to the short third man area where there is a fielder placed. I believe there's no third man, and Willey is looking to see if he can glide it towards that area. Willey, a handy knock, 40 or 47. He's done that many a times for his county, opens the innings on occasions too. Can he do this for England today? 235 for 7. England in a comfortable position compared to where they were 15 overs ago. Bumrah bowls. This one's over pitched. Willey drives nicely towards the long off area. The field is very quick to the ball and puts pressure on the batsmen, and the ball went a bit too quick for their liking, and Willey very correctly decides against the second. So he's got 2 more balls now, Overton. I think it's time for us to see what he can do in these 2 balls and keep Willey on the other side for the next over. Bumrah already conceded about 8-9 runs in this over. Willey's done his job for the over. Can Overton do his role in this team? Bumrah gets ready, bowling the 9th over of the innings. Cast is the next man in. Reece Sopley will follow. 236 for 7. Bumrah comes in, and this one's outside the off stump. He dabs it towards the cover area, and I think he's looking to rotate the strike as well. Andy, he's not looking for those shots. That's a short ball. I would have expected him to go on the back foot and slap it, or at least has some intention of slapping it. A thick outside edge would have gone for a boundary. Come on, over.
Too soon. Too soon.
There's only 3 overs left, Jess.
He's been there 60
another over, because Willey has to keep batting till the end, and but somebody has to keep him company.
3 overs left.
Yeah, but now Willey one ball, and he needs to keep the strike, so he can't go for the shots. He might want to go for a single now. So there you go. Oh, he goes for the big one. He's not waiting for Overton.
Yeah, there you go.
But has he got... Oh, this is what it does. He unfortunately got straight to the long on. And that is the end of David Willey. And this is exactly what I was talking about, Andy, before. I think Craig Overton's misjudgment there actually paved the way for David Willey to go for that big shot. Unfortunately, poor old David Willey, a good knock there, and has to go in for that shot. Loses his wicket rather unselfishly, and I think the credit should go to Craig Overton for that wicket. However, England in a bit of a bother. Andy.
I'm not sure about that. You might be overthinking that a little bit. Willey, a really good innings, Willey. Very good 41 or 49 in those circumstances. I mean, Moeen and David Willey are good guys to have coming in at 7 and 8. But the damage really already done in that middle spell when your absolute engine room of Root and Stokes, 10 and 20, and suddenly just your top five's all out. No one scored any runs, and it's hard. England have done what they can from that point. And look, they're going to have Overton and Cards and Topley for the last 3 overs. They're still perfectly capable of knocking 15 from the last 3 overs. That's why I don't think. I mean, sorry, Jay, I think it's a bit crazy to say people should be holding themselves back with 3 overs left. Holding themselves back for what? 3 balls at the end.
Well, I just wanted to see Willey have the opportunity to stay there, but I mean, I disagree with you, Bennett, about it being Overton's fault that he got out. I think Overton took a safe run, gave Willey the chance to score a run or a boundary, whatever. The fact that he got out wasn't related to that. It's the fact that I think Overton did exactly the right thing, taking a run where there was one rather than going crazy.
The ball, Messi, was a short ball outside the off stump, which could have. I mean, there was no intention from Overton. That's what my point was. Because it's 2 balls, and if David Willey was on strike on the other side, now if he would have been facing rather than a new player, which, like we can see now, is struggling to get bat on ball. So again, I guess we all have our different opinions and views. That's why we are commentators, and we have our own comments to make. But I strongly feel about that period of game there, because David Willey didn't have to play that shot if he was on the other side. But given that he wanted to sort of get that thing, I almost nearly dropped him there in the substitute field. I believe the sun was going down on his eyes. However, it's Krishna bowling the 48th over, and Carr swings wildly, nowhere near the ball, and there is no chance of a run. This is exactly what I was alluding to previously with what I was saying. 2 balls have gone now. If David Willey was there, it may have been slightly a different proposition. However, this is reality. This is cricket for you. The glorious uncertainty of cricket. Can it prevail? As Carr's faces, we know he can hit the long ball. The Durham all-rounder, who's born in South Africa, certainly made a mark for himself, and that's way outside the off stump. Wide call by the umpire, and thanks God we've actually got off the mark in that over. 238 for 8. What's the realistic score from here, gentlemen? Andy?
250.
255.
255 maybe. Yeah.
I need 260.
I told you were being optimist.
We needed David Willey there to get 260. So Overton's at the non-strikers then. I'm not sure whether he's feeling a bit guilty for that dismissal. If he did or if he didn't, we don't know. End of the day, it's 15 balls remaining. Surely we can get 25-30 runs off that, gentlemen.
Leah points out that Chahal has the best bowling figures for an Indian at Lords in an ODI. 10 overs, 4 for 47.
Okay. Krishna comes in, steaming down. Oh, he's trying to bowl the Yorker length outside the off-stump line, and this one's dabbed away. It's a comedy of errors here. The batsman looking for 2, and the ball coming through to the bowler's end. And didn't pick up, no cover up, no backup there, resulting in the batsman coming back for the second one. Cast off the mark, cast on 2 of 3. 3 balls gone in this over, 2 runs taken. India looking good. They've put a lot of pressure with that wide there. 3 runs in that over, 240 for 8. Cast is the batsman on strike. They've got just Reece Topley back in the pavilion to come through. What can Cast do now? This one's it's a good delivery, and he hits him on his private part there. He's in some agonizing pain.
No, I think it's on the back of the knee. He's turned around a little bit, and it's caught him on the part the pad doesn't cover. Yeah, that's a nasty one.
Has it been given out?
I think
He
so.
may have been given out
Yes.
LBW. Yes.
I would have thought so. He was just crossing away from his stumps and Prasidh Krishna following him through, and that marks the end of a short, unfruitful innings. This is exactly my point, gentlemen, from before. Sorry, I'm going to keep harping on that. So we lost in the 48th over. David Willey earlier on, and of course it's now LBW to Prasidh Krishna. Andy, got anything to say?
Absolutely. That you trust your teammates to do some kind of job. You should be able to trust, even though they are 9, 10, 11, these guys are coached hard to bat, and you should be able to trust them to bat, get some runs off 3 overs. It's not for David Willey to go into his shell until the very last over. He's got to pick up some runs, and one thing you have to learn in cricket and limited overs cricket is that you don't have to do everything yourself, and you shouldn't try to do everything yourself. You back your teammates a little bit, and if it doesn't come off, it doesn't come off. It was still the correct risk-reward thing for David Willey to do, to go with some shots if he thought the ball was there.
Agreed. Oh no,
Dave Wood says that was
England are going to be, I guess.
Dave Wood quotes one of our jingles. He says, that was a dubious point, made with hyperbolic conviction by, Bennett. It's not normally Gary Naylor is the one who's accused that. The Pornbot says, Bennett going for the big one and slapping it. Click here.
I love that. This wakes all our listeners out. Very well planned, Andy. Well done. Sorry, I'm just trying to get some good listening out here. It's really great to have different views. But then here comes Prasidh Krishna. Topley, he's not going to hang around. He's just showing his batters ahead of him. This is how you play the game. He just hits it on the extra cover area, and he knows what risk and reward is, Sandy. He certainly does. At number 11.
You played a good shot there.
Indeed. We got 2 overs left. I sincerely hope England doesn't get all out with balls remaining in this such a low score that they would have wanted to end up with. However, as my learned friends here and viewers have commented, risk and reward is what the order of the day is. I'm being outnumbered with my view. However, Prasidh Krishna comes in. This one's way outside the off stump and gives himself room, Topley, and places it towards the mid-off area. No chance of run. End of over number 48. Topley 2 of 2. Overton 8 of 16. Krishna was bowled the 8th over 1 for 53. England in a rather uncomfortable position, but in a better position than they were 10-15 overs ago. 242 for 9. Messes.
Well, we're up to date on Twitter. Couple of comments on YouTube. Prasidh doesn't look interesting. I think maybe give other players chances. Be good to bring Bhuvi back in the ODIs. I don't think the fast bowling attack of India has lacked anything with these 3 quicks, to be honest. I think they're perfect. I don't think they're missing Bhuvi at all. Amir Malik says we need 265. Well, that's going to be very hard to get 23 off the last 2 overs with 1 wicket standing. I'd be amazed.
Bumrah bowling his last over, the penultimate over of the innings, so slower full toss there, and Overton didn't get hold of it, didn't figure out the pace of that delivery, and he placed it towards the long off area. And again, in these situations, because I played in a Wales over 40 game yesterday, and when a new batsman comes in, rather than a batsman that is set in material of the credentials or the thinking behind that, it's not very easy to sort of get that momentum going. It's international
not easy at all. I had to do it on Sunday back with 2 overs left.
There you go.
I had 3 balls and missed it. Yeah.
That was a ball just almost hit the stumps, and Reece Topley hoiking it. And this is going back to what I was saying before, where a little bit of sensibility, a little bit of thinking behind some of those running. At which stage do you go? Look at that shot. A number 11, typical number 11. Was that a no ball? Yes,
I think so.
No ball. Free hit there for Topley. Yes, he certainly overstepped that. It'll be interesting to see what Topley will do here. Sorry. Bumrah bowling the free hit ball. What can Topley do? Here he comes steaming in. Oh well, he cannot do anything as he gives himself room, and the ball nearly clips onto the stumps there, and he watches the ball go through the wicketkeeper rather sheepishly. So England may be losing out on a good 10-15 runs due to the two successive wickets there. David Willey and Cars being out in quick succession, putting a bit of a dent in their plans of capitalizing in the last few overs, as we've been discussing rather.
This is you don't leave the last few overs.
How did that ball miss the stumps?
Not sure. Don't know.
That was a beautiful delivery, almost Yorker, and goes by passing the stump by a whisker. And Reece Topley lucky to be there. And again, I'm sorry to sort of harp on my little point that I made earlier, where we could have had a good 10, 15, 20 runs on the board, and Overton is on the non-striker's end. Well, he's a senior partner. What is he doing? Well, as Bumrah comes in, here he comes. Oh, this one's over-pitched. Nicely little dab there towards mid-on area, and the batsman scrambling through for a quick single, a loud appeal. Is it even going to the third umpire? So no, it's not. It seems that they're actually, umpire has said not out, and that's the end. No, that's 3 balls gone into the penultimate over. A good pick up there. Is it Sharma there? And a beautiful throw as well. But the batsman Reece Topley safely home. It was Virat Kohli, wasn't it? Yes, Kohli. Coming back into the side today instead of Shreyas Iyer, and he will be taking a break after this with the next tour. I hear England going in with an unchanged team. Bumrah in the penultimate over here. He comes in. This one's a shortish delivery. Pulls it. Overton didn't get hold of it. Pulls it towards the deep square leg area. And the batsmen take 1. It's on 10. 246 for 9. Andy? Still another 15 more runs possible in 7 balls?
Nope.
I'm trying to make a bit happy there. There's looking rather sort of on the
down Swanee. Look, it's kind of missing the point to focus on what's happening last 3 or 4 overs. England were 5 down, or the top 5 are in Hutchin 20 overs. From there, they've actually done pretty well. But that's the meat and potatoes of this innings.
Indeed. I think considering where we were, where England was, it's certainly a good position. But in the overall scheme of things, England struggling by a good 20, 30, 40 runs, I would have thought. Bumrah comes in. Bowled him. There he is. Bowled him. That's a good Yorker delivery. And Topley gets cleaned up. He's lucky to sort of be there. And Overton unbeaten on 10. He could have farmed the strike, kept him there, but last ball of the innings.
I think you credit Overton with a lot more talent than he has as a batsman, to be honest. I really do.
I agree. But 246 all out with 1 over to spare, and that's suicidal for me. That's an absolute disaster for not using the last over from England's point of view. However, good position, 246 all out. Reece Topley, the last man out. Bumrah picks up the wicket. England go through. India need 247 to win, and I'll hand you back to Andy for his comments and then Messrs.
Yeah, well, it's a disappointing innings for England. 246, as we say, from where they were, I don't know, 80 for 5 or something. It's a bit of recovery. It gives them just a sniff, but as the Bear said, I don't really fancy these England bowlers to blast through the Indian top order. We just don't really have that kind of bowler. We have bowlers who are effective with 350 on the board, but who isn't really. England are a batting team. Batting is their strength. It's let them down in both of these ODIs. It's going to be extremely difficult, but what you do, you go out and have a go.
Indeed. Yeah. India won the toss, and
you're not going to put up. Sorry, one more thing. Just looking at the scorecard, you're not going to put up a competitive ODI total when no one gets 50.
That's a good point. Although it should be pointed out that they've scored 6 more runs than they needed to win the World Cup 3 years ago.
Yeah, more pressure on that game.
summary here for listeners who are tuning in. India won the toss and decided to field, and invited sort of England to take first lease of this wicket here at Lord's, and England 246 all out. They were quite perilously placed with half their side out for around 110 when Moeen and Willey and David Willey formed a very good partnership. And we also had Liam Livingstone, a quick fire 33 off 33 before he was out. The batsman at the top of the innings, Jason Roy, 23 off 33 balls. Johnny Bairstow, ran a ball 38. Joe Root struggled a bit for his 11 of 21. Ben Stokes 21 of 23 was unfortunately out. Rivers sweeping to Chahal. Josh Butler didn't get going. He's not really found his form in the last few matches after a harvest of runs in the last not so long ago. He was out for 4. Liam Livingstone looked good for his 33, a ran a ball 33. Moeen and Willey and David Willey certainly dug it out there with some clever batting, rotating the strike and keeping the momentum going for a last minute onslaught, which didn't happen. Moeen and Willey was out trying to hike Chahal over the mid-wicket area. He had a life earlier on when Prasidh Krishna dropped a sitter off the unlucky Hardik Pandya. So he was out for 47. David Willey again in trying to move the momentum, and was out for a very well compiled 41 or 49. He would have done well with a little bit more help from the other end, and the strike rotation could have been a lot better. Greg Overton unbeaten on unconvincing 10 of 18 balls. Brian Carr's out for 2. Reece Topley, the last man out, bowled by Bumrah for 3. And certainly the pick of the bowlers being Chahal 4 for 47, and Jasprit Bumrah and Hardik Pandya 2 wickets each. So we're at the innings break. What happens now, Bear?
We're going to play some Dickwell Abroad Alzat Trophy. People seem to like it the other day, so we've got some other games. We had the final the other day, so we're going to work backwards. We're going to have a semi-final today, because I just feel like it. And this will go on for days probably, with these games going sort of 20 minutes, half an hour throughout. So probably by the time we get to the end of the ODI series against the South Africans, you'll probably get to the end of the game. So enjoy, and we'll see you whenever they come back. Does anyone know how long the break is? 30, 40 minutes?
I think it's probably 30 minutes.
30 minutes, and then it depends if they went over their time. They have less time for lunch, don't they? So I'll keep an eye on it, because I'm next door, and I'm on straight after lunch anyway with Messrs Nadgett, so I'll be looking out for him too. But we'll see you then. So
thank you very much. Love you too. See you on air with all of you. Cheers now.
See you, Bennett.
Bye.
Cheers, bye.
Guerrilla crickets. Whoa. Guerrilla crickets. Whoa. Guerrilla. Take large, man the barricades, patrol the cover band.
Contest wonders died, still wondering. The naughty boy nets felt the sharp discipline of Mother Cricket. The how the fuckers, how the fucked off, and the ginger-dread men snapped and crumbled. Now we're at what they call the sharp end, and hoping not to be stabbed by it, the surprise winners of Group A and the sneakers in through the back door of Group B. I'm Knuckle Mpande, I'm your host, social media wrangler and scorer, and continuing his fine work as interim coach of the Beardy Bastards 11 who topped Group A, Al Hotchkiss.
Afternoon, Knuckle. Afternoon, everybody.
And his opponent here at Trent Bridge, the chef du mission of the Fat Lot of Use 11, Nigel Hendo Henderson.
Yeah, well, I think it's a bit unfair to say that we sort of sneaked in anywhere, because the people of our size don't sneak anywhere. They tend to be sort of ripples around them wherever they move. So I think we need a bit more credit than that. To be honest, I'm a bit sensitive today about my fat boys.
You move well for big men. And rolling the dice and making the things work, technical term, Nigel the Bear Walker.
Good afternoon, everybody. Looking forward to this first semi-final.
So exciting, isn't it? It's so exciting. I mean, this is now we're getting down to the real grit of the tournament, and I think we might even get more than 7 listeners today.
The wheat is definitely separated from the chaff at this stage.
Indeed. We don't want any chaffing.
Indeed. We're threshing here, there, and everywhere. Should, of course, say that we are raising money throughout this Dickwell Abroad Alzat Trophy for the Juvenile Diabetes Research Foundation UK, who do fantastic work to research the treatment, prevention, and hopefully eventually cure of type 1 diabetes, a cause which is very close to the gorilla heart for a number of reasons. We have a crowdfunder on Just Giving. It is pinned to our social media feeds, and it is all over the video descriptions of these very videos that are on Facebook and YouTube. You can, of course, watch us on Facebook Live and on YouTube. Those links are also easily findable on Twitter. And, of course, you can tweet us, and I'll be reading those through the course of the day. Before we do go to the toss, which Nigel will officiate, we must note the alarming presence of a rift in the space-time continuum. Timelines crashing into each other that never should meet. It's all getting wibbly-wobbly and timey-wimey. W.G. Grace and Ian Botham do battle against their younger and older, hairier and fatter selves. All will be made unclear. Over to the bear for the toss. Hendo, you shall call.
And I will call for a great big head. Oh, well, what happened there?
I dropped the coin. I didn't flick it.
It's a full start.
It was a full start. Here we go. It's a tail.
It's got to be heads. It's got to be
tails.
heads.
It's tails.
That is tails.
So the beardy bastards have won the toss, and
we're going to bowl, sir. We are going to bowl.
Well, it's all right. I would have batted, so I'm quite happy with that. I always like to get up front and get the runs on the board, put pressure on, scoreboard pressure. That's what it's all about.
So the beardy bastards have won the toss and decided to field first at Trent Bridge. Al, just talk us through your decision making behind that and behind your 11. I understand we have one change.
Just one change for us, nothing too major. Monty Panesar is going to come out of the attack after playing in the last game. Dizzy Gillespie is coming in. Jason Gillespie will go in hot and heavy on a pace attack. So our 11, Brearley, Grace, or one version of Grace anyway. Ali, Yusuf, Sterling, Botham, 77 to 84. Bonner, Marshall, Gillespie, Hendrick, and then Blackham, our wicketkeeper at number 11.
Who's been doing fine work with the gloves. Hendo, you said you're happy enough to be batting first?
Absolutely. I mean, we've been waiting for Mohammad Shahzad to catch fire in this tournament. I think today could be the day. Mark Cosgrove be looking for runs as well. And WG Grace, well, it's going to be interesting to see which of the WG Graces people have come to see bat today. But I, for one, want to see my WG Grace doing wonderful things. He is, of course, the oldest man in this tournament at 172. I think he is.
old.
So he's looking quite good. My version is 172 years old today.
Skeletal, indeed. Right, who's going to open the bowling then?
That's an interesting choice. Opening the bowling will be MD Marshall.
Okay, well, we have some jingles. We're going to have Marshall. And who's bowling to first up?
It'll be Mohammad Shahzad.
Okay.
With Mark Cosgrove at the non-striker's end.
Yep.
Indeed. Right, here we go.
This isn't just another Afghan cricketer. All new Mohammad Shahzad, with class-leading power and a 3-ton towing capacity. There's never been so much innovation in a cricketer. Mohammad Shahzad gets the tough jobs done.
And to Nigel Henderson up in the comms box at Trent Bridge for commentary of the first innings.
Well, I should just give you the full team, shouldn't I? I forgot to do that. Mohammad Shahzad, Mark Cosgrove, WG Grace, later years, Warwick Armstrong, captain, Arjuna Ranatunga, Samet Patel, Sir Ian Botham after 84, Rakeem Cornwall, Ian Austin, Dwayne Leverock, and Merv Arsewipe himself, Hughes. And it is Malcolm Marshall with the ball in his hand. I watched him last week in 1984, and he's appealing against Mohammad Shahzad. And what has happened there? It's not out. Oh my goodness, that flicked the top of the pad. He thought he'd got him there with his skiddy action, but I think that's just clearing the off bail. And a fortunate escape for the Fat Boys right at the outset. Second ball, he's in again. Another appeal. Oh my goodness me! Can he escape again? Oh! Extraordinary start to this game. Extraordinary start. 2 appeals. One was not out and one was a no ball. But at least the Fat Boys are off the mark. Marshall again in, bowls, and this time Shazad goes back to a short one and swivels and pulls it over mid-wicket. Didn't get all of it, but he gets 4 runs and they're up and running.
2 + 2 is on man.
Mohammad Shahzad with scores of 11, 12 and 21 in the tournament so far. What can he do today? Well, he's off the mark now. In comes Marshall again, and he's going to hit him for another 4. Beautifully onto the front foot this time and lifting it up and over extra cover. 4 more to Mohammad Shahzad.
There's not one boy for me, I must have 2 or 3, I need 4.
Well, what a start to this semi-final. It really has taken off. With bells on, and this is another 4 for Shahzad. He was a little bit lucky there. He was feeling for that outside the off stump, gets a bottom edge to it, and it flies fine of the wicketkeeper down all the way to long leg for 4.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Well, here we go. Marshall in, 2 balls to go in this over. He's in again to Shahzad, and it's all he was feeling for that, but he's going to get lucky once more. It's gone flying off the shoulder of the bat. It's gone fine again. It means third man has a long way to get round to that leg. Back for the third. Final ball of the over will be bowled to none other than Mark Cosgrove, the left-hander, and that's smashed for 4. He rocks onto the back foot and plants that away through cover point. What an extraordinary first over.
Now my innings going, great guns, I hit the ball, 4 runs, I hit the ball and it went for 4 runs.
Scenes, as they say, at Trent Bridge. After one 7-ball over, the fat lot of US11 having been put into bat by the beardy bastards are 20 for no loss. Mohammad Shahzad is on 15, Mark Cosgrove is on 4. We do have some people with us on various social media platforms. We tweeted out just before play. We were slightly late on because of a disturbance from a statue at Trent Bridge, to which Tony Bishop says, now you're just taking the plinth. And Pirate Badshah says, was Michelangelo's David streaking? To which I would ask, how could you tell? Linux Leah says, if one of the 2 captains were to produce 5 no balls, there's a synthetic leather jacket, barely worn, UK size, ladies large, in it for them. And Durban Oak says, I see Hendo's in the dark again. It was a toss-up between this and La Liga. Why not both?
Well, I chose right, I think.
On Facebook, Patrick Lunger says, first time tuning in, have no clue what this is about, and says, going to send this to my other cricket group. Please do. Brilliant. And Philip Shaw says, quite rightly, you're in for a treat. We are also on that there YouTube. Who is going to bowl the second over after that bit of dramatics from the arm of Marshall and the foot of Marshall?
Dramatics indeed. We are going to stick with the game plan, and Jason Gillespie is going to open at the other end.
Well, Jason Gillespie coming into the team, I think, for the first time in this tournament.
He's having a jingle first.
He's so dizzy. His head is spinning like a whirlpool.
Oh, that's a bit disorientating. I don't think I'm going to play that again. That's weird in the head.
That is very, very weird indeed. But Jason Gillespie is anything but weird in the head. And he's in and he bowls and it's rolling around the ball. In fact, there are people tumbling everywhere as the red orb is struck away through mid-wicket by Mohammad Shahzad. And he's picked up another 4. He's on fire. I said he's got to catch fire sooner or later. In comes Gillespie again, and Mohammad Shahzad just relaxes, lets this one seam into him ever so slightly, and turns it away with just a swivel of the wrists. Picks up a run to long leg, brings Cosgrove down to face, and he's going to pick up 3 perhaps. It's just running out towards deep extra cover. There is a man coming round. That man is none other than Mike Hendricks, and they get back for a third. In again from the pavilion end, and it's 4 more, smacked away by Cosgrove. He's in good touch this afternoon. That's gone straighter than the previous one, but it's found the gap between extra and mid-off.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Jason Gillespie in again, leaning forward as he runs in with the hair flowing, and Cosgrove flicks him away. Australian against Australian, and he'll pick up 3 more runs down to...
It was actually Shahzad who just hit that 3.
How did he do that? Yes, he's right, because he got 3 previously. So it was Australia against Afghani, and 3 more runs to Shahzad.
Final ball of the over.
It's a big appeal. It's a big appeal against Cosgrove. Oh, and he's giving it this time. He's giving it this time. The first wicket falls. It was back to being Australian against Australian, and Jason Gillespie comes out on top.
Yeah, Dizzy Gillespie, fine bowler, not the finest of beards, certainly not the most astute member of the squad. His piratical goatee, I think, with his, as Hendo said, him in his younger flowing hair days. He trapped Mark Cosgrove for 7 off 3 with 1-4, and after 2 overs having been put into bat, the Fat Lord of Use 11 are 35 for 1. A few people saying that we've got the wrong match description set on one of our on YouTube and or Facebook, but I can't seem to find where that is. But we'll
I have. I'm going to change it. That's one of the things I have to remember to do, and I forgot to do it today.
So many.
Thought I'd done it. Yeah, thank you for Diana and Warvid Pom for sorting that out. And Linux Lear / Karen Lives Don't Matter says, is there anything more cricket than we regret to inform you that play for the day will be slightly delayed on account of racist pigs rioting in the street? Indeed, insulting to pigs everywhere.
I agree. I'm
to all poor signs.
I'm a big fan of Babe personally, but so there you go. Don't denounce the pigs. That's what I say. Yep. Now you may notice you're talking about me not being very bright in a sort of actual glowing sense on YouTube. But yesterday when I was interviewing Deep Dasgupta, I've had a big spotlight shining in my face. Unfortunately, said spotlight has now failed, so I'm going to remain in the dark for most of the day. Just thought I'd clear that up for you.
Well, we've got a few new people to introduce in terms of the match, don't we? Because we need your number 3.
We do indeed need my number 3, and of course it's a wonderful man. They've come to see him bat first. They can see him bat second as well, probably. But it's my WG Grace, all the way from Bristol.
Yes, the statue of a Bristolian that is still standing.
Indeed. A man who was the 8th of 9 children. 8th of 9 children. I don't know about what number child was your WG Grace, Al?
It's difficult to tell. Results are still coming in early on in his career, but I believe he's also the 8th of 9th.
Okay.
8th of 9th. The similarities between the two are astounding. I am going to resist the temptation of having WG Grace bowl at WG Grace just for the
please, come on, that'd be great.
That's all right, we can do it later.
Marshall will continue, and I believe that it's not even Grace that's facing, is it? It's
Mohammad Shahzad on 27 off 10. Malcolm Marshall went for 20 off his first over, including a no ball.
Well, it's not often that Malcolm Marshall goes for 20, so I can understand why Al is sticking with the Great West Indian. And he's coming in to bowl from the Ratcliffe Road end to Mohammad Shahzad. And Mohammad Shahzad goes on to the back foot, plays a very technically correct shot. One doesn't always associate that with him. He's going to get 2 runs as the man from deep backward point comes running round. Marshall has the ball back in his hands. He bowls to Shahzad. And there's a big ball now! This could be close. Let's see what's happening. Oh, he's turned on the upside end, so it's not out.
No, he's gone upstairs, that means.
That's not out. It's a dead ball.
It's not.
No, sorry, we're between frames.
Yes. No, we can't have it thrown again. I mean, if it ends up on its end, it's got to be not out, surely.
No.
Surely.
No.
Yes.
No. I'm the fucking umpire, and there's a result after every throw. Shut up, or I'll find you.
WG Grace is trying to talk the umpire out of this. He says they've come to watch Mohammad Shahzad bat, not you, umpire. But the umpire's having none of it.
Exactly.
No, the umpire's having none of it.
I think we need another one.
Stop being a bad loser.
Mohammad Shahzad bowled in controversial circumstances for 29 off 12, 37 for 2.
Well, I think that's quite shocking again. People have it in for fat people, and this is another example. It's just absolutely incredible.
No, there has to be a result. So if it lands on its end, you roll it again.
I think if it lands on its end,
it's like going upstairs to the TV umpire. I'm the TV umpire, and
Is it a 6-sided dice or an 8-sided dice?
Exactly. It's a 6-sided dice.
Oh well, that brings out to the crease.
But maybe that's where you could have hit wicket on the end of one of these things, and if it does land, you get hit wicket. I was thinking about how you could improve this game anyway. Sorry, who's in next?
Warwick Armstrong.
Okie dokies over there.
The large vessel.
That's one easy run for a man. But a bloody marathon for a solid one.
Well, these two big men, these two mighty men of Australian and English cricket need to repair this fat boy's innings. In comes Malcolm Marshall. And he's thrown the wrong. Hang on, umpire. I think we need to have an extra 5 runs for that. Anyway, Warwick Armstrong, he's tucked that one away into the onside, just behind square leg. He'll pick up a couple. He's away and off the mark.
It's been a while since I've seen an umpire give LBW before the ball's even been bowled.
Exactly. Yeah. Well, I think that tells you a little bit about whose side the bear is on. That's 3 more for Warwick Armstrong. Leans into that, uses all 21 stone of his physique to push that out deep into the offside and come back for a third.
As a firm in the Fat Lot of Use fraternity, what do you mean, Hendo?
Well, exactly. I don't understand. It's almost as if you're upset because you weren't picked in the team.
Maybe I am, Hendo. Maybe I am.
WG on strike for the first time.
Oh, and he's flicked that off his toes. It was just overpitched a little bit from Marshall. And he's used all the pace with his incredibly old bat and picked that up over mid-wicket away, and the crowd goes wild, I tell you, wild.
2, 4, 6.
One to come.
What a start for WG Grace. That is what they've all come to see. In comes Malcolm Marshall again, and he's rolling around. He's going. He's got a top edge to that. He went for the pull shot. He climbed on him. He's got a top edge off that very thin shoulder of the old bat that he's using, and it's flown over fine leg for another of these. I tell you what.
Sorry, Marshall had dragged that over back beautifully with only 1 for 7 off the first 4 balls, but those 2 sixes have rather ruined his figures. He's got 1 for 39 off his 2 after 3 overs, having been put into bat. The Fat Lot of Use 11, 54 for 2. WG Grace is 12 off 2. Warwick Armstrong 5 off 2.
Well, I tell you what, Al, if your WG Grace is anything like my WG Grace, this is going to be a treat for the fans here at Trent Bridge today. Anyway, who's coming into bowl? Is it going to still be Jason Gillespie?
It's still going to be Dizzy Gillespie, yeah.
Okay, Dizzy is running in to bowl to an Australian forerunner of his, Warwick Armstrong, and Warwick Armstrong fends that from in front of his chest, but it loops up and over through the gully region, and man at backward point is going to have to chase after that, and they're going to go back for 3. Here comes Dizzy again. The appeal this time against WG Grace. No, surely not. No, he's been given LBW. Surely not. His legs are so big. His pad's so huge. Surely that was going over the top. WG Grace is just standing there with one hand on his hip. He cannot believe that the umpire has given that. He wants a steward's inquiry immediately. He wants a public inquiry before too long. And, I don't know what to say about that.
That's what I say.
Well, we'll have word from the House of Commons Select Committee when they do indeed meet. But in the meantime, WG Grace has to go. LBW to Jason Gillespie, just as Mark Cosgrove was. 12 off 3, so 6 and out. Here for a good time, not a long time. WG Grace, 57 for 3 after 3.2 overs, and does that bring the former Sri Lankan captain to the middle?
It does indeed. Arjuna Ranatunga.
Sounds a bit like this.
No, I ain't saying he's a fat bugger, but Arjuna ain't skipping out on no cheeseburger. Put him up there on a good length. Arjuna Ranatunga's gonna go and get it.
What I love about this game, it's historical accuracy with Grace going 6 out.
Yeah. Absolutely. He doesn't mess around, does WG Grace. He's come to entertain people, and I suppose he'd be a big fan of T20 cricket these days, wouldn't he? He's pure entertainment.
He'd be here, there, and everywhere, all over the world.
Yeah,
he would be. He'd be a superstar. He'd be a
my
T20 mercenary. About your one. Next ball is bowled to Anna Ratunga. I don't know who she is, but Ranatunga has guided that from, way outside leg stump. He's going to pick up 3 runs out to deep backward square leg, chased after it by Mike Brearley, would you believe? Gillespie again in. This is going to be 2 runs this time to Warwick Armstrong, and he's just progressing quite steadily. Next ball to Warwick Armstrong. He's going to pick up 3. Again, a little bit of a leg glance there, and it's a long way for the man to travel from long leg to field.
One to come.
One to come from Dizzy Gillespie, who's putting in a fine performance on his first day, and there's something wrong with those dice! There's something wrong with those dice! How's that? No, he's been bowled! That's outrageous! Surely, what is going on with those fat thumbs out there today? It rocks back, it rocks forward, and you just know it's going to land on Hauser. Absolutely outrageous. Poor old Warwick Armstrong, he's gone.
I won't look back, 'cause by the time that I do, you'll be gone.
I can't believe you think this is fixed, man.
Outstanding work from Jason Gillespie, showing the benefits of bowling a good straight line. He's had 2 LBWs and now a bowled. Arjuna Ranatunga bowled by Jason Gillespie for 3 off 2. He has 3 for 26 off 2 overs, does Jason Gillespie, and after 4 overs, 65 for 4, the fat lot of use. 11 should just go to some tweets. We're getting some news about the statue incident that delayed play. It wasn't actually a statue of a racist, alleged or otherwise. It was in fact a statue of a small dog that got a bit enthusiastic. And Linux Lear says, "I hope no rugs, shoes, or trousers were spoiled in the incident." No, the dog is being fed and petted, and all is being taken care of. Philip Shaw says, "Turn off for a second and miss a wicket." Well, if you turn off for any more seconds, you'll have missed 4.
Well, absolutely. I do question the wrist work of the man in control of the dice today. It just seems to be dropping it. I think it may be heavily weighted on. There may be a little weight inside that's bringing it down on ours at the top.
And in related news, bad workman blames tools. Bad workman blames tools.
There you go.
The only tool out there is the one with the dice in his hand.
Fuck you. Right, that's it. Oh, look.
Yeah. All right, stop protesting. Well, you know he's coming out to the wicket now, don't you? I mean, it's none other than Dammit Sammit.
Oh, it is. Nice.
Hey, Summit.
Yes, Dad?
I've got something to say.
Uh-huh.
I really love the skillful way you beat the other players to the lunch buffet.
Oh, Dad.
For the first time this series you ran it. The cheese board's now ours, so let's scram it. But please don't take pomegranate. I've one thing to say, and that's damn it, Sammit. There's Irish stew. Your bill is no longer like granite. The course it's not working,
And we're back. Sorry, I've got a spliff in my mouth. We're back, Messi. It's Reece Topley's going to bowling. Ajit's supposed to be joining us. Today has been a bit chaotic on people turning up when they're supposed to be turning up because he's not there. But I'm sure he will be shortly. First ball is not out. There's an appeal for a catch, I think, from cover. But it was a bump ball into the ground by Rohit. The bowler is...
KB once tried to kill him, and AB smashed him off the park. Then Boyd Rankin shattered his hand. But Reece Topley.
It's Reece Topley. Second ball is just flicked into the leg side for no run. He is bowling at this man.
Popular sacred, when I'm 264.
And this Rohit, it goes across him through to the keeper, and there is no run. 82 miles an hour. It's not quite 87, 88. Is it?
Yeah, it makes a difference, doesn't it?
It does make a difference. More so in white ball than red ball, I think.
Yeah, especially those first few overs.
Yeah. So we can get a little bit of movement. I'm still probably going to go under for the first wicket because fuck, it can't go much worse today. I've lost 2 already. Topley in and punched by Rohit. Out on the offside. Ooh, out to cover. Did they go through there? I think they started, but Livingston did a good dive and throw. And Shikhar was trying to get back. Did get there, the stumps weren't hit anyway. He got a long way down when the ball was stopped. And Livingston got up through quickly. Oh, it was bloody close. If it had hit, actually, he might have been out. Weirdly. But no.
Bowling for run-outs already, you reckon?
Topley in again. Rohit just defends that back up the track, and there is no run. Let's see what the fall of the first wicket is. It'll be reasonably high. 30 and a half.
31. Yeah.
Which is, you know, it's a good spread for a fall of a first wicket in an ODI. If you're going to get wickets, they tend to fall early. People trying to hit hard early.
Yeah.
It can go quite quick as well. Having said that.
Although, yeah, I mean, when you think they don't actually have the disadvantage of showing Jason Roy open.
Yeah. Defended by Rohit out to the covers, and there's no run. Are people a bit dozy on Twitter, or are they back with us?
Very dozy. Nobody's back yet.
Okay.
Ravi's there. I think he approved of Sam Phillips saying, "Can we at least have Mark Wood as 12th man, or his horse?"
I presume he's not back bowling. I don't know where these guys are on getting back into fitness. I mean, he's been out for a couple of months now. Probably in rehab of some sort now. Stress fractures about 3 months. Must be similar for Archer.
Yeah, Archer's been out forever, hasn't he? Because he did his elbow.
He did his elbow, and then he did his elbow again. Well, they never properly fixed it, did they?
Yeah.
They kept giving him injections. They got him through the World Cup, and then he was a broken man. And when he finally did break down, that was that. England, at the other end, is obviously going to be this man.
You think the people would have had enough of Willie and Angels? His name's Willie. Listen, gorillas, and you'll hear it isn't so. Oh no.
His first ball goes on with the arm into Shikhar, and he defends it back up the track, and there is no run. I mean, is it possible that this bowling attack can bowl out this Indian 11?
Well,
they're going to have to bowl them out.
Happening in white ball.
Yeah, that's true.
I mean,
they're
not fearsome. Put it like that.
They're not fearsome. I suppose if England get early wickets, slow them down a bit, put a bit of scoreboard pressure on. That one squares up. Shikhar Dhawan's trying to work it into the leg side. Just having the same problem. Maybe there is a bit in this wicket because, especially with the newer balls, England were getting squared up and hitting in weird places when, you know, there seems to be a bit of movement off the pitch.
Yeah, I think they just need to, work the shine off the balls for the first 10 overs or so.
That was in the knackers, I think. Squarely.
He was very calm about it.
Well, it's not that pacey. Willey in, and that's into the pads and played to mid-wicket. There's no run. It's weird trying. In ODIs, I haven't watched so much T20. They're not actually just trying to smash it out of the park. Wouldn't the word go, really?
It is. It's hard to adjust.
It is hard to adjust. You think there's more similarity than there is. It's a much slower game, ODIs.
I much prefer it. It's got at least some strategy to it. I mean,
yeah, there's a lot more strategy to it. Although it's quite
simple. What happened in that England innings? They got a reasonable score when they look completely fucked.
Yeah, true. That's defended back down the track and there's no run. I mean, you do have the chance to get back in. I mean, reasonable 247 is not nearly enough, but at least they've got a target to bowl at. Exactly as you say, we won the World Cup with less than this, and it was at the same ground, same sort of pitch. So it didn't seem an easy pitch to score on. Certainly not as easy as the one the other night. Although England fucked that up and it was really good bowling. In terms of actually coming onto the bat, it seems to come on more. Into the pads of Shikhar Dhawan, who plays that once again to mid-wicket. I think Moeen and Willey's fielding there. No run. Yet to get a run, could have 2 maidens in a row. That would be quite weird.
Yeah, it would indeed.
Wonder what Butler's thinking. This is his, what, 5th game. Lost 3 out of 4 so far.
Yeah, well, I mean, he did all right in the Netherlands, but that was the Netherlands. Wasn't it?
Yeah, he wasn't quite captain yet. Wow,
No.
there's a half
Well, he was
strangled
for the last
appeal.
one.
Yeah, he was, but he was still standing captain that one, wasn't he? Anyway, thinking about ODI, I think that's not too bad actually. It seems to be the outswing. It was pitched on around about middle and leg. I wouldn't be surprised if that was, well, it's probably clipping leg and the umpire didn't
It's
give it
going
out.
down, I reckon.
You reckon it's going down? I think it might be clipping leg. I think there's enough shape in it to straighten it up a bit. He's a lefty after all.
Not
I'm
really.
sure we'll get to see.
Yeah. So, Farong's with us. He says runs on the board always gives you a chance. Not taking any wickets to the last match may be a slight concern. Is Severe going under or over in power play 1?
Under. Always under. Under 30 and a half.
And Brian says, I'm back. England failed to bat the 50 overs, yet some gorillas thought England was going okay. Why do teams coast along in boring middle overs only to find themselves in the shit later on and having to up the run rate with lesser bats?
Well,
I mean,
there seems to have been an inside edge on that appeal for Willey anyway, which is a good thing they didn't go for it. But I think it was a pretty good shout other than that. There was a half appeal from Rohit on Rohit first ball, the next over from Reece Topley. But it was a scrambled appeal. There's going to be 4 leg byes next ball. It's 2 on the hip of Rohit. I bet he's disappointed that isn't runs to his name because it was on the hip and it was easy to guide down there. And he gets the 4 runs anyway as it come off the thigh pad.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Whilst I'm yapping away, you don't want to email Adjit and remind him that he was gently supposed to be on here, do you? Topley is, oh wow, big drive from Rohit, and that seemed to rise as it went through. Beat the inside edge, I think, and there's no run.
WhatsApp him.
Okay, is he on the WhatsApp group?
I think he is, yeah.
If he is, that's okay then. WhatsApp on that then. Yeah, that definitely seemed to kick off the wicket a bit. And, beat Rohit, all ends up. Maybe it's not as easy to bat as we think. Rohit facing up Topley. Oh wow, that's got to be out. Either OBW or caught behind. It is given out. Yes, under.
Yeah. He got an edge on that.
I thought he got an edge and he was caught behind. I thought there was quite a big edge onto his pad. If he thinks it's LBW, I think he might be. I don't know. Well, DRS timer has run out. Has he reviewed? He has reviewed it. But if he's thinking I got an edge on that, then you've caught me. I don't know what he's thinking.
I mean,
if he thinks he missed it,
be hoping for is it's going over. But I think.
Well, that's only if he missed it. Exactly. I mean, I thought he got a big inside edge onto his back pad, and then it went through to the keeper. We're going to have a look now. Topley's in. Is it going to pitch in line? It does seem to pitch in line. No, there isn't an edge. There isn't an edge. What I saw go, that was on the front pad. Oh no, maybe it's the back pad actually. I think it is the back pad. I'm not sure it hits the front pad.
I think it's front pad.
Do you? I don't know. Well, we're going to have a look. It's pitched in line. It's hit in middle, and it's hit. It's not even umpire's call.
Yeah.
So India will lose the review. The Bear wins some money, and we have to say goodbye. Top edge, for fuck's sake. Oh no, he's out. Excellent. Top edge, for fuck's sake. Oh no, he's out. Excellent. Nice.
What an appropriate jingle.
Yeah, totally inappropriate. It's not a top edge, but I'm just going to have to play it as a wicket. Well, Rohit goes. England get the first wicket, 4 for 1. It's not bad.
I should just said he's running a few minutes behind.
Okay.
Apologising, maybe may miss a few overs.
Fair enough.
Here as soon as possible. We'll struggle on. Ravi says, how do you expect us to tweet? England's ODI bowling has been deliberately reduced to mediocrity. They can't defend the score, and I need my sleep. Right.
Well, I'm going to back my early showing then, and I'm going to go under. I'm going to chase those unders, Messi.
Ah, well, why not? Yeah, it's only 10 o'clock or so in India, isn't it, Ravi? you can still stay with us for a little while.
Yeah, exactly. What you got to do? I thought no one does anything during the day in India, do they? I thought it's too hot. You just do stuff at night.
Yeah,
that's what my wife made me believe, anyway.
Yeah, I think there is a few myths about that. It's like, the Spanish have 4-hour siestas every afternoon.
Well, here we go. Are we witnessing?
No.
Are we witnessing the end of Virat Kohli?
I hope signals that they'll knock us on our arse. The pitches are prepared without a sign of grass. The score is mounting quickly and they've got a talking lead. We don't mind the challenge, it's a beat we don't need. He lets loose all his shots when the bowlers are fatigued. We wait to find the match is dead and our doom is Virat. And Davey Warner rides around and says Kohli's the cat, Kohli's the cat.
He gets his first ball on his hip, it goes off his thigh pad, out to square leg, and there's no run. And Topley's got a bit of a mullet going on, hasn't he? The starting's
it's
the one.
Horrible. It's a fucking dead beaver or something.
Yeah, it's
just
kind of shaved up the side, but long for the rest of it. And it's all the same length. It's not like it's short on top. Not a proper mullet, where it's short on top and getting longer at the back.
That's what it is.
Yeah, it's kind of a very fat Mohican. That one's outside the off stump for Shikhar. It's inside he plays inside the line. It goes through to Butler and ain't no run end of the over. Is anybody out?
Bloody good over that one.
Yeah, it was.
So everybody else on Twitter is either asleep or in shock. So they're not there. They're not on YouTube either. It might be worth mentioning, Bear, as the patrons received an episode of the Bear and the Bishop.
Yes, we had an episode of the Bear and the Bishop, which we did yesterday with Empo. It went out at 10 o'clock or 11 o'clock this morning. So if you're a patron, you'd have got that. You'll get a Smaximum in the next 2 days too. Yeah, it was good fun. Empo had a lot to say. It's quite interesting stuff. What's going to happen in that South Africa series, which is next up for England? Fenced that by Kohli as Willey starts his second over. Through the keeper and there is no run. Just wonder, is this with Kohli, it's mental disintegration, and when does it happen?
Yeah.
I mean, that was a poor
Well, I must
shot.
say, the England bowlers are showing a lot more skill with the new ball than they did at the Oval. They're actually pitching it up and getting a bit of shift.
Well,
both the air.
Here, theoretically, they've got a chance. You wouldn't, as we said, I don't think they'll probably do it. I expect India to win this game, as that's through to the keeper and there's no run. And I guess you only find out now after both teams bat first. Maybe it's maybe it's 247 is a good score. It didn't feel like it, but the ball's doing enough when it's new. There's not a huge amount of swing there. Clearly, there's a little bit in the pitch, and Kohli will face up to the third delivery of the over. And that's a really good stop. It was drilled Kohli fashion. Lovely drive out to cover.
That's why I don't want him to be on his way out. I just.
Yeah, I know. I think it would be sad. I just wonder. I mean, you just kind of, from the margins, you get that kind of feeling that something big is happening. That was driven well, but it was a brilliant stop by Livingston. It was drilled at him. He's dived to his left and stopped it with one hand. Next ball is clipped. It certainly doesn't look out of form, does he? Clipped that nicely mid on for a single. This is probably the format of the game where he can get himself back in the thing. He doesn't have to go and bash it around. He doesn't have to do that T20 thing. And if he can get himself in, he can. He's he's like Root. He can milk it all day long in an ODI. But he's got something more than Root. I think he hits more sixes probably than Rooty does. Kohli facing up. Willey plays that late, guides it square on the offside. And there ain't no run, and after 3.5 overs, India has just scored 5 runs. So that's not too bad.
Dave Wood shocked. He said, "A wicket? What is this madness?"
Well, I'm looking for another one in under 35 runs.
Oh, well, you've got a chance.
No, I got a chance.
Just hope it's not Kohli.
Well, there's a bit of me doesn't want it to be Kohli, but on the flip side, I'd start to believe that England possibly could win this if Kohli got out pretty quickly. as that one's driven back. Willey gets a palm on it, it goes nowhere, and that ends the 4th over 5 for 1.
So Leah says, I like the Bears' contribution to synthwave with that top edge jingle, almost as good as his contributions to auto-tune abuse for the Dame Pete jingle. Who did that one? Was it Perko?
No, that was Mog. He sent it in.
Good on him, yeah. Yeah, I mean, in this case, it's legitimate to ask who that is because it's not got their voice.
No, yeah, exactly.
Ravi says, I may have to help Gorilla South Africa and Linux Lear tomorrow on the England-South Africa women's ODIs, so I need my beauty sleep. Oh, all right, Ravi, all right. We'll survive without you.
What are you on about? Says, no, I suppose it starts at 11 o'clock here. It's going to be. It starts at like. What time does it start? It's tomorrow, Ravi. It's a day-night game or day game. It'll be like 3 in the afternoon.
Yeah, he's probably got a day's work to do before that.
No, take the day off. Driven by Shikadawan. Well stopped at mid-off. England fielding, you can't fault so far. This opening salvo. Good stop by Stokes.
They seem much more awake
today. Yeah, they do. Yeah, much more on it in the field. And they haven't been able to get those singles away and they haven't beat the field. Top clear's in. That one's just dropped into the offside. Cover will field. And
just keep an eye open for Ajit waiting to come in, by the way.
I am, don't you worry. There's the thing is, there's absolutely no one in here with me, and there's actually no one in backup that we can just call in from the Zoom waiting room either. It literally is just me and you, Messi. Topley.
Yeah.
Down the track comes Shikadawan. Doesn't get it inside Stokes, who fields it, does a pirouette, throws it up to Butler at the stumps. They get through for a single finally, 6 for 1.
I think Jack may be on his way to see.
Yeah, Jack's going to come in, I think, for this innings. And he's on next, so he should be here quite soon, actually.
Warren says they found Bears Pidcock and gives us a link to the BBC story about Pidcock winning a stage at the Tour de France.
That's into the hip of Kohli. He can only fence it, I think, off his hip to square leg, and ain't no run. Kohli gets to get off the mark, of course. Well, actually got a up higher. I think that hit him in the chest, in the ribs. Does get good bounce, Toppy.
Yeah, they're certainly getting a bit out of this pitch, aren't they?
Yeah, that one, however, is right in Kohli's slots, full and wide of his off stump. He just drives it straight inside mid-off. And that's the first boundary for the Indian innings.
It's Nissan She. It's Nissan She.
Oh dear, I've rubbed the lovely Diana Patterson up the wrong way. She says, I deeply resent being told that I'm either asleep or in shock. I'm painting window frames from my walker and have to put down a paintbrush and hop to Twitter, for fuck's sake.
Oh, okay. Left alone by Kohli. Last ball of that over. Through the keeper. No run.
And Farong says, well, 47 overs for Virat to get the belated 71st 100. Will he achieve it today? Hopefully not, because we will never hear the end of it, especially as this match is at Lord's. Bring in a silly mid-off. Well, did I see somewhere that... No, I'm not going to mention that.
If Kohli gets 100, India saunter this, I'd have thought, in about somewhere between 39 and 43 overs.
Yeah, I think that'll be right. I was just looking, his highest ODI score is 183, which isn't too bad. He still averages 58 in ODIs. That's fucking huge.
Willey is in. And it's just defended by Dewan, back to the bowler, no run. That makes 2, so they require what, 40? 45 overs, 137.
Yeah.
So over 5 and over, isn't it? It's 5.5 and over. They need to get it up to 7s and 8s, though, don't they? Well, I mean, the thing is, even that's not really formidable these days. That's the problem, isn't it? With T20, scores that are possible in the last 10 overs. Nowadays.
Yeah, you're looking at 100 plus, aren't you?
Yeah, potentially. You would fancy, if you have wickets in hand, you fancy your chances of that. That's left alone by Shikhar Dhawan outside his off stump. There's no run. And in the old days, 6 and over was like, oh my god, if it goes over 6 and over, we're never going to manage it. And that was only what? Well, I suppose that was 15, 20 years ago.
Yeah.
And then the scores got up.
It's amazing how quickly it's changed.
Yeah.
It really is.
And it's definitely the range hitting and all that shit that they bring into it that's done it. David Willey in, and Shikhar Dhawan shuffles down the track. I mean, he's 1 off 13. Slower than any of the England boys.
It's interesting they're showing the scorecard from the match a year ago, where England only scored 247 and still beat Pakistan really comfortably.
Yes. And that was with the B team, wasn't it? India.
Yeah.
Well, Pakistan are a good side as well, to be fair.
When they're on their game, they're almost unbeatable, but they're so erratic. That's the problem.
Yeah. Well, I think, is that a bit of a stereotype? I don't know. Now they're playing at home. I imagine Willey into the pads of Shikhar Dhawan, who can only work it to mid wicket, and there's no run. I mean, I do wonder what the wickets will be like when we go for that Test series. I really don't want just fucking flat things. I'd rather they. I prefer they produce raging turners than just flat tracks.
Jeff Lemon described one of the pitches as should be reported to a war crimes tribunal. It was so bad. But they were very flat when Australia was there. There's no doubt.
That's on the pad to Shikhar Dhawan. He flicks that nicely down to fine leg. Oh, good bit of fielding from Reece Topley. Gets around. I thought it was going to go for 4, but didn't stop that. There'll only be 2. And 1 ball left in the 6th over.
Stuart Smith says, I know you like this stuff today, but keep up the super commentary and chat. Locked in here in southwest France. What a strange match. What do you mean locked in, Stuart? Have you been taken hostage?
Yeah, what's going on? It's not that we're short staffed particularly, it's just people aren't turning up when they're supposed to be. Well, I presume that does lead to short staffing. It's clipped into the leg side by Shikhar Dhawan. Up to mid wicket. Doesn't get a run. Ends the over. Kohli will face the next ball. Oh, look, and here's Jack.
All right.
So read some tweets while I go out the door. Yeah. Down to you now.
I'll do a solo. Brian says India is very slow at the moment. Have they been lulled into a full sense of security by the lowish England score? I reckon India will do this in 38 overs. If you're short of Zoom feeds, you can zoom into my pit. Well, that sounds interesting. I think, Brian, from my point of view, I think they need to go really carefully for the first 10 overs because the white ball loses its hardness and its shine quite quickly after about 10 overs, but it will swing and bounce a lot more in the first 10 overs. So if they get virtually no runs for the first 10 overs but don't lose any wickets, I think they're in a much better place. So I think it just makes sense to be really careful at the moment.
Yeah, indeed. And having said that, Kohli bashes the next ball straight down the track to the long on boundary for 4 runs.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Once you get settled, Jack, if you want to come in, Ajit's not turned up. He's busy somewhere in Amsterdam and hasn't made it back to his flat in time to start the innings. So that's driven by Kohli. That's a Kohli shot out through extra cover. He's purring already and gets himself 4 more.
1, 2, 3, 4.
That was a lovely shot. And that's what we remember of Kohli about. As Topley comes in, 3rd ball of the over. Straighter, better delivery, more on the stumps. And Virat just defends it. Up to
the funny thing about Kohli is that although he hasn't made a lot of runs over the last year, he's never looked particularly
out of
ill
form.
at ease until he's got out.
Yeah.
It's weird.
Well, yeah, it's off and away though, isn't it? That's defended back down the track. There's no run, and we're joined by Jack. You made it in.
Hey, g'day, Jack.
How you doing?
Good. Warming up?
It's actually, you know what? I like it.
Yeah. Today's a good day. Monday was the worst though. It's bloody humid. I don't like humidity.
Yeah, when it gets a bit sticky, it can be a bit tough, can't it?
It's grim.
Last couple of days have been glorious.
Yes, exactly. Kohli facing up. Topley into him. Drives at that. And just plays it up to mid-off. And there's no run. Did you get to see the first innings?
Bits and pieces.
Thoughts?
England recovered well enough to make it a game.
Yeah.
I think that I thought the ship was going to go down.
Yeah,
early.
same here. But they managed to keep it together. Still not likely enough though, is it? You wouldn't have thought. Topley in, and Kohli just defends that, and there's no run. Nice little backflip by Topley, but doesn't catch it. End of the over.
So Neil says if Kohli gets 100, lol. Kohli is magnificent in his career, but now he's badly out of form. He's young enough he can take some time to regain form and play another 7+ years. Yeah, I don't think he's too stubborn to take a break, I suspect. You know, he just wants to keep banging his head against it.
Well, you kind of get that feeling.
Ravi says, as we have mentioned earlier, England chased 240 plus just 3 years ago to the day to create one of the most heart-stopping cricket experiences of our memory.
Yeah, but exactly, that was 3 years ago. The weather was different, the wicket was different. You know, it's difficult to compare 3 years ago to today.
And Brian says, team generation is back. Great.
Yeah, cool. Willey is in. Oh, and there's a big appeal. It can't be LBW, I don't think, because I think it probably hit him outside the line. Maybe they thought it was an inside edge. Didn't see if it was actually caught behind or caught as a slip.
I think it landed in front of second.
Yeah, exactly. So the appeal goes dead and no one's considering a review. No, it wasn't an inside edge anyway.
No.
And it did hit the back thigh. It probably may have been in line actually, because it was his back thigh, not his front, but way too high. Top of the thigh.
Speaking of team generations, Jack, how old are you?
30.
He's just made it to the big 3-0.
Oh,
he was moaning about it not that long ago. That's into the pads, and it goes nowhere. It just drops down in front. There's no run.
It's funny. Tony was talking this morning about the media centre at Lord's, the new media centre. He said it opened 23 years ago when you were 7.
I literally don't remember it without the whatever it is.
Well, exactly, yeah. No, it's the new media centre, but obviously it's not. It's the media centre now, no longer new. Willey's going to come in third ball. Bonnick's going to won 3 off 18. As he comes down the track, meets that one nicely enough though. Just clips it square on the leg side. He'll get himself a single. Go on, Jack.
To answer your question from an over, I think 20 runs short England.
Probably would have been more competitive. Yeah, it doesn't look like it's an easy wicket to get a big score on. I think you could probably get high 280s, 300 reasonably easily, but England didn't. And once there was a feeling that England's players playing too much in the T20 mould. Like they get a couple of decent shots. There was like Stokes got out after getting a 6 and a 4, and Livingston did pretty much the same. As that's guided by Kohli behind square out towards third man. They think about 2, but it's not there. And so in a T20, that's it. You just carry on, right? But in an ODI, when you still had 30 odd overs left, or I think it was 32 overs at the time, and they tried to, another extravagant shot, which kind of fell apart. Both of them, in fact, got out that way, and it was a bit frustrating. You got more time than that,
Yeah, I think structurally England aren't quite right with the bat. I think they've got one too many goer, and where Morgan was quite good, if you remember back 18 months, was that he could kind of do both. He could be a goer or he could knuckle down and
so that's defended back down the track, and there's no run.
and be a bit of an auxiliary route or Stokes, build an innings, sort of score quite comfortably at 5 and over by knocking the ball around. He had a good range of shots, didn't he?
Yeah, I mean that's if you see Livingston and Butler as finishers.
Well, I don't see Butler as a pure number 5. If you look at his stats, he's out every 30 balls in one-day international cricket. It's an amazing 30 balls. Sometimes it lasts a bit longer, but it's still 5 overs, isn't it?
Yeah, I suppose as that's driven back past the bowler. I think he might have half stopped it. Mid-on comes across and stops it further. Mid-off throws it back in, and is a single. 23 for 1.
Jack, I've got to warn you. You've got to put up your shield for this next tweet, I'm afraid. It's from Leah. She says, "That's a pretty ugly shirt, Jack Hope." And I say that as a trans woman that owns probably too many animal print articles of clothing.
Oh, I think it's that bad. It's got toucans on it, isn't it? Toucans?
I mean, Leah might want to put up her shield here. Of all the people that could tweet us with fashion advice, she's probably second bottom after Jay for people I would listen to.
Oh, that's fighting talk.
That is fighting talk.
Maybe not Fred.
Not Fred. Yeah, well, you know, sartorial, not Fred. He once came in a dinner jacket. There's an appeal from behind. Topley heard. Topley side goes, "Did you hear anything?" But everyone seemed to half-heartedly go up. It beat the outside edge of the bat through the Butler. There's no run.
There's an appeal for a good ball.
Yeah, exactly. They often get appeals. Sometimes they even get given, and then they have to be reviewed.
Sudeep sent us $5 over on YouTube.
Yep.
Another one. Good on you.
Oh, he's just here for Jack. There you go.
Oh, do you know him?
Yeah, he's a follower of our podcast.
Aha.
Oh, good on you, Sudeep. Thank you.
Indeed. Thank you very much. That's a full toss into the pads of Shikhar Dhawan. You don't miss those. He clips that sweetly. He's faced 23 balls after all. Clips that sweetly out to the mid-wicket boundary. Will get himself 4 runs.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Full ball.
Oh dear, there's a lot of stuff about the age. Josie Oak says it looks like a son, father and grandfather all enjoying a day out together. Well, we're enjoying it, that's for sure.
No.
Not sure if...
Defended back down the track and there is no run.
I'm not sure Jack would enjoy thinking of himself as my grandson.
Well, I was going to say. I mean, does that project that in 20 odd year time I'm sitting in this chair?
Yeah.
And 20 years after that, I'm living down under.
Topley in. Ooh, that again beats the outside edge. Again, there's a half appeal. It didn't hit the edge clearly. Good bowling though by Reece Topley. Got 1 for 17.
There's definitely a little bit of life in this pitch, isn't there?
Yeah, there is. Especially when you ball, it did a bit. There wasn't a lot in the air, but there's certainly a little bit off the surface.
No, yeah, the oval, it was hooping all over the place.
Yeah,
wasn't
exactly.
It? Adjit is actually waiting to come in. So.
Oh, is he? Oh, there you go. Finally, as Topley pulls out, and he said, "Do you want to go and chill yourself out? Ready for?" Well, you don't have to. Yeah. Oh, yeah, it's true. It is only 8 balls.
I'll move over one chair.
Do you want to move over? Ajit, do you want to come in and be in for me?
He's out. There's a little catch down the leg side, a strangle. Shikhar Dhawan. Well, beating around his hip. Might have been a little bit of glove. Good catch from Butler.
Cool. I come in and India lose a wicket.
Yeah, good stuff.
You were saying where?
No, I was going to say, do you want to, as you've turned up so late, in my next stint, I've pretty much been on all day, and looking at the rotor, I'm pretty much on all for this entire time as well, apart from one session. So, as you were late, do you want to take my session in the next bit? And
yes. What are you doing next bit?
I'm summarising next.
I can do that.
And then Andy's going to do some commentary.
No worries, we exchange. Thank you very much for accommodating this.
No, that's fine. It's fine. It happens, doesn't it? You know, ODI.
Well,
no one ever knows how long the break is in an ODI. It's like the fucking Bermuda Triangle. It always changes. It's true.
It was planned that I would come back, so I went hunting for an eggless cake. It's my mother's birthday and she's here with me today. And I went hunting for an eggless cake, and I would like to blame myself as much as the baker.
Okay.
But never mind. That's a story.
Neil Harris is going to get the credit for that wicket. He tweeted a moment before it fell that Kohli and Dhawan are two players who, as the pace of T20 has got more aggressive, are more suited for ODI. They can't quite manage the 150 plus strike rate, but they are made for 240 scores.
There's a little bit of something in that, I'd say.
Well, immediately that arrived, Dhawan was out. Brian says, Jack is 30? I wear clothes older than Jack. My youngest daughter is 4 years older than Jack. Bugger me, these young ones coming here to remind me I'm old. Well, I'm a lot older than you, Brian, and I feel young still, so that's the important thing, isn't it? And Josie Oak says, train strikes announced, but they're laying on a replacement service, which is... he sent us a copy of an intercity three-wheeler from God knows when.
Next man in is a lefty.
A very interesting choice, I would say, to have him promoted.
Is that Jadeja?
Who are we talking?
No, it's Pant.
Oh God, it's
Rishabh.
It's Rishabh Pant. Okay.
Oh, he's got a nice short jinkle too.
Well, yeah. He defends that ball out to mid off. Maybe they want to go aggressive. Get this over as quick as possible. It's this man.
Rishabh Pant.
So I do the ball by ball for now?
No. Andy's supposed to do ball by ball. You're going to summarise. And in one more overtime, and then Jack's going to come in and do social, and then Jack's going to do some commentary after that.
Ravi is demanding to be entertained. He says, okay, the cat has decided to go downstairs, so I have to stay awake for her. God, she has got you wrapped around her little finger, hasn't she, Ravi? Entertain me, and not just about Jack's ridiculous youth.
Well, cats can get in on their own. Have you got a cat flap or something, or is that not something you have in it? I don't know. Can't it get in on its own? Cats do the thing.
The cat, yeah, Ravi's very concerned about the cat because she was very badly hurt in a fight last week, and she's still recovering. So he's keeping a very close eye on her, understandably.
Willie is waving a ball in his hand. He's going to bowl at Virat Kohli. Ooh, who comes down the track, get beaten on the outside edge. That's a good delivery. No run. So I've got 2 in 2. Do I risk a third?
Yeah, go. Keep at it.
Yeah, I think I might do. This one could go very quickly though, with Rishabh Pant there. Let's see what the line is. Fall of the next wicket is 56.5. What are they on? 27. Yeah, that's 29 runs. It's something to pay with. 28 runs, one or the other. As Woody comes in to bowl to Kohli, who defends it into the offside, and there's no run.
O'Neill says there was a cat fight last week. There was, and it wasn't between Jack and Leah. It was between Ravi's cat Fuzzy and another one.
Kohli, 13 off 19. 3 blistering fours when he came in. Willie bowls it across him. Just about beats the man at back point. It's like Liam Livingston there, trying to dive across, maybe Jason Roy. He gets himself a single. Anyone know when Virat's last ODI 100 was? He's not scored any 100 in any format for Yonks, has he? But
2 years at least. I'll look it up.
I think it's over 1,000 days.
Wow.
1,000
3
days.
years.
That's 3 years, Jesus. Not quite, actually.
I reckon November 2019.
Okay. It's a long time to go without 100 in any form of cricket, but such a renowned international. I've noticed in the rankings out top 10 now. It's down at 13 or something.
You're not far off, Jack, but I think he's more August 2019, so nearly 3
Even
years.
longer ago. Yeah, when it
Nearly
was,
3
yeah.
years.
Oh wow, that one comes back into Pant. He's left alone outside his off stump and can't have missed his stump by a lot. I think India have realised that this wicket isn't easiest to score. There's something in it for the bowler. Bit of a cross-seam delivery. In fact, it went over the top of off stump.
So his last international 100 was November 2019. That was against Bangladesh.
Okay.
That was a test 100 at home. But his last ODI 100 was August 19th, 2019. That was against West Indies at the Queen's Park Oval.
Crikey. That one's left alone outside the off stump. There's no better time to do it at Lords than an easy target against England.
Well, it appears easy. I would think there's more to it than meets the eye. The English bowlers are bowling well. The English batters struggled and the Indian batters are struggling. 28 for 2. Well, now this total looks like it's a good total or a decent total.
Well, exactly. They've drawn it in, haven't they? They've made it 40 over game, and they've only got 28 runs off it. So they're going at less than 3 and over. That was forced into the offside by Pant. Thinks about a run. It's not there. I'm trying to. Well, I can actually go to. If I just go to, tell me what the required run rate is, won't I? I can't be asked to work it out. Still only required run rate's only 5.45, but it's climbing. They can put the pressure on enough.
But one thing about Kohli is worth noticing, even though it's a while since his last 100, he's had 21 ODI innings since then, and 10 of them have been over 50.
Yeah,
exactly. So he's still scored a fair few runs.
Yeah, no, he does. I mean, this is it. That's what Root didn't score a ton for ages, did he? But he kept getting 50s and 80s and 70s and stuff. You forget about that. It's the end of the power play. It's the end of me, and Jack's going to come over and take over from me.
I shall catch you on Sunday.
Yes, I'll see you later, Messi. Have a good one.
Cheers.
Thanks very much, Jez. Hello, Ajit. How are you doing?
I'm doing all right. Just a bit tired. I had to make a dash around the city to find an eggless cake at the last minute, but I found it.
Good.
Sorry, Andy. I should just mention the next tweet is from Brian 001.
Okay. I think that's yourself, Jack, on social. As Cars is into the attack, and Kohli gets an inside edge down to deep square leg for a single.
Is it just me or the Cars? Is there a jingle for Cars?
This isn't.
Hold on, let me do the jingle.
Gary Newman, I'll be very disappointed.
Ready?
Yep.
Stick your hopes of victory on the cast. Your hopes and dreams are flying at half mast. When the bribing comes a calling, all your fears will be falling. Stick it all right up your Bryden cast.
Oh, a full toss and he's out. Pant is out. Third ball, big full toss. Chipped it up to Phil Salt, who I guess is a subfielder, but he's just been given the easiest catch in the world. And whatever that move was from India, it has not paid off.
Sugar's wicked to try and see.
It sure does.
Full toss is a guarantee there. Shit gets wicked, obviously. Shit gets wicked, so shit gets wicked.
Well, that jingle could have just been written for that shot.
Absolutely. A beautiful full toss on leg stump. What does he do? He hits it straight down. Well, I once got run out earlier this season like this, where I hit hard to mid-on, and then I ran, and I was run out. It can happen.
We can all find many different ways to get out.
But I mean, India in trouble here. 28 for 3.
Yeah, they are. Barely come in to say that England have had a great first 10 overs, 28 for 2, and then they grab another one. Sorry, Jack.
I was going to agree. Yeah, it's England have bowled pretty well. There's a bit of life in this pitch. Oh, is it me, or are these Kookaburra balls doing a little bit more than we traditionally think this summer as well?
Someone else was saying that. I probably haven't seen enough of these games. Yeah. But here's a man in prime form Didn't need to bat last time, but he smashed 100 in the previous T20. Cars is going to come into him. He's immediately pulling the ball down to long leg for a single.
Let me just get his jingle up.
Surya Kumar, Surya. Now I know the others might have let you down. It's not too late to play Surya now. Surya Kumar, you're down.
Cars is in again, and Kohli just drops the bat on it down to point. Good to see you in the studio, Jack, keeping the bear company. I have generally been in the studio, but today I just deemed it was too hot for an hour 15 on the train each way.
It's a lovely day today. Was this a tube train or big boy train?
Mostly tube and overground, yeah.
Yeah, I think the tube might have been a bit of a roaster.
It has been a little bit more clement today, yeah.
So I was looking at that ball.
Cars is in again, it's full. Kohli drives up to mid-off, and oh no, good diving stop. I thought that'd beaten him for a second, but they do get through for a single.
So when I was looking at the replay, I think the ball came on to punt much quicker than he had anticipated, right? And that's what made him sort of chip it rather than play it straighter off the man at mid-on. And he just chipped it to the man at mid-on. He was caught unaware when we look at the replay.
Well, Rishabh Pant's a much better batsman than us, but we've all done it. You get that full toss and you think, shall I smash it? Shall I play a straight bat? And you get kind of caught in between. That one's clipped out to short mid wicket. Aggressive field from England. There's no run.
Right, let's have some tweets. Brian 001. Jack reminds me of why I left the Air Force. I left because I found myself counselling new recruits who were only just born when I enlisted. Neymar Butlins. As a school teacher, there is nothing more galling than meeting former students who are now in some sort of position of authority. One of my students is now one of my colleagues. FML, I'm old. Leah says, I have to disagree, Bear. 1,000 days without a ton isn't that long to go in T10. Jay Grover, ironically, I was just about to express support for Jack's shirt and mention I had one very similar. Now, though, that shit grinning weef eaters can fuck right off. Sorry about that, Jay. There's a few more, we'll get to them later.
Yeah, a bit more time to do that kind of thing in an ODI compared to a T20. Virat Kohli's back on strike to David Willey. They've been having a bit of back and forth, and that one just tucks him up a little bit.
He's hit amidships.
He got some. Has that caught him? Has that caught him amidships? Exactly. Yes.
It has.
We've got a good jingle for that. Hold on.
Jingling balls, been hit in the groin. No one showing sympathy for my tenderloin.
I quite like that. It's a girl singing that.
I think it's one of the guerrilla commentators. Excellent.
Willie's in again. More victory, and that's a real victory because he's got him out. Had a fish at that one, Virat. Maybe he was discombobulated by those jingling balls, and he just flashed at that one. Butler steps across, takes the catch, big wicket. Kohli's run of poor form continues, and suddenly India are eye deep in the mire. Well, people have been asking where Virat Kohli's head is at for a while. How do you see that one, Ajit?
I think he set him up beautifully. So first was a slightly back-up length ball that came in, the next leaving him. And Kohli, who sometimes, I think he's too desperately looking for runs. He chased that with his wrists. He would normally play it away from his body with a horizontal bat, or he tried to play that with a straight bat, so he was sort of always chasing it, nicked that comfortably to the keeper. A bit disappointing.
Very disappointing for all Virat Kohli fans who are waiting in vain for that international 100, and he's going to take a much needed rest for the next T20 series, so I guess that's only going to leave him the next ODI for a while.
I think that's really where he struggled, isn't it, in the last 18 months at least. It's those balls outside of stump. He was at his best hitting those through extra cover or to extra cover.
Yeah.
And he just hasn't been doing it for 2 years. He's been snicking off, and it's a big thing for Virat Kohli to put away that drive, because that's sort of why he's Virat Kohli in a way, isn't it? It's because he's good enough to hit that ball for four.
Thing is, if you are India, you're not panicking yet. These two can bat deep, and there's Jadeja to come in after that. But then it's going to be the tail. So, but these two will have to do the bulk of the scoring, right? So, I did not mention a line on purpose. I was afraid of jinxing Kohli. It's as good a time as any to buckle down, hit even an 80, and take India home. Well, it wouldn't have mattered by the looks of it.
One thing in India's favour is they're not. I mean, England were 4 down, not for 30, but were 4 down for not many, and had to sort of gauge how to set a target, which we were arguing about all the way through the innings, exactly how they should go about that. At least India know what they have to do. They know that the run rate is certainly not out of control, and they can bat accordingly. 2 slips now for Willey. Defended as a quick run. You don't need to run out, but that one's actually pretty safe.
Yeah. Let's have
Hardik is the new batsman.
Hardik's jingle.
And in breaking news, Hardik Pandya.
Well, India's all-rounder is going to have to come to the party here, Hardik and Jadeja.
Absolutely. I mean, they'll have to do what between Liam Livingstone, Moeen and Willey and David Willey did. And one of them will have to stay to make sure they close it out. Because, look, England were at least 82 when they lost their 3rd wicket already, and then 87 when they lost their 4th. You could say 82 when they lost their 4th, doesn't matter. But there is a huge difference. India are also 50 runs behind. Right?
Yes.
Run rate might not be that much of a problem, but they are yet to figure a way to score anything of Willey. He's given 1 run and over. He's in his 6th over now. Maybe a little bit
He's almost having a second wind as an international bowler. There was a spell a year or 2 ago he was really out of the picture, but he's done really well to get back in. That one's full, driven back to him. He gets his hand on it, no run. Of course, scored valuable runs as well.
Absolutely. So I think he's still making a point that he deserves a place in a limited overs England team,
I think
irrespective of who comes back, be it Archer, be it Wood, and Jordan is always in the picture for T20s, for example. But Willey has shown, as long as, of course, the conditions are helpful, but he bowls at a brisk enough pace that most people won't take him lightly, even in subcontinent conditions.
No, Yadav facing up, and he's a nice drive up to mid-off, and in fact he's beaten mid-off. He's should get 4 for that one. That's a man in form. Lovely shot.
Give it to me 1 time. Give it to me 2 times. Give it to me 3 times. Give it to me 4 times.
You seem to show that one a very wide bat.
He's a beautiful player, isn't he,
Lovely.
Surya Kumar Yadav?
Absolutely. I mean, I think with him, it's always, he has all the shots in his locker. It's about whether his temperament can hold, and we've seen in the recent months, he's upped that quite a lot.
Willey to complete the over, he will hope. It's onto the pads, flicked away, out into the deep. The fielder's running around, that should be 2, bit of a slide from Livingston, but they will come back for 2, and that's the end of the over. I think 40 for 4, I think.
I think
38.
38 for 4, yeah, still 38.
Let's have a couple of tweets from about 10 minutes ago. Neil Harris: I like wickets with something in it for the bowlers. Can't just go hard like Andy suggests and trust your teammates to clean up after you balls it up. Ravi Nair says, for the bear, A, second floor flat, B, electronically/magnetically operated cat flaps cost the earth, C, I for my sins have a double fronted door, one opening out, the other in. I am actually the watchman with different doors ajar. This is cat related logistics. And O'Neill Harris saying Hattie's jingling balls have got him out. I think it might be Annie, not Hattie. I'm not 100% sure about that, but
I think it might have been Hattie, not Annie. Annie's voice sounds a bit differently, at least to my ears. But yeah,
it says Anna on the panel I've got here. Yeah, balls.
Then you know more.
It says balls hitting festive Anna live.
Wow.
Okay, Cars is going to continue. Oh, and that's somehow beaten Hardik on the outside, even though it seemed to tail in. Certainly moved after it beat the bat. There is a bit of movement. Is that the famous Lord's Slope, or just a little nibble off the pitch?
No, I think it's coming in with the slope. But his action reminds me of whom? Now I get it. It reminds me very much of Blair Tickner, a Kiwi, who bowls pretty similar. both his arms go up in the air and then he delivers the ball. Something like this.
Yeah, let's have another look at that. Comes in for the next ball. Yes, he does a bit. Yeah, that's a nice drive from Hardik, but it's going to be straight to Ben Stokes at mid-off. Hurls it into the wicket-keeper. I had to do some emergency wicket-keeping on Sunday, and the first thing I said to everybody was, do not throw the ball to me if they're not running. Professionals will always do that. I kind of got a stumping, which I was really pleased with. Obviously, I was actually 3 yards back and I threw it down, but stumping in the book.
Fair enough.
Cars is in again. Yeah, Cars is in again, and clipped into the leg side, but that short mid-wicket is very close. The Bear would be pleased, and there's no run.
I don't know if you saw the chat. Messages has confirmed it's Anna Forsyth who sang that.
There
Yes,
you go.
thank you to Anna. Yeah.
What do people here know about Cars?
Not a great deal. Plays for Durham. Didn't he play a couple of... No, he's just ODIs. He hasn't played tests, has he?
No. Just it's sort of his breakthrough season, I would say.
That one's just dropped down into the offside. Wasn't he one of the players came in when they had that COVID B team and still thrashed Pakistan? I think that was when he came in and did well, which was an opportunity for a lot of players.
Last summer, when
And
Pakistan
England
were
still showed their B/C team was still right up there.
he resembles another player very much who comes from where this guy originally comes from. I don't know if you can spot that.
Probably not. I'm not the greatest on bowlers. That's driven. It's bounced over extra cover. England have an aggressive field, so there's no one out there. Stokes may run it down. I think he's just going to run that down, but they must take 3. I'm sure they took 3 there.
They did. So he looks a lot like Gerhardus Willian.
Ah, yeah, a bit smaller, but...
Yeah, I think Willian might be bigger. You're absolutely right, but the way he looks, the way he shapes up, and he's of course having Antipodean origins also.
Oh right, yes. Is he
He's from
originally
South
from
Africa.
New Zealand? He's from
South
South
Africa.
Africa. Okay.
South Africa. Yeah. They used the same mold and add a bit more muscle when they made Gerhardus Willian, I think.
Yeah, they don't call him Nails for nothing. That was dropped down to third man, and it'll be an easy single. Oh, Butler just jumps over the ball and expects someone to be backing up. Also a bit like me on Sunday.
Andy, you said it was an easy single. I don't think Surya Kumar Yadav or Hardik, whoever was going to the danger end, was watching, and I think the ball came in. The reason Butler jumped it was because he thought if it hit the stumps he might have been run out, and the Indian batter at the last minute put his foot down to make sure he got there. It was a bit of a scramble.
Oh, okay. Yeah, well, good bit of fielding, and the batsman obviously thought it was an easy single, but then thought better of it.
The thing with these two... Sorry.
No, go on.
So they can play regular cricketing shots. They don't have to actually do anything silly, and they are good enough that if they just keep scoring regularly, they will still go at 4.5 to 5.
Yes, should do. Clipped into the leg side by Yadav. Mid-on is up, and there's no run.
You were going to make a point, I interrupted you right there.
I think I was only saying that someone was run out like that in the last T20. Might have been Jadeja. Or maybe it was the second T20, the one I did. He's kind of jogging the run, and then suddenly he realised the ball was coming in. He was too late.
Whereabouts is Saqib Mahmood these days? I thought he would be also in the squad, maybe in and around the squad.
Not sure, maybe our tweeters can help us with that. Flashed away by Yadav. It's beaten backward point. Is it going to beat third man? No. But they should be round for 2. Reece Topley with the fielding. Still has that horrendous haircut. Looks like something out of Mad Max.
It does look like he's made a lot of room for the summer while leaving all the party. Still on his head, as they say.
Yep. Business at the front, party at the back.
Absolutely. I didn't want to use that one. I tried to paraphrase it, but you knew where I was going. Yes. So what are Butler's options, I'm thinking now? If you're Butler, do you just keep these guys going?
I'd keep Willey going. He's causing a lot of problems. That's clipped into the leg comfortably enough that time. Out to deep square. So he's obviously got Moeen. He's got Livingston. and he's got.
Root,
No,
if
we've
you want.
already seen Cars and Topley and Willey.
Stokes.
Root probably, I would think the third choice. Stokes, of course. It's
Stokes himself, yeah.
Bowling at the moment. Half the time he just seems not to be.
He bowled in the last one, I think, didn't he? He got a couple.
So
of
yeah, I
overs.
think Root would be the. Maybe it will be time for that middle overs enforcer. Oh, that's flashed past the outside edge. It's well bowled again from Willey, and the batsman seemed a bit nonplussed by that one, Hardick.
If Willey can keep going, I think he would finish a spell in one go. You're saying, sorry.
I was going to say basically that. I think this spell from Willey gives Buttler quite a lot of flexibility. Willey's not the kind of bowler you necessarily want to go to in the last 5 overs of a match if it gets to that point. If he can get through a load of overs here, though, not only are they good, might get a wicket, but it's like fewer overs of Livingston, or fewer overs of Ali, or fewer overs of Willey at the death.
The way I look at
punched
it,
into the offside. Sorry, no run. Go on.
the way I look at it, he'll get a good 4 to 5 hour spell out of Stokes today. Not a lot more. So between Stokes, Livingston, and Root, he'll probably cover 12 to 14 overs. He'll expect Moeen and Willey to go nearly a full spell, and between the others he'll finish the rest of the spell. So I'm still looking at about 20-22 overs of spin plus Stokes, and then the rest to wrap it up.
Willey comes in again. He's got a wide-ish slip. It's clipped into the leg side. It'll be at least one, probably just the one. Moeen to the 2 right-handers though might be a bit of a match-up for India.
Yeah, you might think he's going to be targeted, but the situation the Indian batsmen find themselves, they don't have that freedom anymore, right? If you were to just try and target him for one big shot on over, it might come off once or twice, but even the 4th time you try, you give him a wicket, the game is really, really tough from that point on. And then comes a left-hander, Jadeja.
We should probably get through some tweets. Leah, the only thing I know about cars is this: train good, car bad, horse chaotic, neutral. Ravi Nair, the jingling ball jingle was memorably recorded live. I'll break off.
As Cars comes in again, punched up to mid-off for no run.
By Anna Forsyth on Guerrilla Cricket some years ago. She'll apparently be in England for a while next week from her residency in Canada, teaching them how to play ice hockey properly.
Wow.
Brian 001 says, yip yay, Northamptonshire moving up to Division 1 next year in the County Championship. On this ODI, India's required rate is over 6 runs and over. Which batsman is likely to increase the run rate? Is India still on top? I think it's a bit below 6 and over. I've got 5.6.
I don't think it's 6 yet, no.
Yes.
Cars is in, flashed away by Hardick, he's bounced over point, but he's not going to get 4 though. Deep cover is around, Livingston, good bit of fielding. He must have got 2 there though, yes?
No, there are only 1.
Oh, that's an excellent bit of fielding, yeah.
He had timed the pants of that one, so it went to Livingston really quickly, who covered a lot of ground, very, very quickly.
It was a nice clean pick-up, quick throw. Everyone's going to count in this game, which is one of the, it makes a change from 360 v 330. There's certainly room for that variety. Oh, a little clip from Hardick. Is he going to get 4 for that? No. He couldn't quite, or rather he took a little bit too much pace off it, but it was a nice, actually I think it was Yadav.
It was Surya, yeah.
Nice piece of improvisation. Yep. Yadav is more known for the subtle shots than Hardick, I think.
Oh, he has the power, but he has the artistry as well. Well grooved, no?
Cars coming in again. And that's clipped into the leg side. It's going to go out to deep square. Should just be the 1 to Hardick. Moeen with the fielding.
What I see, the pitch is very true. The ball is coming on nicely to the bat. You don't see a dual bounce yet. I don't see the ball really sticking into the pitch is what I'm saying. Batsmen are able to play back or front quite comfortably there.
I'm not sure the wicket is as bad as these batsmen on both sides are making it look. I mean, England got 3 LBWs sweeping, and Roy just clipped 1 to deep square. That's up-ish. Beats cover and cover point. Goes out to the sweeper. Should be just 1. And I think with Moeen, even if they're not, I think Moeen against right-handers might be a little bit too easy to just work for 5 or 6 and over without any risk.
Right. Well, today, India especially, are there any tweets you want to cover, Jack? Anything on social media?
We'll do it at the end of the over.
I thought the over was done. My bad.
Cars again, and that's a lovely shot. It beats mid on. Lovely shot for 4. So I'm struggling to tell the batsman apart. On my
It was
feed.
Hardik
I
this
think
time.
that one was Hardik. Yep,
That was
yep.
Hardik.
Going to blame my feed. Nice shot from Hardik there. Nice straight drive. End of the over.
Shamir Ali says, nice shirt, Jack, a bit tropical. So the great shirt debate of 2022 continues. O'Neill Harris, do you guys know why Huda isn't in the ODI squad? Is it just that Kohli and I are ahead of him regardless of form? I don't think Huda's even that close to the ODI squad. He had a very good IPL season, but it's off the strength of that he's even in the T20 side. I don't know, Ajit, if you follow the... it's not the
So
SMAT,
from what
is it?
I
It's
see,
the other one.
No, from what I see, he's not really, as you say, in the plans for ODI spot, but he might, in the short term, come in. If Kohli and the likes are rested, Kohli, Rahul, we don't know his injury status. Huda might get a go in the ODIs as well.
Well, it doesn't say a lot for Craig Overton that we completely forgot him when we were listing England's bowlers. He's coming into the bowl now just to show us. Has dropped down into the offside for no runs. So yeah, England have an extra option we hadn't even thought of.
Nah, somebody can hold one and do we have a jingle for this
Yeah, let's go, the jingle.
In a test that's day and night, and Piggy scoring without hesitation. I know we'll be alright with Craig Overton.
Driven, everybody's pointing at the sweeper, so I guess it's gone out his way. It has for a single. Can you spot the jingle on that one? Spot the song?
No.
No, Men at Work. Would work better for an Australian player, but it's Men at Work and Overkill.
I think some of the jingle contributed.
Well, Mog is.
It's Mog, yeah, Mog.
In any case, that was 86 miles an hour. Who said he can't bowl fast?
Don't think anyone did. Here he is in the game. Certainly bowls a heavy ball, whatever that means. That one's gone to point. Picks it up. I think there was no run.
Surely you know what a heavy ball
I've been doing this all day.
You've heard, you can hear, you can
We're
feel it
doing
in your
this all-
jaws when you block it. That's a heavy ball. No? At least that's how I define it.
That's what they say. Yeah. I've been doing this all day. My video feed's a bit jerky, but leaning into the screen doesn't actually help. I keep doing it though. Played back to the bowler. There will be no run. Tidy start for Overton.
He's been averaging 85 miles. Are we sure it's the Craig and not Jamie who's bowling?
Jamie Overton was batting 4 today for Surrey in their chase. I don't know how it's going, but I saw he came in at number 4.
Well, fresh off that Test 97. Craig Overton is in. Not quite so impressive with the bat today. What to wide mid on. Ooh, was there a bit of hesitation between the batsmen there? Did they get sent back? In any case, it was a bit of a shy, but it was a bit wild, so I don't think there was any real danger of a run out.
It was Hardik's call and I think he just ran through. But yeah, we're going to now see if it's any close. I think it went to left-handed Willey who threw the stumps down and Surya Kumar Yadav was out.
He was gone, yeah.
I think he's missed that by miles though. To be
It
fair.
looked from the first angle like it wasn't very close. I mean, maybe Yadav thought, well, that's not going to hit anyway, I'm not going to dive.
Yeah, been there, done that.
Overton is in, clipped away, it's beaten point. The sweeper will be in business again. He's certainly mowing, getting a lot of work out there. Another single, is that the end of the over?
Yeah.
I think so.
Yeah, England, if you're not watching the screen, are doing their flashcards thing. They've got the number 3 up on the side, Nathan Lehman and Matthew Mott, the Brains Trust, saying that England need to do 3, whatever 3 is. Leah says India should have played Umesh Yadav instead of Kohli. Would certainly have taken more wickets than Virat and probably made more runs at a better strike rate to boot. Leah also says, weren't Men at Work named after a pretty good Estevez family film? I don't know what that means. Does anyone know what that means?
Didn't know that, no.
It's a reference that's gone over my head.
So when you see that those big flashing numbers, or those numbers being flashed from the pavilion. It's almost like an old school general, right? Pre World War I general who has a flag and he's with the rear guard at the back, and he'll just say, now the red flag with the moon on it, please. And then the army, the two sides of the wings know, the cavalry knows when to attack. It's almost like that, no?
Hopefully more effective than Charge of the Light Brigade.
All right.
Do you know that one? It was complete lack of communication. They just sent 600 men straight into all these guns with absolutely no chance.
I've read about it, not from a historical perspective,
to read
but
about. Yeah.
Well, it can happen, right? So they show. I mean, it's a disaster. Not that it's to be taken lightly, but miscommunication happens at the best of times when you're driving our cars. It can happen when a general is trying to communicate something. I've read of other battles which have been lost because of inopportune, let's say, moments of entry of cavalry or heavy infantry and so on. But that's for a different podcast, right? So. Yep.
I just hope that England's ODI captain, who keeps escaping me, Butler, is good with remembering what 3 means, as Jack says.
I think Ben Stokes, they're given just 4 or 5 things to remember. I think.
Yeah, the minimum, hopefully. If they start putting up 15, you know they're in trouble.
Mm-hmm. That's like plan, H.
We are on a drinks break.
I might pop for one, actually.
So in this case, I was looking at how these two have done since they've started batting. So just to illustrate the point that I was making, these two can quite comfortably bat and really not look in much trouble as long as they're playing with a straight bat and not taking undue risks. They have added 26 runs in just 4.4 overs. That's nearly run a ball, right? And they've been mostly playing with a straight bat, looking to just find the gaps, use the bowler space and so on and so forth. And that's already enough. But then the question is, both of these, at least Hardik Pandya also has the DNA of a finisher, right? Surya Kumar definitely. But Surya Kumar is more long format batter than Hardik. So can they bat through another 20 overs is the question for me. If they bat through another 20 overs, I dare say even the run rate might not be much of a problem. If they do bat to, let's say, over number 35, right?
It should be. It shouldn't be, I should say. I wonder if there's a suspicion that, it's quite a common thing to happen. It's going to get significantly easier to bat after about 20 overs. Maybe there's not going to be as much swing. Even if Overton is quicker than Willey, I suspect Willey was opening to get more swing, and the same with Topley, where they bring their back of the length bowlers in a bit later. That one is pulled around to long leg. I think it was just a single.
I have to ask, however, why is Jack wearing his goggles indoors?
You can't see this, Ajit, and if you've not been to the studio you won't know, but there's 2 great big bright lights that shine in your face. So I thought
It's almost like you're on stage. Wow.
You'll just have to be careful you don't fall asleep without us realising. Too many beers. One's punched up to mid-off with no run. One of my favourite poker players is a guy called Lane Flack, who used to occasionally get stinking drunk during massive poker games.
Wow.
And he would wear these sunglasses, and there was one game where he was sitting there for like 6 or 7 minutes and everyone thought he was in deep thought. He'd actually fallen asleep.
Of course.
Someone nudged him and he woke up and went, sort of blur, all in, like that. And the guy folded and it was a bluff. Pushed out to backward point, there's no run.
Sleepy or not, he's still
knowing
how to bluff. I don't follow much card players.
Passed away actually, not too long ago.
Okay.
It's the World Series of Poker at the moment actually, but I'm not really following it. Shane Warne used to play in it quite regularly.
Yeah, I think he had some presence on the World Pokering Circuit as well, didn't he?
He did. It would be quite funny in the World Series because it was in Las Vegas, and any time Warne was on a table, that's a bit of bounce from cars, and it's fended off down to long leg. English and Australian guys would go, "Oh wow, it's Shane Warne! Oh, what an amazing privilege to meet you!" And all the Americans were going, "Oh, who's this guy?"
Can I take his money off him? Yeah, fair enough. That was indeed what he was saying. Very, very awkward ball. It was right at his, under the armpit, as they say, the worst ball.
Good bowling.
Excellent bowling.
Because it wasn't that short. Yeah. As you say, well-built guy, Cars. Coming in again, encouraged by that. It's slower, it's hit on the pad, it's an appeal, but it doesn't really look very convincing to me. Cars keeps going. I don't think they're going to review that one. England's batting reviews were very poor in the first innings. See how their bowling reviews are.
It looked high to the naked eye. Oh no,
Looked a bit
what do I know?
leg side. Oh well, they're going for another possibly bad bowling review.
I think it's going to be just on top of the leg stump. Middle and leg just on top. I don't know if the impact will be umpire's call. Maybe they'll get the review back, but I have a feeling they're going to lose a review. I would be really surprised if it's out now.
That was out, that was out, that was definitely out. Was that definitely out? I don't know.
To be fair, Joe Root's review, I said on first glance, I thought it was worth a review, and I was wrong. Ben Stokes was probably not the best. That really looks high.
Yeah, that's a shocker. I didn't see it live, but it's...
He was in the crease, that's going for them, English. But the other thing I see is a wonderful two-card trick. One at the elbow or one at the armpit, the next one right up. Just that he may have absolutely, as I said, just on top of middle and leg. Top of leg even.
Yep. Too high, so England down to one review. And, they might rule that later.
I mean, I think this is a gamble worth it if you can break this partnership right here. In as good a form as Jadeja is in, he's coming off a test match 100 on that, but that'll put a lot of pressure on him, right? So, and then all you need is one good ball and you can say you've broken the game open in your favor.
There was that. It's certainly tactically, it wasn't a bad review, it just wasn't out. A bit of a flash there. Ooh, cars went up half, but not really convincing. And a rare false shot from Suryakumar Yadav.
Absolutely, I was going to say the first. Any tweets or any social media, Jack?
Yeah, I'll do that. I was just thinking on Jadeja, I was looking this up earlier, comparing him to Moeen and Willey as two number 7s. I think if England got a wicket soon, this game would be very over. Jadeja kind of bats in two ways. Either that I'm not going to get out way or I'm going to hit the ball really hard way, and that's not what this situation requires. It requires 30 overs
something in the middle,
or 20 overs rather, of quite solid batting, basically 4 or 5 and over to get back into the match. And I don't know if Jay's quite got that.
That's a solid shot, but it's gone up to mid-off for no run.
As good as he is at both not being out and hitting the ball really hard. 2 tweets. Ravi Nair says an Estevez family film almost certainly refers to something involving Martin or Charlie Sheen, whose family name is actually, as Charlie's brother refused to change, Estevez. He was/is Emilio Estevez.
Yes. So the other thing, you had another tweet. I'll wait for you.
Well, Kars is back in, and again, Hardik is forced to take one hand off the bat by a little bit of extra bounce. I think that's caught him on the thumb. Good bowling again.
I think that's Ogerton, by the way.
Yes, Overton, excuse me.
I call him Ogerton owing to his finely crafted features, but that's another thing.
Yep. The Ogerton twins. Hardik, quite a test for him, quite a chance for him to bat for a long time. Plays that one down to backward point, and again they rather stroll through for a run, but a quick throw from Jason Roy had them scurrying a little bit.
What do you say? A face you wouldn't hesitate putting on a battering ram, and so on. But yeah.
Leah says, I am quite disappointed by Andy talking about the charge of the Light Brigade without quoting the trooper. You'll take my life, but I'll take yours too. You'll fire your musket, but I'll run you through.
Didn't know that was specific to the charge of the Light Brigade. You may be right. Yeah. That one's played up to mid-on, and there'll be no run.
I mean,
I was being more cultured. I was thinking more of the poem, but I couldn't quite place the quote from that. On rode the 600 and that kind of thing.
Is it because they had a one-shot flint stocks or that sort of a single-action rifle back in the day, so that if you miss ammo to run through you anyway?
Oh yeah, they had these little sword things on the end of their rifle. Yeah.
Yeah.
Overton's back in, clipped into the leg side.
Bayonets are very ugly.
Mid-wicket does just enough to the bayonets. That's right. Clipped through to mid-on, and there's no run. Ravi Jadeja, of course, likes a bit of sword play with his bat. Score some runs.
Well, if you're an India fan, you may.
No, he does. He does all that wristy business, doesn't he? Yeah. Sorry, I'll set the porn bot off if I'm not careful.
Yeah. You've already done it once or twice, I think. Well, Willie was
I
bowling.
have. I've
I
always
let
found
that go.
that one's played out to cover. It's a good over from Olgerton, and only 2 or 3 off that one, I think. End of the over.
So, we were speaking of Jadeja. So the maturity he showed during the test match, that innings was quite something. I dare say Jadeja may have found that middle gear where he's willing to wait, score 35 or 50 or so, and then bide his time until with a couple of shots he can catch up to that run a ball score. I think he may have found that middle ground, but today's as good a day for us to see if he has potentially.
Well, there's still no match for Bazball.
Yeah, it's not that I don't think Jadeja's good, by the way. I think he's very, very good, but he's not a strike rotator, basically.
Cut by Hardick down to third man, should be another comfortable single.
I am a bit plussed by why Mr. Kars is continuing to bowl here. He's into his 5th over. I would have saved another 4-over spell out of him around the 28th to 30th over. I would have brought in one of my spinners now, because these batsmen are about to get very well set. If you bring Liam Livingstone when they are pretty well set, let's say after the 21st, 22nd over, they may actually go after him, go for one big shot and over.
Possibly, we'll see. Cars is in again, it's full, it's driven up to mid-off and there's no run.
On this pitch, if you were the captain, would you not maybe consider trying to get sort of 40, 45 overs of seam through? 5 of Stokes and only bowl a bit of spin here and there?
That's an interesting thought process. Is it because the pitch is firm, or do you think because there are 2 new balls, it's still good enough, the pitch is good enough to carry through till the end of the game?
Well, Chahal did take 4 wickets, although some of that was a bit self-inflicted. That's pulled up in the air. Where has that gone? Jack signalling 6. He probably has a better idea than me, and I think it is 6. Yes, it is.
Back. I mean, the way he lifted it off his hip, I was thinking, oh no, it was a proper hook shot, just not off his hip. I was thinking he may have just hit it straight up in the air and there's a fine leg settling under it, but it sailed away, 10 close deep. Wow. Surprised.
The geezer in the crowd really flubbed the catch too.
Let's blame a bit of the amber liquid for that, shall we?
First sign of real intent. Something happens. Should have caught it in the glass instead. That was bottom of the hip, flicked down to long leg. My high CPU usage affecting my meeting quality, so sorry about that.
I'm seeing that. Stop all the mining.
Well.
Stop all the
but I can just about
Bitcoin
keep
mining. Yeah.
That's a discussion for another day, but no, basically. Having said that, my screen has just frozen. Perhaps someone is mining a bit too much Bitcoin somewhere.
Yeah, so it's a drive from Surya Kumar Yadav out to the sweeper and the cover boundary.
Yeah, could you ball by ball for me, please, Jack, until I get my picture back?
For a single.
Enough. Very elegant. I think at least Surya Kumar Yadav has done his bit. He's gotten the bowler to now start to bowl where he wants him to bowl. Those 2 short balls were dealt with so effectively. Kars is probably now back to plan A, as in on and around off stump, a little bit foolish of length, no? Yeah,
I think that's probably right. Here he comes, the big man. That's in that channel you're talking about there, Ajit, just outside off stump, and a miscued drive goes to mid on. 70 for 4 after 19. Over to Jack on tweets. We've got quite a few that have come through. Hold on a minute. Ravi says, in fact John says, has there ever been more terrible reviews in a game than this one? Some level-headedness amid the tension required. Ravi says, Andy, I am disappointed, of course. The trooper was about the charge of the light brigade, so there you go, confirmation there, Andy.
Yep.
O'Neill Harris, sword thing on the end of a rifle. Bayonet gets a reference on Guerrilla Cricket. And Leah, those sword things are called bayonets. I own one.
We got there in the end.
Delivery from Overton gets a little bit big on the batter, Surya Kumar there. Hits his thigh pad, no run. I'll finish that tweet off. Those sword things are called bayonets. I own one for a K98 from World War II, and there is a competitive Japanese version of fighting with them called Jukendo, because of course there is.
Well,
yes,
probably they stopped carrying those little, what do you call it, the seppuku thingies, the katana, dai katana, it's used to be called, the small one for killing.
Overton in fires that into the pads of Surya Kumar Yadav, who takes a single out to deep square. Livingston, the fielder, returns it, one bounce over the stumps.
Okay, I have got my pictures back, I think.
I'll return to you then, Andy.
Fortunately, we'll be switching roles at the end of this over anyway, so no danger after
I think
that.
I stick to doing more commentary or color commentary, but I could do a few hours of ball by ball if that's what can help somebody. Let me know.
Great, thank you. Bowlers in again. It's a short ball. It's beaten the batsman. Butler jumps up and takes it. It's not going to be signalled a wide, just one over the shoulder. Again,
proper nasty ball.
Good carry, Overton.
I'd say that was a proper nasty ball. It was going to knock his block off. He got out of the way in a hurry, Mr. Hardik.
I'll give Hardik credit there. I think he kind of aborts the shot halfway through.
He just pulls out of that one, yeah. Overton perhaps encouraged by that. And that one's pushed out to cover. It's a good stop. Stokes picks up the pieces. And it's single. Excuse me. Bairstow with the fielding. Bairstow and Stokes combining there. Yep.
But Bairstow mouthed the word "ow" to Stokes after that.
You could almost see it like cartooning, like this above his head, right? Oh, he almost did that. It was hit hard. It was absolutely
playing that one on the fingers, yeah. Into the leg side, that one hand just comes off the bat, safely down to long leg.
You know, as much as we slag this guy off, I think he's doing a wonderful job here, Overton. He's near the end of his third over. He's hardly given away 7 runs, 6-7 runs. It's very, very good bowling.
Yeah, this is
He's sort of taken over beautifully from Willey. What Willey used to do, not give a whole lot of runs, keep the batsman always in the game, focused. You're saying, Jack?
I was going to say, this is why I thought maybe 40 plus overs of seam might be the way to go.
Interesting.
Dropped into the onside by Hardik. There will be no run.
Another fairly awkward ball, that. Quite high. It got high on Hardik. He was looking to pull that, then he had to abort it halfway and just bunt it to short mid wicket. Very, 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 very interesting bowling actually. Overton, I think, is the right guy from that end. For a while at least.
Well, England could bowl 50 overs of seam if they wanted to. If they wanted to bowl Stokes 10, so at least they have the option. That's the end of the over. We're going to have a little change around what is going to be.
I am taking over ball by ball. We're losing Ajit.
Am I? Oh, okay.
You're
I thought I was going to stay 30 to 40, but let me confirm. Yes.
Yeah. This is 20 to 30 though, Ajit. So
yeah, Ajit will come back later for the next lot. I think. Yeah.
I can't read numbers. None of your thoughts. See you later.
It's good job you're not the England captain then.
Hello there, everyone. Good evening, Jack and Andy again.
Hello. You're
How are you?
Bennett. Yep.
You're very loud, Bennett.
Am I?
Pleasure to have you.
Okay. Is it much better now?
That's a little better, yeah. Just taking the edge off things. Reece Topley's going to return to the attack. He bowled 5 overs, 2 for 17 earlier. His first delivery is across Sky in the channel. He defends it. There's no run.
Looks like it's a good game on the cards here, Jack. Things are looking pretty tight. India's struggling, so like a good keen tussle between bat and ball. You reckon?
Yeah, we just saw on our screens here that India are 26 runs behind where England were at the same stage for the same number of wickets lost. England maybe ran out of steam at the end of their innings. Oh, he's chopped on! Wide of off stump.
Wow.
In the channel, Surya Kumar Yadav has gone to kind of steer that towards third man. Under edge on the ball, it's hit off stump and dislodged just one bail, so the leg bail still remains on the stump. But yeah,
that's a big wicket.
Very unlucky for Surya Kumar Yadav, I would say. He's been in sublime prime form, and if at all he was going to get out, it could be in this manner. England lucky to get his wicket, however, 4 down.
Do you know what? I will say that's not the first time I've seen him take his hand off the bat on one of these deliveries, and that may have contributed.
I think they kind of tend to do this pan thing now, right? They sort of take off the one hand just to get get some elevation or either play it with soft hands, and he paid the price, unfortunately.
I think this is actually quite a tricky pitch to bat on. I think the bounce seems to be getting less and less predictable. Overton bowling towards the pavilion at the other end is getting 2 balls and over to fly out of the surface. It's not easy going at all for India.
But India bat deep, gentlemen. I mean, that's the only concern. They bat very deep because they got Jadeja, the all-rounder, coming in a bit later. Now who will they come in now?
Well, I think it will be Jadeja now, won't it? Who's batting at 8 in this team? I mean, Chahal can't really hold a bat.
Chahal, Bumrah and Shami are not really great. Krishna can't bat. So you're right. They're not batting as deep as I expected. I apologise for that. Yeah, Jadeja
there's certainly no comparison. I mean, Jadeja's decent, but England had David Willey at 8, and India are almost going to have a number 11 coming in 8, and that might hurt them.
It might at this stage, because
if anything, it means these batsmen have to be a bit more circumspect because they know there's not that much.
Yeah, because after Jadeja now it's Shami, and then Jasprit Bumrah, Yuzvendra Chahal and Krishna. They're almost competing with each other for the number 11 type kind of role, isn't it? This is what India struggled with for a long time when they played Bumrah, Shami and the other pacer who probably doesn't bat, and then Chahal. They struggle with that genuine all-rounder kind of role coming in at 8 and 9. But the thing is, now Pandey is more playing as a batting all-rounder, isn't he? So they don't play the extra batsman, but then as you said, Andy, that's kind of going to come back to kind of haunt them. But having said that, Shami and Bumrah have certainly tuned their skills in batting. They're a lot better now than they were a few years ago.
Yep, Topley in onto the hip of Jadeja, who's off the mark. First ball with a drop into the leg side and a sprint through. Bats left-handed, of course. Does the sword thing, of course. Wonder if we'll see that today. I mean, if we do, then it will be game back on, you'd think.
He's always been the ever reliable kind of person, isn't it? Whether it be in batting, bowling or on the field, he contributes one way or the other. At least ends up getting a run out on the field, which is a great way of being a team player.
Surya Kumar Yadav, he walked off shaking his head. He looked really fluent, actually, scoring a run a ball. One of the few players in this match that sort of looked at home at the crease. So yeah, big wicket for England. India 74 for 5, halfway through the 21st over. Topley very full there, whipped into the leg side by Hardik, but England have got their field set well. Deep square leg, Moeen Ali returns the ball, it's just a single.
Yeah, Jack, I mean, Surya Kumar Yadav, he's always been a busy player, hasn't he? He's always looked at opportunities to manufacture runs. I kind of heard him on interview after his breathtaking knock the other day, and he was saying how he had to improvise. I mean, those shots on the off when he was playing towards third man area was unbelievable. Great cricketer.
Oh, they were fantastic, especially in that T20 when he hit that 100. Topley through, wide of off stump, left alone by Jadeja, new at the crease, didn't want to know about that one.
I think
3 for 19 for Topley, that's super impressive.
Absolutely. I mean, he's been a bit of a revelation, hasn't he, with his height and bounce. We needed a kind of a bowler of that sort. We didn't have one since Chris Tremlett, that kind of height, you reckon? Anyone else that you remember? Anyway.
Topley through, wide of off stump, left alone again by Jadeja. Well, Ollie Robinson's pretty big, isn't he? But he doesn't play ODIs. I think in one-day cricket, it's definitely working for Topley.
It's a shame that his body doesn't hold. If not, he would have been a good candidate for a test bowler. However,
Andy.
Tweets, yes. Leah, well, it was a mistake for Ajit to start talking to Leah about swords. You did not use a katana for seppuku, Ajit. The katana is the longer sword of the civilian daisho of pair of swords. You used the short one called tanto. Neymar Botlin's charge of the Light Brigade reminds me I need to pay my energy bill, or tell us about it. Brian 001, is England winning or is India losing this match, guys?
Overton in, driven straight, just past the stumps, and a sliding stop at mid-on stops it running away for extra runs. Just a single to Hardik. I think England have bowled really well.
Yeah, Jack, I think Hardik Pandey is a very, very important player to sort of for England to get out. He's been, I mean, I've watched almost every game in the IPL when he batted at 3 and 4, and he certainly seems to have his head screwed on in terms of rotating the strike, and he knows when to maneuver the ball and shift gears. So, I think this partnership is going to be an integral part for both sides to get through the next 5 years. Will be crucial.
Well, I think it's very much do or die, to be honest, as Jadeja leads another one wide of off stump. He shadow bats a sort of steer towards third man, but maybe wise to keep that in the locker for now.
I can't add too much because my feed has gone again, but fortunately I'm only on tweets anyway. So I can manage that.
Craig Overton, Andy. Sorry.
Overton through, beats the bat of Jadeja. He's fencing at that one. Plays the line, ball moves away from him slightly. Up the slope, I think, at Lord's. Doesn't take the edge, though.
Craig Overton certainly got a lot of opportunities, hasn't he, in the last few months?
He has. I think you still get the idea that if England like a player, they'll try him in multiple formats rather than being a bit more
exactly. He's like the bank, isn't he? They always go to him, injury, whatnot,
Overton in, a little check drive from Jadeja, finds extra cover, no run.
Whereas his twin brother, who was picked to sort of get ahead of him when they were younger, he had a horrendous record of injuries. He never made, and finally when he made it, he was it made more of an impression with the bat, didn't he? 97, and he was out after that. He wasn't picked. What a disaster. However,
well, hopefully for him he'll get another go.
I hope so.
I mean, Anderson and Broad can't go forever, can they?
Overton in, Jadeja on the hook but misses. It hits his chest. He's wearing a pretty puffy chest protector. You can see it under his shirt. So I don't think there'll be any damage done. But another good bumper from Overton, who's certainly got that working for himself today.
Yeah, I don't wear a chest protector, but I'd think about it against Overton in these conditions.
Yeah.
I might just come out like the Michelin man.
And I think the fact that they consider Overton as a very skillful batter probably gets him the edge always when they want to balance the side as well, isn't it?
Here he comes to finish his over wide of off stump, and Jadeja does not offer a shot. It carries through to Butler. Really good carry. End of the over, 76 for 5 after 22 overs are India. Hardik Pandya on 18 from 29 and Jadeja 1 from 8, Andy.
Well, I think we've got the boring middle overs of Twitter because I haven't had a tweet since last over.
Everyone's waiting for the game to climax, I guess. I mean, how important do you think the partnership between David Willey and Moeen and Willey is to England now, given that we're
it's looking more and more important with every Indian wicket.
Absolutely. And we were like, when we were on this commentary, Andy, you and I, and then Bear, we were sort of criticising them, isn't it? So at least I was, in terms of the last bits and how they, the thing sort of turned out to be. But just imagine if they were going for the shots and lost a few wickets and not been able to pile up those runs, we would have been not in the game today.
Topley in round the wicket to the right-handed Hardik, who drives well wide off stump, finds extra cover. There's no run there, and England have, not in addition to taking the wickets, have really tightened things up in the last couple of overs.
I think they've been setting quite aggressive fields. The ring fielders have been close and tight, and they're saying, go on, hit it past us.
Here comes Topley once more around the wicket. Short, wide of off stump, cut by Hardik out to the sweeper, and that will be a single. Someone's about to be arrested. Is that you, Andy?
Yes, probably. We get a lot of up and down on green lanes outside my window.
Okay. And I think Stokes standing at mid-off is a huge inspiration to the bowlers out there. I can see him sort of whispering into the ears of Reece Topley now and then. What an inspiration to have at mid-off.
Topley comes in again. He's got a terrible haircut, Topley. Bowling very well, though. Wide off stump. Jadeja goes for the cut. It's very unconvincing. It's more of a chop into the, next pitch over. Rolls slowly to point.
I kind of like his haircut, Jack. The mullet's coming back. I had a mullet not long ago. You don't think
I'm sorry to hear that.
Looks like it's the order of the day these days, bell bottoms and mullet.
Topley in a nice looking drive that time from Jadeja, who gets onto the front foot. Not an easy thing to do against a man as big as Topley. Unfortunately for Jadeja though, it bounces up once and is taken one-handed by Johnny Bairstow at short extra. So there's no run there either. 1 from 10 for him.
You could see how close Bairstow was there.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, if that goes another foot over him, it's almost certainly a 4. There's not a lot of cover in front of square on the offside for Jadeja. Drop into the pitch, Jadeja sets off. Hardik is not interested, mid-on in fast. That's Cars doing the fielding. There's no run.
Hardik was absolutely leaning on his back there.
He was. Jadeja trying to get busy, I think, to do something.
He's a busy player, isn't he? He likes to rotate the strike and sort of keep moving around, and some players are like that.
Topley in, one slip in play. It's a waft outside off stump to end the over from Jadeja. 1 from 12 for him now. Very slow start, but he is still there, and that matters to India, who are 77 for 5 at the end of the 23rd.
Hombre Nuevo says, I will sadly stop investing in gorillas and the GPL and concentrate my funds on genetic research to keep Anderson and Broad bowling for another 50 years each. Or you could clone them, but I guess it would take 20 years for the clones to grow.
But I think we have already cloned like Ollie Robinson, right, who can be almost cloned as an identical Stuart Broad, and then perhaps Matt Potts, who's probably more of a Jimmy Anderson kind of bowler. I'm not sure whether
we're going to get some spin. Ajit was calling for this during his stint. It's Moeen Ali. There's I suppose the introduction of Jadeja to the game with the fall of the last wicket means there is a left-hander there now who he'll probably be looking to target. His ODI record, it doesn't really flatter him, but I think he's mainly used as a control bowler. He averages 50, economy of 5.2. An economy of 5.2 is perfectly acceptable, I think.
He hasn't been in the best of form, has he, in the last few games we've seen him?
No. Here he comes. Hardik Pandya shuffles across outside off stump and miscues a drive back down the ground. It goes to long on, and they will come through for a walked single. Lords does look beautiful in this weather, doesn't it? Like the long shadows and the mix of new and old.
Fantastic. If you're a spinner in ODI cricket, bowling between overs 20 and 40, you've got to have something about you to take wickets. You've got to have some kind of mystery. It's very hard for regulation finger spinners to take wickets. In
I think that's what Yuvendra Chahal does so well for India again and again, doesn't he? He holds one end and picks up wickets, controls the game.
Ali tosses that up really well flighted. Jadeja drives back to him, and Hardik, it's an avant-garde approach to getting back into his ground. He sort of rolls backwards like a toddler that's just lost their balance, places his bat down. He is safe as Moeen comes through again. That's steered wide of mid-wicket by Jadeja. Mid-on sweeps up behind them though, and they do get through for a single. 79 for 5.
I thought someone had thrown their sweater on the square for a moment, and the fielder was dived and then just stayed there. Excuse my... Hang on a second.
Ali in on the pads of Hardik, who gets a bit of a leading edge. This ball squirting into the offside all along the floor. Not too much excitement, but no run.
Do you think England are missing Adil Rashid?
Well, not in this game, but I think in general, Hardik has had enough of waiting and playing Ali from the crease. He takes a couple of steps down the wicket, drives hard, just past the stumps, and it beats the man at long on 2 by a couple of yards. That will be 4 runs. It's the first boundary for a little while.
That went like a tracer bullet.
Maybe not quite.
I would say
trace a bullet.
I would say definitely. I mean, Rashid is one of these bowlers who can take wickets in the middle overs.
Well bowled from Ali as Hardik steps away outside the off stump, looking to cut.
Buzzers?
There is no buzzer. They look for it, but I don't
overthrows. Extra run. They ran overthrow there.
Yeah, let me just recap that quickly. So Ali comes in. Hardik steps away. Ali follows him. Hardik chops it into the leg side. They come through for a quick single. There's a throw at the stumps. It hits the stumps. It goes away for what maybe should have been overthrows, but Jadeja was not watching. So they do not get back through, even though Hardik had turned around.
Oh, sorry.
Hombre Nuevo, yes, Hombre Nuevo rightly says the clones sadly won't have their experience and knowledge. Imagine the swing Anderson can get in another 50 years and a broad spell of utter destruction. I wonder if someone could just like wheel him in a
wheelchair.
Something like, give him that pace, then he can just turn his arm over. Meanwhile, Butlins, I cloned another Joffre Archer, but the lab fucked it up, and now we have another Jeffrey Archer. God damn it.
That's a good one. That's a really good one. I think
I have said in the past that Joffre Archer sounds like the most evil person in the world, because he's Joffre from Game of Thrones and Jeffrey Archer.
Yeah, I mean, come to think of it, I can't imagine that we went on a tour of West Indies without Broad and Anderson.
Crazy stuff, yeah.
Yeah. What would have been the outcome had Oakes and Overton and the likes really did well there? Do you think that would have been curtains for these two, the veterans?
Nah.
Well, it turned out to be a moot point.
Yeah, but it happens, right? I mean, people will just forget them within a moment. If these two guys have come up with some really good spell, that's what happened to Harmison and Hogarth when they brought in, they dropped them unceremoniously and then brought in Broad and Anderson. They performed from day one. That's it. No one ever spoke about this.
That's not true, actually. Anderson struggled a bit in his first introduction into Test cricket, and he had some time off, and he came back with a bit of a second wind.
But he got a 5 in his first test, didn't he? Or in the first?
He did, but he still struggled in his first spell.
Overton continues his good spell. He gets a little bit straight there, and he is whipped hard by Hardik through mid-wicket. Moeen and Willey pulls off a terrific piece of fielding. I mean, anyone who's ever played cricket knows how hard it is to run along the boundary, pick the ball up with your wrong hand, spin, then throw it in, keeping a guy to a single when you've had to cover 15 yards to get there. But he does pull it off, and so it is only one. Hardik will probably feel a little aggrieved he didn't get a 4 there, to be honest, for the quality of the shot. Next delivery, Jadeja drops it into the pitch. It rolls past the stumps. It goes to mid-off. Jadeja was off like a train there. Hardik at the other end, as Andy said a couple of overs ago, just leaning on his bat. I don't think if you're the last wicket hope for India here that taking a mad dash single to mid-off is the optimal strategy.
I think they're trying.
Clearly, that's what Hardik thinks. Sorry, Bennett, but Jadeja needs to get on the same page.
Overton in wide of off stump, cut by Jadeja. Third man is wide on the rope though, so it will just be a single.
Yeah, these two guys are quite similar, right? They like to rotate the strike, and they get very agitated. I've seen like a bit like a Jason Roy. You know, he doesn't rotate the strike, he doesn't get runs. He's going to get out. If it's like 10 balls, 2 runs or something, you know he's not going to last too long. I think England will do well to curtail the runs and build up the pressure.
Hardik facing up, Overton wide of off stump, a little short and steered very calmly by Hardik through sort of a third slip area down to the man on the rope at third for a single. I think the thing with Jadeja on that point, I don't think he is a great strike rotator. I don't think he has that many shots, and that's what you need really to be somebody who is capable of scoring 1s and 2s. He's very, very good at hitting the ball for 4 and 6 when he wants to. When he plays aggressively, he's very good, and he's got a pretty solid defensive technique as well. So he's quite hard to remove. But I don't think he'd be my number one choice to bat in this situation. He's nearly out. A bumper. He tries to duck underneath it, but he leaves the periscope up, hits the back of the bat, and it floats 6-7 inches over the top of Butler, runs into the fence. Will be a 4 to Jadeja, albeit a very lucky one.
Butler should have taken the only way he could have caught that is if you're taking a flight.
Yeah, his helmet as well. It came off his helmet first, and then it was a big old periscope. I haven't seen one of them for a while.
Me too, Andy. That's very hilarious how that could have went about. But imagine if you got out for that. It went up.
Like I say, you can always find a new way to get out.
A little fish from Jadeja. It is not out. It's an unconvincing dab at the ball from Jadeja. I think he missed that by about a foot. India 91 for 5 at the end of the 25th.
Good spell, isn't he? Overton's looking good. Sorry, Andy, tweet.
Yes, I was just looking up Jadeja's ODI strike rate, which I will do. Hombre Nuevo says remember Anderson's first spell was back in 1927 when they had uncovered pitches. Good point.
I think Overton's looking quite threatening. He is in his last few overs. I was a little bit apprehensive the way he was bowling before, but I take that back. He's come back strongly.
Moeen in, defended by Hardick, goes to cover, returns it to Butler, who had to dive actually to corral that ball. But there's no run.
What's that word, Jack? Corral that ball. Never heard that before.
I think it's an Americanism, isn't it? Corral. Ali in, Hardick comes down the pitch. Well bowled from Ali. I think he saw him coming, fired it in a little bit quicker, a little bit shorter. So Hardick cannot make anything of the momentum he'd built up and defends it into the leg side.
I lived in North America for 4 years and travelled a bit. I never heard that. Well done on you, Jack.
This time Hardick does take a single, squeezing it between the non-striker Jadeja and the stumps, down to long on for 1. Is it something
Jadeja's
to do with
ODI strike rate is 87, which is higher than I would have thought.
Really?
Yeah, it's interesting. I was looking at this earlier, comparing him to Moeen Ali. Between the overs 20 and 40, he strikes at about 70, and then after 40, he can go up a gear and it goes to about 120. But it's very, very binary the way he plays. Sure, Jadeja's picked that one up, and that's the 1 to the 0 that we have seen. Albeit that's a 6. It doesn't make any sense at all. That statement. It's a hoik over cow. It's a 6.
It is indeed. But it's quite difficult to get into position and hike that ball like that, isn't it? Some skill there that he demonstrated.
Yep, short again from Ali, wide of off stump though, and that will be cut out to the man on the rope, Liam Livingstone, who rather casually saunters over to the ball, throws it in on the bounce to Butler. They come through for a single. India nearly at 100. So the run rate's at 6 and over, isn't it? Which is going to be tricky for them to deal with across the rest of this inning. A win for the bowling team to end the over as Hardick defends, and it's a dot ball. Andy.
Leah says, fun fact, Heckler & Koch manufacture a line of modern Tantos in case you ever felt the need for a combination of Japanese design and German know-how in the manufacture of things that damage human beings.
Yes.
99 for 5 off 26.
Holy fells again, gentlemen. What are your thoughts on that? He looked good. Did David Willey certainly had a bit of a kind of a strangle on him, didn't he?
Well, he gave him those jingling balls the ball before.
It was fun to watch.
Overton is going to continue, and Jadeja defends quite awkwardly looking, to be honest. It's not really a forward defensive or a back foot shot. It's a poke at the ball. Drops into the pitch, no run.
It is hard to say anything new about Kohli failing, though, isn't it?
Yeah, it's become a part and parcel of. But then, how much more time are Indian selectors going to give him? They would rest him for the West Indies series. But look at players like Shreyas Iyer, Deepak Huda. They're all in the sidelines because they want Kohli to come good at some stage.
Their T20 balance just isn't right. You can't be playing Rohit, Virat, and Shreyas Iyer. That's just too many.
Overton in. Jadeja sways inside the line. Quite well played
Andy.
that time. Overton into his 6th over. It's been almost test match spells from the England bowlers. There's not much chopping and changing at all. It's really been get your rhythm, keep going, mate. I wouldn't be surprised if Overton bowled another one after this, to be honest.
Yeah, here's Tony in the crowd. I'm sure that plenty of fans want him to pad up.
Overton full on the pads of Jadeja, whipped into the leg side. It bounces past the umpire at square leg. Livingstone again does the fielding in front of. Is that the grandstand on that stand, or that's the mound, isn't it?
This is when. Oh, sorry.
And I think
I thought you were hearing my traffic again.
I think another player that England will do well to invest and give a lot of opportunity is Liam Livingstone. I think his bowling, if he develops, can be a critical sort of aspect to our ODI squads and teams, because he can bowl both ways. He can bowl the leggies, he can bowl the googlies. He's a gun fielder and he can strike the ball.
Overton in. Hardick hacks the ball, I think maybe into his own foot. It gives you an indication of how difficult Overton's been to play there. It's any cross-batted shot at all against him as well, not proved fruitful, shall we say. And again, that is the case. No run.
This certainly has been Craig Overton's best spell in an English shirt that I have ever seen. I don't know whether you gentlemen will agree with me on that or not.
I'd agree, personally. 0 for 16 of 5.4 overs for him. Again, in a good area, just wide of off stump on a length. It's steered quite adroitly by Hardick down to third for a single though. India up to 101.45, a ball left in the 27th over. A slightly irritated looking Rohit Sharma sits arms crossed on the balcony next to the coolest man in cricket, Shikhar Dhawan.
Thoughtful mood,
crown.
Seniors.
Taking that crown from MS Dhoni.
Overton in again and playing it on his tippy toes. Jadeja drops it into the pitch. No run into the 27th. It is still 101.45.
Very good over there. Very good over by Craig Overton. Yeah. Very good over. I think Craig Overton certainly cranked up his pace and looking like a total rejuvenated, a reborn bowler. Very impressive to see him today. I'm really sort of glad that he's able to repay that faith the selectors and the leadership team had in him, because very often I used to think, is he the only one we have around? Because every time we go back to him like a prayer, he's always there, just there. So but anyway, it's good to see him come through.
England were good books after his batting.
England are going to persist, I think, with Moeen Ali here. He seems to have the ball. He has been the only safety valve that India have had so far. 7.5 and over off his 2, so 15 off 2 overs, including a big 6 from Jadeja.
I think
looks like they don't want to bowl Stokes, or they just feel they don't need him.
Yeah, it's a little bit curious. Kind of short from Ali. It's been hoiked up in the air, and he's picked out Liam Livingstone on the rope. He hurls the ball high up into the air. It's out. It's a bad way to go if you're Hardik Pandya. It wasn't a great ball from Moeen Ali, and he's picked out the only man on the leg side. You know what? It echoes of Liam Livingstone's dismissal in the catch that Liam Livingstone just took.
Indeed. And we were just talking about that he's the only person that they can go after, isn't it? And sometimes, very often, more often than not, you look at the bowler that you can target, you go for the shots, and you, at your own peril, you just take it for granted sometimes. That's exactly what happened here, and I'm delighted for English supporters, because Hardik Pandya was the one man that could have taken India closer to the target. He looked very good, composed, and certainly ready for the long run.
The opposite, actually. I thought he looked a bit nervous and a bit jumpy a lot of the time.
Sorry, a lot going on there. I accidentally played about 5 jingles at once. What were you saying, Andy?
I didn't think Hardik was looking particularly good, to be fair. He was certainly discomforted by Overton and top things. 29 off 44.
He was.
Even in the circumstances is a little bit slower than you'd like, and he just didn't look very fluent to me.
He was, and my point was that he was the one person that India could have relied on to take them through, given how he's been playing in the last few. That's what I was trying to say. Sorry, I was not trying to mean how he's playing.
Great today, yes.
Not look today, no, because the bowling was excellent, and I think he looked a bit scratchy. But he's the kind of player that can shift gears and take them through different phases. I've seen even the IPL how he bats so much. But I think the leadership has really made a real shift in the way he approaches the game as well, being captain of that franchise. However, he's gone now, 29 off 44 balls.
Well, I would say for all the big names in the India team, I think the biggest wicket was Suryakumar Yadav, was the biggest wicket for England.
I fully agree, Andy, on that. Yes, he certainly was, given the way that he's been batting in the last few matches. You were lucky to get him, Reece Topley. Sort of
look in the book.
Bold Reece Topley.
So Mo will continue. It's Mohammad Shami on strike now. He plays an awkward looking, crabby type defensive shot into the leg side. I think India's only hope here is some kind of Jadeja onslaught. I think they've kind of got to get a hope that he gets 150 balls or something like that. As Shami plays a very attractive looking drive. Maybe I spoke too soon. It beats the man at short extra, and it will run into the rope. So he's come out with one thing on his mind. It sounds, or it seems. Yeah, wide of off stump, a little bit of a half volley. Shami plants his foot and belts it. He'll feel good about that. As Mo winds up again, he plays backwards to that one. It goes to mid-wicket, who slips but manages to hold on to the ball.
I think Shami and Bumrah have certainly come of age with their batting, so I wouldn't underestimate their credentials yet. I've seen them playing some nice innings the last few months. Yeah, anyway.
As Shami plays off the back foot again into the leg side, no run, mid-on, swooping in on the ball.
Is this Bumrah can play an entire IPL season and score 0 runs, and then score the most expensive running test.
It's great, isn't it?
Poor old Brody. He's got all the records for the wrong reason sometimes.
Ali gets the last ball of the over to grip. It comes back in, hits Mohammad Shami in the thigh, drops into the pitch. There's no run. The score is 105 for 6. We're not quite at last rights, but I think the fat lady is certainly warming up her voice, Andy.
I think so. Twitter maybe has given up because they've got nothing on there. So I guess we can start to reflect on proceedings. And it's not over yet, but take a lot from here.
Yeah, gents, do you think it's a good opportunity to try and bring in the fifth bowlers now? The Liam Livingstone, just a few overs here and there to sort of get the overs out of the way just in case? Or do we go in with, does England go in with their main bowlers and try to get as many wickets as they can and leave it till the end? What are your thoughts?
I think they're both great options, to be honest. I think you win either way if you're England.
Yeah.
Interesting to see what
they may be feeling like a quick game's a good game.
Overton will continue.
Last time I said that, we lost.
0 for 17 off 6. Jadeja drops one into the offside behind square. It goes down to third. I think he actually thought about not running there, Jadeja, but does come through for the single.
Too many.
Yeah, it's too early as well, isn't it? They've got a long way to go for him to shield the strike now.
Shami's not a total mug with the bat. He can hold up an end fairly well.
Well, I just say, last time I gave the shout, quick game was a good game in the match. Number 9 promptly smacked 60 and won the game for them.
Overton in. Shami plays a defensive shot with no foot movement. That off stump left. Sticking out, rather inviting probably for Craig Overton. No run, fielded at extra cover.
So I guess, who knows, we'll see what happens.
So they got Khas and Ali, and they need to get some overs in through with Liam Livingstone as well as the 6th option. So between Khas, Ali and Livingstone, they need to get their 20 overs in. So
here's Overton.
Well, if it goes
on a length, it cannons off Shami's pad, I think. He played kind of a one-footed pull shot. Goes over slip, Joe Root in at first there, goes down to third man, it's fielded, a couple of runs, a couple of leg byes I think, to the India total.
Still getting that bounce, Overton, older ball as well.
Yeah, he's been a real handful today.
He has indeed been. I think that's something been going on in his development in the recent past.
Finds that good line and good length again. Shami drops it towards point, no run.
He's got no foot movement, has he, Shami?
Not at all. He plays his bat down the line. It would stay right where they are.
Exactly. But he can hit the long ball if it's in the arc. Let's see what happens. But a good length ball coming in just outside the off stump will be a difficult one for him to get away.
He's sporting a rather tatty looking arm guard on his left arm. Hoik! And that ball's gone straight up in the air, I think. Well, straight up in the air, but he had some distance on it as well. It's signalled a 4 by Fine Leg, who didn't get across to field it, obviously. And Shami goes to 8 from 9, 112 for 6. I have to admit, when that came off
Shami
is
his best bet.
I think like Overton was trying to roll his fingers around that ball to get some extra deviation, and Shami was equal to the task. He's got a better strike rate than Jadeja at the moment.
Here comes Overton. Big heave from Shami. He's certainly not going to die wandering. He doesn't hit the ball though. Goes through to Butler. And the over ends with India on 112 for 6.
What have we got? Leah says, the fat lady sings, you should all stop watching Roland Emmerich movies. The last good one was Stargate, and that was in 97.
Cool.
So 21 overs remaining, 130, much 35 to win. 21 overs, 135. So 126 balls, 135 runs to win. So just more than a run a ball. Seems like
well, as Jack says, Shami isn't going to die wandering. Now what's Jadeja going to do?
Ali in, very full. A lot of flight on that, down at 54 mph. Jadeja defends back to the bowler. And we go again. That one a little bit wide of off stump. Jadeja steers it between the two ring fielders on the offside, out to the sweeper at deep cover, and they jog through for a single.
We're going to have a change at the end of this over. It's going to be Bennett, Bear and Ajit.
Yep, here comes Ali once more. Little short, that gets big on Shami, who didn't play it particularly well, but will pick up a single into the leg side. He managed to roll his wrists on it enough to get it square and away from the mid-wicket fielder.
Interesting passage of play here for both teams. It's a keen battle out there. India surviving.
Well, I mean, they're not completely dead yet, are they? The run rate's up at 6.5 and over, so it's going to be pretty tricky. A ball fired way down the leg side by Moeen Ali there is sort of helped on its way by Jadeja. Could have left that and picked up a wide. In the event, he gets 2 runs.
Moeen Ali hasn't looked his looks of all sorts, hasn't he? Always there's one loose ball in every over that he's bowled, and usually it's either gone for a 4 or a 6. You know, and this time he's lucky, he just got a couple. That's a very bad ball outside the leg stump.
That's a bit better though. In the right area, on off stump. Jadeja again finding that gap on the offside between point and cover. Come through for a single. Bringing Shami on to strike.
20-1 India, if you fancy a punt.
Moeen tosses it up. Shami down the wicket. It's high. Is it far? It is far. It's a 6 over sort of wide long off. And Shami 15 off 12. Is he going to change the game? I'm not sure he will.
Andy will hold you for this, Andy.
I am off for a few overs.
Right. Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you very much. It's Bennett Olasegram taking you through to the... Yes, it is indeed. It's
okay, I'll see you at 40 if we're still going by then.
See you later, Andy. Thank you, Jack. And welcome back, Bear. It's Bennett Olasegram here, taking you through to the next 10 overs. I've got Bear and Ajit will be joining shortly to summarize. India having won the toss and inviting England to bat first. England scoring 246 all out in 48.3 overs. The top scores coming off the bat of Moeen Ali, a very well compiled 47, and David Willey, the all-rounder, chipped in with a useful 41 or 49 at the end. That partnership proved to be a clog for England right there. For India at least, sort of England did well with that partnership. Johnny Bairstow ran a ball 38. Jason Roy got off to a good start as well before outgaming out for 23. And out the bowlers, Chahal 4 for 47, Hardik Pandey 2 for 28, and Just about 2 for 49. David Willey comes in, good delivery outside the off stump, and Jadeja giving himself room there, place it towards the cover area, and the batsmen walk through for a single. India in return needing 247 to win in the allotted 50 overs are 123 for 6 in the 31st over. Rohit Sharma was out without scoring. Virat Kohli looked good for his 16, and Surya Kumar Yadav looked really good for his 27. Was unluckily chopped on off Topley, so 6 wickets down. Reece Topley 3 for 20. David Willey comes in. This one's the shortest delivery. Shami pulls over the mid-wicket fielder. Stokes goes around from long on, picks up, and the batsmen go through for a single. And welcome to Ajit, who's just joined us to summarize as well. Hello Ajit, how are you today?
I'm doing good. Well, I think I left India in a much better position.
Well, you
Something
did.
seemed to have happened.
I think you need to take a quick break now and come back. Okay, I was joking.
Well, if I do that, the match might not last much too long.
Yeah, David Willey comes in, and Jadeja shoulders arms, watches the ball going through. David Willey, Ajit, has been a critical sort of a part of England's plans for today. What are your thoughts on how he's gone about?
No, he has been very good. He's bowled those just back of lengths that suit this pitch very well. His pace is enough that people would take him seriously, and I think his control with the new ball was exceptional.
Yeah, he's a very smart cricketer, isn't he? And the way he batted, I like the way he rotated the strike and, you know, gave the strike to Moeen Ali and then took control of it when he was his most senior partner. This ball, again, on a good line and good length, and Jadeja giving himself room on the off stump, gliding it towards the third man area, and the batsmen go through for an easy single. Singles alone are not going to be really good, isn't it, Bear? What do you think?
Yeah, I was just thinking you were giving Overton so much crap when Willey got out. It's not going to make a difference. It just proves it says something. I mean, we thought that was well under par. It just shows the wicket is a bit sticky, a bit too paced, a bit up and down.
I know. I know you didn't say much because you were on social, but we'll come back to that in a second. Again, on a fuller length, and Shami plays it towards mid-wicket area, no chance of run. I purposely did that to get some, get some juices flowing as well.
I know.
Andy and I, we were like having a very,
it was like handbags at dawn between the pair of you.
it was a bit too long, right? The game, not like the T20s that I enjoy, or the Test matches that seem a lot more interesting these days than the 50 overs. But Andy and I were just like. Just bringing it on. But having said that, Willey comes in, a good delivery. This one again, a tight line and length, and Jadeja cramped for room, place it towards the square leg area, and the batsmen go through for 1. India 128 for 6, Shami 17, Jadeja 23, chasing a target of 247. Over to you, Bear.
We're not ignoring your tweets, O'Neill Harris. Ravi Nair says, before you change, may I please laugh, not at Jack's shirt, but at his quiff. Jack looks beautiful. What are you on about? Willey dicking over Indian twinks. Click here, says Leah.
Surely, we know who's the author of that tweet.
It's it's just been it's been a good display. And the other thing we didn't see was England's bowling attack better than India's, really.
I mean, I think India had a much softer underbelly, it turns out. So that crucial role played by Willey and Moeen Ali, now you can see, right? That's literally won England the game. It's not yet won, but you could think it's very much in the bag because.
Yeah, but I still think we could have got another 20-25 runs more had that partnership developed. However,
shut up, Bennett. Shut up.
Oh dear.
Cars comes in, and this one's what's gone there? Looks like a bit of a Jadeja sort of plays it towards the long on area, is it? And he picks up. Why did he play
it was hit into covers.
Oh, I see. I kind of missed that.
There was an overthrow.
Yeah.
There was a yes, no, and he got sent back.
Yeah.
He would not have been out, but both batsmen were within shaking hand distance. He could have chosen to hit any end, and he went with the one that was natural to him, the striker's end, and the overthrow gave them a run.
Indeed. As Kars comes in, a good pace, good bounce, cramps him for room, and Shami just plays it towards the square leg area, and the batsmen scramble through for a single. They've actually not given enough room for them to free their arms, have they, Ajit? They're just cramping them for room, following them around, and pitching an awkward bounce. Yes, Bear, go ahead.
No, I wasn't saying anything. I was
Oh,
listening
sorry,
to
you put the mic on you. I thought you wanted to say something. Sorry. And I think I love the way they're bowling, particularly sort of cramping them for room on a good length, climbing up to their ribs. Certainly, Jadeja needs a little bit more momentum here as he drives. They look for a quick single. They're almost like stealing those runs, not cruising along, just stealing the ones and twos. And someone needs to get the ball rolling on a quicker pace. Ajit?
It looked like, this pair is doing a good job. And as far as I'm concerned, England have always held the length back. They know how good India are when the lengths are closer to them. They can go through the line. This is still a true enough pitch that the ball is coming onto the bat nicely.
Well, I don't think that's true. You see, that's the thing I think that isn't. It's a little bit short of a length. It's not coming on consistently. And I think that's where it's hard to score.
Exactly. I mean, it's one of those pitch which I think just short of a length is a bit sticky.
Yeah.
And you can, if you bowl those cutters, if not just fast ones, I think it'll be very effective as well.
Yeah.
And the next one's a shortish delivery again, and Shami feeling a bit awkward there as he tries to play it on the onside, getting himself a bit cramped up there. And certainly these two have got their lines and lengths right. Whatever it is, they're making the batsman jump up a little bit and feeling rather uncomfortable as it's cast. He's been a good find for England, good pace. Again, nice movement coming in from outside the off stump or on the off stump and moving in towards the leg stump. Shami is not a player who uses much foot movement, so he likes to play the ball on the up or swing through. Unfortunately, he's not getting the chance to do either of it and certainly looking rather uncomfortable. Butler's not very keen to play Parkins, and I can understand why, because Indian batters are certainly so good playing slow bowlers, aren't they?
Yeah.
Oh, he may be. There's a Carson bowls, and this one again on the similar length, and Shami plays it back uppishly towards charging in on the follow-through cast, but unfortunately he's not able to hold on to that. So a chance gone a begging there for England. Difficult one.
Did it just hit him? Did he actually get any hands anywhere near it? No, he did.
Yeah, he did. It went straight into the hands and straight out. I must say, when you're coming at express speed at the after delivery, it's not an easy place to get into. Having said that, it was quite easily taken. Unfortunately, he spills it. So Shami gets a life and lives on for another over, another delivery. And this is the end of over number 32. As Jadeja 25, Shami 18, India 131 for 6. You got any more tweets spare?
There's a couple here. Leah, no, sorry. Leah says, yeah, guess it's time to change the old username again, isn't it? Okay, so Leah might be the pawn book because I don't know.
I see.
You might have just given yourself away there, Leah.
David Willey comes in, angling run up, easy on the outside the off stump, and he just plays it towards the third man area, and the batsman go through for a single. I think the wicket of Virat Kohli, I mean David Willey and Kohli certainly having a bit of a banter there, and you think that sort of built up that dismissal, Ajit?
It did. I mean, look, I saw that Willey set him up beautifully. One shot of the length that hit him in the box. The next one, a going away ball which was held back that much, knowing that Kohli will go after with it with his hands, and that's exactly how he was dismissed.
Indeed. This one's a wild swing by Shami, but nowhere near the ball. Ball well away outside the off stump, died on him, kept low. Shami head all over the place, swinging, and unfortunately for him, he didn't get bat on ball. So India, actually, the run rate slowly but surely climbing up. They've got another 17 overs after this in order to get 115 runs. Certainly
If you had the wickets, it wouldn't be an issue. But
Indeed.
I think Shami won't last past a couple more overs.
He won't. Willey comes in, and this one's a good delivery on a good length. Again, Shami, no foot movement, but he plays it on the onside. The batsmen go through for a quick single. What do you think sort of went wrong for India's batting, Ajit, today?
So first of all, I think they are a bit top heavy, no doubt about it. And when both Rohit Sharma and Shikhar Dhawan fail, the rest of the order will have to do the lifting, heavy lifting, right? Kohli was well set when he gave it away, frankly. Rishabh Pant, well, he couldn't quite get his eye in when a faster ball from Karsh probably caught him unawares. But then Surya and Pandya, have not seen how they got out, but probably they can take the rest of the play.
Indeed, yeah, shortish delivery outside the off stump. But the thing is, Surya Kumar and Pat can't be playing those innings day in and day out. Someone else got to put their hand up.
Exactly.
So it's a done that. And the thing is, having said that, Virat Kohli, what do you think of his selection, continuous selection? I mean, they said he was rested last game. Do you think that he should be continued with? Because the manner in which he gets out again and again, quite similar, isn't it? Outside the off stump, hitting on the drive.
I think all the stock is finally getting to even him. He has a solid temperament.
Again, good delivery. Willey cramping him. Beautiful line and length there. Jadeja looking for that extra movement, extra room, but not finding it. He's cramped for room, and he plays it towards the third man area, and the batsmen go through for one. Go on, back.
Well, with Kohli, I mean, look at the shit we're giving Crawley. Crawley gets out exactly like that. We're calling for his head, so it's only because his name's Kohli that.
But Crawley is not Kohli, isn't it? Kohli is the king,
but they're getting out. They're getting out in the same manner.
Exactly, there. Well said. Willey comes in. Oh, this one hit high and long and over. Let's see if it clears the boundary.
No.
Well, there's no man's land. It just hits. It goes on over the mid-wicket area into no man's land. Stokes valiant effort to get there, unfortunately not being able to. Shami picks up 3 runs, and that marks the end of over number 33.
I thought that had gone into the stands.
Me too, but in hindsight it looked like it had more height.
Yeah, then I did think, maybe someone's underneath it, and then the camera angle seemed to be taking it into the stands, and then
that was the longest part, a bit like Moeen Ali when he hit that ball. I really truly thought that I cleared it, and it just landed safe in the hands of Jadeja.
Yeah, it did. For wrong, so it's a good opportunity for Shami to score his maiden ODI 100. He was just teasing past them.
Oh wow! Well, India will take a 50 with both hands, right? Forget 100.
Exactly.
In this case, when you look at Shami, I think I appreciate what he's doing here. They have a 5.5 overs 35 run partnership, a run-up partnership, right? So that way, at least we can appreciate what Shami is doing. He knows himself. The longer he stays, the better, because there's a ball coming in the next couple of overs, right? So if he can make a quick fire 30, he's taken a little bit of pressure off Jadeja, because Jadeja is now the ballast. The people who come on the other side will have to do a bit of swinging. And
yeah, but who have you got left? You got Jasper,
Bumrah,
and Chahal.
I think that's a good over of bowling. That's one good over of bowling, given who's the bowler, right? So it depends on their day. They may give you 30, 35, 40 runs between them. So India have a long way to go still. A lot of work to be done.
Bumrah can hit the ball, and so can Shami. So I mean, my strategy from Indian point of view would be swing for these guys. Jadeja, make sure you don't lose the wicket. Jadeja, just sort of make sure you're there and rotate the strike. No more dot balls from him, but the other guy just swings, because we got 17 overs to get 111 runs. And how much is that? Almost like 7 runs.
6.5.
6.5.
You've only got 4 wickets to do it with. Basically,
that's the problem.
The Rabbits and Jadeja.
But don't forget that between Moeen Ali and Kars and these guys,
I think they're better batter. That's my point. England's turn is a lot stronger. Kars can bat. I mean, at least can give it a heave. I mean, you think in the days when Adil Rashid, he's got a fair few first class tons, and
he's coming at 11.
And he's sometimes batting.
He's coming at 11, yeah,
exactly. He's not a mug with a bat by any stretch. So I mean, it's different when you got Wood and Archer.
Yeah,
Archer can bat.
Archer can give it some heave ho. We keep getting told he can bat, but the only time I've ever seen him bat is actually in the IPL when he hits 4 6s in a row in one game. I thought, that's what he's about. But I've never seen him do it actually for England.
That's true, Brad. That's very true. I mean, that's how I used to always think that he can bat, but never saw him getting a decent score.
I've seen him. Better in ODIs. He can clearly club a ball a long way. But he could have constructed
in the drinks break they showed us the dismissals. I think Pandya was sort of psyched out. I think Moeen Ali played on his ego, and he got caught out on the boundary in the longest part of the field.
He did.
Right, all the way in the deep where he was looking to clear.
Again, that was a sort of mixture of pressure coming from the other side. So they knew that Moeen Ali was the bowler that they can target, because these guys, Overton and Kars, were bowling like champions, particularly Overton, cramping them for room, not letting them win with a strike, and that led Pandya to do that because he was not able to rotate the strike as much as he would have liked to. And I think with that extra ball, Moeen Ali has to bowl his 10 overs between Moeen Ali and perhaps Cars and Livingston.
Well,
So
normally, and this is it. You've got Adil Rashid, who you trust at the other end. I mean, England's formula has often been go to 10 overs with the pace bowlers, somewhere between 10 and 15. Both Moeen and Adil Rashid come on, and they pretty much bowl the next 20 overs, which gets them into the mid-30s, and then they go back to the paceman at the end. I mean, that has been England's kind of strategy when Rashid has been playing. But I mean, it's obviously been Adil Rashid is coming back for the third or the South Africa series.
No,
He'll be there. No?
He'll be there for South Africa series. He'll be there, yeah. But Bear, like Moeen Ali has looked off colour. Sometimes, very often, when they're not playing together as a pair, that can also affect, isn't it? I've seen it in the past.
Surely, yeah. I mean, you want to, normally they bowl in tandem, exactly that.
They bowl in tandem, and I think that's been a huge setback because Moeen Ali has looked probably really off colour since the last few games I've seen him. He doesn't look anywhere close to his close best.
If anything, Ali is really better because Adil Rashid is such a good bowler for England. We'll only see him now that he's not there.
Cars comes in and a new over after the drinks break. Cars comes in outside the off stump. Jadeja playing it towards the short third man area. The batsman go through.
I also think a bit about that is that actually it was in the T20s, and I was surprised. I mean, I know Jack was saying that he'd opened quite a lot in the IPL, but I think opening in the IPL and those kinds of wickets, even though they're T20 wickets, and opening in England as a right arm over off spinner, are two different prospects. And I think they tried it in England. I don't think it worked, and you got a lot of tap in those opening overs that he bowled in those games.
And Cars comes in. This one's the shortest delivery, climbs up from a good length at 87 miles per hour, and Shami trying to sort of play it on the onside again, looking quite awkward as the ball goes through to the wicketkeeper. I think this boy Cars looks good. He looks like the bowler who can come in and bowl those difficult sort of middle overs like Liam Plunkett did. Bear, what do you think of that?
Well, that's what they're looking for, isn't it? They want somebody who bowls a heavy length, and they might need to develop because there you go. There's a decent slower ball.
That's a very good slower ball on a fuller length, and Shami didn't really have too much idea on that. And sort of Cars, he also plays with Durham. But what's it about Durham that they have a battery of fast bowlers coming through?
They're all strong up north. They're all strong up north, Bennett.
Strong lads.
All sons of miners, except for he could be a son of a miner. He was a South African.
Well, if he's South African, besides if sons of miners, we should be producing battery of fast bowlers here in the Wales because it's supposed to be all miners here. Cars comes in. This one's on the leg stump, and Shami wriggles as he sort of gets the ball away, squirts the ball away towards deep square leg area, and the batsmen go through for one. Shami 22 of 24, Jadeja 28 of 39. India 138 for 6, chasing a victory target of 247. Mott, the new ODI and T20 coach, has had a bit of a tough time, hasn't he, taking charge?
No, I think there'll be some transition, there'll be some adjustment period for him.
Cars comes in again, played nicely towards the short mid-off area, and the bowler goes around and collects. No chance of a run.
He brings a lot of good reputation alongside him. He's been leading that Australian women's team to great heights, but he has an equally talented bunch of youngsters or people to work with here.
He has. So, do you think England's missing Owen Morgan, the skipper?
Not in the short term. It's tough to say that in the short term. That steal he brought.
Cars comes in again on a fuller length. Jadeja looking to rotate the strike there, but he finds the short mid-wicket fielder coming in, pouncing on the ball, and that marks the end of the over. No run there. Jadeja 28, Shami 22, India 138 for 6. That's the end of the Cars over.
I may say, yeah, go on there.
Leah says she's not the porn bot, Bear. The porn bot dropped a hint by tweeting something one of the regulars frequently says. And Glory's out Monday. Yeah, I remember that, but I can't remember who it was. It was Tuesday. It was only 2 days ago, and I do remember that, but I can't remember who it was. Farong, and more than willing to assist Virat get back into batting form. Only needs to wait for BPL 22-23 to start, which would mean missing the T20 World Cup and some other matches. they'll make certain he's at VIP. Electric rickshaw with bell, lights, and brakes. That'll make him feel safe. That'd be quite amusing. I'm sure he would get a ton in the BPL actually, possibly anyway.
Yeah.
What were you trying to say, Ajit? Sorry, earlier. Go on.
I was only saying that sort of over will hurt India quite a lot, where they just scored 2 runs, and Shami looked really clueless against that bowling. So, on cue, England have brought on this bowler who has an interesting haircut.
Wow.
I love this haircut. I had a mullet not long ago, I was saying in my earlier stint, and this one's overpitched away. Shami trying to hike this one, looking rather clumsy on that occasion.
You had a mullet, did you say?
I did have one.
Oh my god.
KB once tried to kill him, and AB smashed him off the park. Then Boyd Rankin shattered his hand. But Reece Topley is finally in the side.
That was very interesting, the way that ball panned out. A slow ball from Topley. Shami swung himself off his feet and then sort of tried to pull out of the stroke. The ball went over the middle stump.
Indeed. Very lucky Shami to be there again, displaying his lack of in-depth in this high-quality over from Reece Topley as he comes in, left arm over, and this one a wild hike has looked desperate now, and the ball goes down to the third man area, and the batsmen go through for 1.
He really overrun that. He'd overrun that.
Yeah, he did. He overran it. It span past him. And it's a jab out an arm. I thought it was going to go for 4.
Oh dear. Yes, he did.
Oh, he slipped.
Breaks.
Still, he did well to recover in the end.
He really did well there, didn't he?
I think it was Cars, no?
Yeah, Cars. And his Durham teammate having a bit of a giggle. Stokes has always been like that, hasn't he? Having a bit of a laugh, keeping that sort of cool head on. He's likes to see his Durham boys doing well. Matt Pott was another guy who came off the ranks quite well in the Test series. Nice length delivery. Jadeja drives, but finds the mid-off fielder there. No chance of run. Jadeja 28 or 42. The required run rate is slowly but surely creeping up to over 7 runs and over now.
Yeah,
it's just about 7. And look, that's the problem. Their scoring run rate has fallen in the last 2 overs. That's all England need to do. Have a couple of overs, but they give 3 each. India are already in trouble.
Exactly, and the asking rate to go further and further up. What a beautiful shot! Absolutely creamed it, but unfortunately, it was straight down to Moeen and Willey in the deep extra coverage, and he didn't have to move an inch. All he had to do was the ball was coming like a rocket to him, picked it up and threw it back. 1 run for the asking. Jadeja 29, Shami is 23 of 27. Looked uncomfortable at the wicket, although he's been moving the scoreboard along quite nicely. Topley comes in. Oh, this one is a slower delivery and an overpitched delivery, and that's the end of Shami. A good, clever thinking by Topley. He bowled a slower ball right on the stump. Shami's eyes lit up and he thought, I'm going to hit this one over the boundary ropes, and all he did was mistimed it over to mid-on. It was scooped up. Diving, an easy catch. He had all the time in the world to get his hands under it, and Shami is gone. India in deep trouble. They lose their 7th wicket. Mohammad Shami caught at mid-on off the bowling of Reece Topley. That was Ben Stokes at mid-on who took the catch. Reece Topley has taken his 4th wicket. What a performance it's been for
Top edge, for fuck's sake. Oh no, he's out. Excellent. Top edge, for fuck's sake. Oh no, he's out. Excellent. Top edge.
Lovely jingle. Up step.
Ajit, what are your thoughts on that? Now, what's next for India?
Well, let's see if we can get through our stint. If I can get through my stint, I'll be happy. I don't see India lasting out the next 5 overs. There, I've said it.
You don't reckon the last 5 overs?
Nah, I mean, look.
Well, there's no point hanging about, is there? You might as well.
The problem is, that's what Shami did. I mean, that's what he tried. I mean, for a player like Shami, if he had connected, that would have gone for a 4. So that's the right way to play. Unfortunately, it dipped on him at the last minute. That was a beautiful slower ball from Topley, and he very well deserves that 4-wicket haul so far. He might even go for a 5-4 because he has 12 more balls and a bunch of bunnies lining up. Right?
Was it you, Jack, who was saying you didn't think Reece Topley was any good?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
Maybe it was the hairstyle that duped.
Well, the hairstyle.
Yeah, he didn't like his hairstyle. He did say that.
Well, I did say he looks like one of the marionette puppets out of Team America.
In comes England's secret weapon.
Liam Livingstone. Here he is.
Wow, there you go. Not a bad.
I love this boy, Liam Livingstone, simply because the kind of ability he has. He's able to spin the ball both ways. He's a gun fielder and he can hit the ball.
Yeah, I mean, I think they prefer him to. I think they. I mean, didn't they use him over Matt Parkinson when they were both in the side, which tells you something about their thoughts on Matt Parkinson.
Oh, he got him. That's a beautiful delivery by Livingstone. He kind of floats this one right through the defense of Jadeja, floated it right onto the stumps. Jadeja's iced it up, went for the booming drive, and went right through his gates and curtains up, and that's the end of Jadeja's vigil. And India lose their 8th wicket. Liam Livingstone hit his very first ball, golden arm. He got it right spot on, bang on the middle stump, and that's the end of Jadeja. Ajit,
That flight would have been, any good spinner would have been proud of that if it were to be his first ball. It was so well flighted, it pitched in the crease.
It was more like a loosener, wasn't it? I don't think he was expecting it to fly.
Jadeja missed a full toss. But if you were to turn it the other way, it was so well flighted, it actually pitched in the crease.
Exactly.
Right?
It happens, isn't it? Normally in this day and age. But yeah, so like Livingstone, the golden arm boy, he's picked up the first wicket of his first ball. India in a perilous situation, 140 for 8. And Ajit the Prophet's prophecy almost coming to pass. He said next 5 overs, he doesn't expect India to survive. Thank you, Ajit.
It looks so much more like that now that Jadeja's the man out as well, doesn't it?
Well, the look on Rohit's face on the balcony said it all. I mean, he's like, you know what, let's get it over with, please.
Yeah.
We're not going anywhere here. Let's get it over with.
Well, yeah, I think this is a good game for England. I'm having had a few bad games earlier on. And it'll do good for India to take stock as well, to reevaluate what is it that they can do better. That's a really good plus point.
It's a very good point, Bennett, because I mean, you think England got rolled for 100 and whatever it was, and it looked like they were well under par in this game, but it turns out that actually they bagged quite well. It turns out. And oh my God, he's coming out before Bumrah.
No, Bumrah is on the other end. Bumrah already came out when Shami got out.
So who's a legend?
Yeah, Prasid Krishna.
Oh,
no,
right,
Chahal.
Jesus Christ, there's someone even worse.
Chahal is the last man. Now it's Chahal.
This is Chahal.
Yeah, it's Chahal. And
well, don't go away.
I mean, this is, I guess, this is one weakness of India's side is they may have a good bowling attack, but crikey, none of them come really bad.
As Livingstone, it's a good chance to pick up some easy wickets here for him. This one's outside the off stump, looped outside, and Chahal trying to drive nowhere near. Butler trying to chirp up Chahal a little bit. Chahal's always smiling, you don't know what he's thinking. Always is the smiley Chahal. This one's on the leg. Oh, quicker one, nicely looped in. This one's played back to the bowler. The one disadvantage I saw in Butler when he as captain is him having to run around each time he wants to say something. Perhaps we should get someone who we can trust, in key positions where he can communicate what he wants to say. Oh, another good delivery on the off stump.
Liam Livingstone is not a bad leggy, really. I mean, it's not a bad standard leggy, especially for ODI cricket.
He's very good because I love the fact that he can bowl the googly as well. He bowls it really well, the googly, much better than most other spinners. As this next ball is played back to the bowler watchfully. Chahal smiling again, like he does the smiling as a sin when he's with the ball. But what can he do with the bat today? India perilously plays 140 for it. Faster delivery. Again a bit of turn, but short in length. And Chahal goes on the back foot and plays it to the cows. A maiden wicket taking over. What a start. Welcome, Liam Livingstone. 140 for 8. India chasing a target of 247. Batsman at the wicket. Bumrah, Chahal, both yet to score.
GC Naked Radio Funbot says, isn't that everyone on the planet except Morrissey, in response to Leah earlier? And they also say, haven't been tuned in much to the ODIs much, but I'm getting the sense that these games have been a huge clusterfucks. Yeah, they kind of have in both ways. This has been more interesting than the first one. I don't think England got blown away, but it's interesting that England have come back. I mean, we were so down on our potential with the ball rather than the bat, and we didn't get much with the bat, and the
Topley, Topley starts a new over and he bowls the first delivery to Bumrah. just outside the off stump on a fuller length, and Bumrah plays all over it as the ball goes to the wicket-keeper. Good chance for Topley to get a fiver, Ajit.
Absolutely. 11 balls, bunch of bunnies. As good a chance as he'll ever get. In he comes.
In. Oh, slower delivery. And Bumrah watchful. Can he repeat the heroics of that 35-run over he had off the poor old Stuart Broad? Can he do that today? Let's find out.
Might not be enough. Might not be enough to target us far enough away.
What we got? 387.
Now the GPL.
398 was the GPL. So you
he
need 9 runs.
Topley. Oh, that's a nice cutter. Play on sort of midland leg, and it cuts and keeps low, and Bumrah is just suggesting to his partner that it was a bit of an awkward delivery to space. These kind of deliveries always puts the batsman in two minds, don't they, Ajit? It's just sort of wonder now what's coming next. Is it a Zoota?
It's 3 out now. It's 3 out. Is it the slower ball that's going to come in? Is it a shorter ball? Well, I think Topley's been bowling well. He's been keeping the batters guessing.
Indeed. 4 for 22 is hunting for his 5th wicket. A good delivery on midland leg, and Bumrah just sort of plays it on the onside towards deep square leg area, and the batsmen go through for 1. As Chahal yet to open the score. England looking here for a very comprehensive victory. They're almost leading by 106 runs, and they've got 13 overs after this. The target almost seeming unlikely at this stage because none of the recognised batsmen are there. It's Bumrah and Chahal. Topley 4 for 23. Oh, that's a slower delivery on a full lead. They were looking for it to go through, right through, dip on him. But on this occasion it was much fuller than he expected it, and Chahal plays into the covers, smiling away, no chance of a run. So Ajit,
I fully expect Bumrah to go after the bowling once he's seen a few balls.
Yeah.
Sorry to interrupt you.
No, that's okay. No, I was just sort of asking you whether after this ball, Topley comes in, left arm over again. He's looking for that full length Yorker and struggling to find the right direction. Chahal equal to the task as he plays it away into his mid-wicket area. No chance of a run. Just 1 run off that over. 4 for 23. Over number 37. 141 for 8.
Surely he's in man of the match territory, isn't he? Oh, I should do some tweets.
I would say. Yes, pleased.
You know, one of the best performances in the game, I suppose. Leah says, no, I hate the Smiths as much as I hate Morrissey. Well, and Leah says, well, Bennett, one bad aspect of Butler's captaincy seems to be that it's turned his batting to canine feces. Yeah, he hasn't done a lot so far. Well, he did have 1 innings in Amsterdam, but that was against Dutch. Ravi Nair says, things you expect to hear on Gorilla number 315. Jesus Christ, there's someone worse. The bare truth. It's true.
Well, now, again, the amazingly talented Mr. Livingston.
He comes in right arm over. That one's over pitched, and Bumrah nicely plays it on the deep cover area, and the batsmen go through for a single. Liam Livingston, and he's really sort of, his knock today was also a useful knock, although he has a habit of getting out rather awkwardly at times in the T20s. He'll do well to do his game. Oh, this one's sort of again looped up, and a bit of a misfield there. It was a tough one as the ball was going away from Cars, and the batsman come back for 2. So Chahal's off the mark. He's on 2. Is there any other changes that India could perhaps think of making, Ajit, for the next ODI?
Well, I'm looking at it. Maybe Kohli can have another groin injury or whatever he wants.
He's almost bowled in there. That one just almost floated in past the wicket off Chahal. You go on, Ajit, sorry.
Outside of that, maybe Prasidh Krishna might get a rest, and we might see another bowler in his place. Maybe another spinner if the conditions were to suit it.
Who do you reckon will be the one that they'll be looking at, considering today's performance?
Yeah, I'm thinking about it really. I have to also look at the squad once more.
Yeah,
I don't know if they have too many spinners.
Over pitch, driven towards the extra cover area, and the batsmen go through for a single. I love the way Ajit put it. Maybe they can take a rest. It's almost like, that's the glorified version of saying, hey, drop to this game.
His groin wasn't quite right.
Akshar Patel probably can come in.
Harshapur is a decent ball, isn't it? Oh, that one's floated up, and Bumrah didn't have a clue about that. He was playing against the spin, and the ball just balloons up, but lucky there was no fielder there. That's the end of the over.
I might be tempted to actually rush Shami or Bumrah, one of these two, and give Arshdeep Singh a go. Then maybe Prasidh Krishna retains his place. Shardul is there, who's a batting all-rounder, who can bat a bit. He's a bowling all-rounder. Akshar Patel, the other spinner in the squad is Akshar Patel.
Okay.
He could get a go.
Yeah. Darts, left-arm darts might be useful. DC Radio Naked Form Bot says, okay, so you are not me, that's the Leah. That's true. Brian says, again, I ask, did England win this game or did India lose the game? Interesting. I'd say England won it.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I think they certainly played a very all-round game, didn't they? I mean, they came back from behind, being 110 for 5, and some good partnerships at the end. They bowled extremely well in the right areas. This new over from Reece Topley bowling his last over, good delivery on the off stump. A copybook different shot from Chahal as Topley comes in, left arm over, and this one's he's cleaned him up. It's a beautiful delivery. That's a fiver for Reece Topley on Midland leg and moving away. Chahal's bowled, all ends up, and India certainly have lost their way at 145. Chasing a victory target of 247, and Reece Topley, the wrecker of the Indian batsman, 5 for 23. Certainly a career best performance from Reece Topley, and certainly would be an eye-catching performance for the man of the match award there. So England win the second ODI comprehensively. The good all-round performance here.
Well, there's one more to come. There's one more to come.
I apologize. Sorry.
You'd think Chahal would be 11th, but no, there's someone worse.
Well, that's the fear, isn't it? I have 10 balls to make my prediction come true, but
this is true. Yeah.
I don't think the result will change. I think, Bennett, your prediction of the result is going to come through. It's just a matter of time. 1 ball, 10 balls. I don't know.
Indeed, I got ahead of myself there. Apologies for that. Because usually you see Chahal batting at 11, isn't it?
Yes.
And Prasidh Krishna comes through. So Topley has a chance of getting 6 wickets then.
Yeah.
Equaling Bumrah's figures here.
Dear.
That's true.
Chahal was so late on that shot. We look at the replay.
Yeah.
Oh dear. Can't say too much about it. It's alright.
Yeah, but the thing is, I mean, this day and age, it's quite difficult, isn't it, when you don't have the skill with the bat? But he's just such a wonderful bowler. He is.
I think there has to be room. I mean, this is it. If you get down to 9-10 jack in an ODI, most of the time you've lost. Rarely are those the guys that are going to get you across the line.
If you have 10-20 runs, you could predict something, but not under this.
Yeah, exactly. So
Topley comes in this one. Oh, that's a shortish, brutish delivery, but
it'll be a wide.
It will be called a wide. It was bouncing and not much of pace there, just 82 miles per hour, but it sort of climbed up on way outside the leg stump. Though Butler did well to get his hands on that. Topley 5 for 24. He's got 4 balls here. Can he get the 6 wickets? Prasidh Krishna as Topley comes in. Oh, this is so he wanted to leave that delivery, and he got him back to it. It was shoulder's arm, and the ball followed him, and off the bat goes onto the slip area, and the batsmen do not look at getting a run. So yeah, it'll be interesting to see, because they've got a very strong bench strength, haven't they, Ajit? But it just that they just go back to the same old players like Jadeja, Kohli. You know, again, Akshar Patel's a brilliant all-rounder he is, and this one's a good delivery. Almost clipped the off stump there with the movement. He leaves it, shoulders up, and the ball goes through away. Yeah, again, like Shreyas Iyer, Deepak Hooda, is he in the squad? Deepak
Hooda is not in the one-day squad. He's only
he's a T20, yeah. And Shreyas Iyer did well earlier on, but he had to make way for Virat Kohli. And do they have another reserve opener as well? Ishan Kishan is there as well, isn't he?
Ishan Kishan is there, definitely.
Yeah.
Yes.
But again, Reece Topley comes in this one. Okay, oh wow, he's gone! Reece Topley takes his 6th wicket outside, pitched on middle and off, and takes his outside edge, and Butler completes a regulation catch. What a performance for Reece Topley. He's picked up his 6th wicket, and indeed, Prophet Ajit's words have come to pass. And I must say that he did say along, so England win by exactly 100 runs. What a performance, what a comeback, and what a win in the belt of Mott, the new ODI coach. Good victory. England did well. Very all-round performance. Can I do a quick summary, Bear, or do we just what happens now?
Yeah, well, Jack has joined us. Yeah, it was in answer to Brian's question. I think England won that, didn't they?
Reece Topley won it.
Reece Topley won it.
David Willey and Moeen and Willey rebuilding.
Exactly. And what was it you said about Reece Topley the other day?
I've always maintained that Reece Topley should have been an England bowler, and it's only because of his injury track record that
his injury.
He didn't lead us to glory in 2019.
I see that fucking reverse gears smoking, my man.
His injury. I mean, if not for his injury, he would have played, isn't it? He would have definitely played Test cricket with his height, and he certainly.
He was never destined for Test cricket. But when he first came into the T20 side about 4 or 5 years ago, he looked really good, and then he had a horrific injury. Then he lost a bit of form. Then he got really badly injured, gave up cricket. In fact, he gave up for a year and then came back to it, and then suddenly he's got himself back in the England side, and he's fit. But he's another one. He's like, these really tall bowlers like Jameson and stuff. He's bowling from, he's 6'6" high. He's tall. He's got, he's strong as well. Not the quickest, but and left arm is always a bonus, isn't it? In these games, it seems to me that batters don't like the left arm bowlers.
Yeah, it's funny how England play like a 3-pronged pace attack or 4-pronged in Test matches. They all look similar to how they are, and then they come into an ODI and they play 3 left armers. But they don't look similar though, because Sam Curran and then David Willey are a bit different to each other, and then Reece Topley bowling from a very high sort of angle. It's amazing. It's not a mixture, but
I don't know. I mean, in left arm, I guess none of them are trusted in left arm. I don't know why. Maybe Willey, you'd say, isn't fast enough. I mean, I don't know what their county cricket profiles are like, but I mean, they must all play 4-day cricket. They've probably all got decent kind of records. But you wonder how they bowl in a Test match. I mean, if the ball's not doing much, the ball going across the right hand, if you bowl too full, is a nice enticing drive, isn't it? And
the way I look at it, if you can have Sam Curran in the 11, you could have David Willey in his place.
Well, yeah, but Sam Curran gets some tap in Test cricket. When the ball's not doing anything in Test cricket, he gets a lot of tap, And the ball's got to be doing something, or you've got to be properly quick. And the thing about being properly quick is you've got to be able to be properly quick in your 3rd and 4th spells towards the end of the day. It's no good being quick in spell. I mean, Stephen Finn was a classic for that. He come in at 90 miles an hour first morning of a Test match. By the end of day 1, he was bowling the same as everyone else at 80 miles an hour. Well, that's no good. Your fast man's got to be able to do it all day long if he's required to, but hey.
Interesting.
Hey, I'll take my leave.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Have a nice evening all. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
See you later, Ajit.
Thank you for your stint. Yeah, and I think again this boy Cars, he looks quite promising there. I like the way he sort of bowls. He's got pace and he's quite smart. He bowls within himself and he understands the batsman and sort of the areas to bowl. Or I think he's probably got a good sort of white ball future as well, hasn't he?
Yeah, well, we were talking about earlier, wasn't it? Or you were talking about maybe him filling in the Liam Plunkett role.
Yeah, Plunkett role,
we certainly need someone to do that, so it'll be a good thing. Any last thoughts?
No, well played England. Should be a good decider.
Well, yeah, we got a live rubber at the end of the series, not a dead one, which is always a good thing. And on that note, I think we'll just wrap up and go.
Cool.
It's not too late for a change.
Bye, everyone.
Yeah, see you later. You in on Sunday?
No.
Okay, never mind. You in on Bennett?
No, I'm not indeed.
Excellent.
I'm actually out in London on Sunday. Unfortunately, I'm not. Hope things work out well on Sunday, and I'll see you guys whenever.
Okie dokie. See you all later.
Cheers now, Bear. Cheers, Jack. Thanks for having me. Bye.
Guerrilla cricket. Whoa. Guerrilla cricket. Whoa. Guerrilla. Take large man the barricades, patrol the cover boundary. At last the time is come. This is a cricketing emergency. Hear this call to arms for every cricket revolutionary. Take up your bats and stumps for the Test match insurgency. At first they tried to silence us, but we would not be silenced. They threatened us with lies, so we threatened them with violence. Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, guerrilla cricket. It's not about the winning, it's about how many rules you break. Even in cricket commentary, this is the best advice to take. Pick guerrilla cricket, it's the finest choice you'll ever make. There's so much more to cricket than rev counters and a slice of cake. At first they tried to sanitize us and clean up our act, but people like it filthy, and we know that for a fact. Fidel Castro, Lenny Pascoe, Carlos the Jackal, Umar Akmal, Mahatma Gandhi, Grant and Andy, Brendan Dean, Austin Ian, guerrilla cricket. Stick with us, cause you know we're not the kind of thing that you see on the TV and the radio. So vive la revolution. First they tried to buy us, but we would not be bought. Okay, we were, but then we ran away, and we will not be caught. Would not give up the ghost when they left us all for dead. They decapitated us, but we just grew another head. Chairman Mao, Jamie Howe, Ho Chi Minh, Asif Din, Václav Havel, Graham Saville, No Surrender, Percy Fender, Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine,